volume is. You hear me okay? Streaming just to you, Bartosz babe. Is my AC too loud or anything? Ook, ook, ook. I'm so fucking tired right now. I think I got like food poisoning or something the other night. Kept me up all night with upset tummy. So tired it's double coffee time. If you are just joining and you did not watch the previous streams, we're watching the coverage from PT Amsterdam. We already watched Swiss from the first 2 days and part of top 8 in the last 2 streams. If you want to go watch that, just go back and check out the VODs. Today we're watching the rest of top 8, which is going to be first off a new mirror. Then we got Bartosz versus Pudding. Then we got Gabe versus Shoma, and then Bartosz versus Shoma. If I'm feeling up to it, again, I'm very tired. I would like to go back and watch the draft portion of Swiss, because we didn't do any of the draft of that, and I at least want to watch if they recorded it, just the draft portion of like the choices people made during their draft. I think that's really interesting. I like seeing how people navigate their drafts. I'm a little less interested in the games because I'm probably not going to play this format for a while. Yeah, I'm definitely an EP boy right now. I think I got like an hour of sleep. I can't complain too much. Yesterday was great. Went to see Yosobi. I don't know how to actually pronounce their band name. The people that did Idol. So good. Such a good time. Went with Noah. If you guys know him from Team Runaways, he's also a local. I guess he was a local before he was a runaway, huh? So yeah, I think people are starting to filter in now, so let's jump into the games. It's nice that Bartosz is here. We can clown on him for his choices during his games soon. I already know one choice I want to clown on him for. It was like, didn't matter, he was winning that game anyways, but there was like one decision that I think he made wrong in the Zen mirror that he played.
As the game goes on, so actually the Cosmic Awakening as well, a card to keep an eye on.
Let me know if you guys have any audio issues, if I need to lower, increase anything. Just let me know if I need to change anything. I want to make sure it's good for you guys. And of course, ask me anything. This is also an AMA. If you guys have random questions you want to ask me, feel free. I'm checking out the chat. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of vibe, kind of chill. We're just going to watch coverage and enjoy that. And I'm going to give my thoughts on the games if I have any thoughts to give of questionable choice, I didn't see that line, or the casters didn't, talk about something that I think is worth mentioning, because, sometimes there's, like, high-level stuff that they're not going to talk about because the average viewer isn't going to, like, get a lot out of that.
Yeah, I'm going to kick things off with a Awakening this wave for one. Going with the Traverse, a Rousing Wave, Undertow Stilettos, and a Final String Tunic setup.
Mushrooms more than yogurt? What the fuck?
So we have the Mask of Recurring Nightmares here on Tarek's side of things versus the Traverse the Universe on Gabe's side of things. That's the only differential.
And Tarek going to go ahead and block with the Command and Conquer. Gabe going to throw down his one. Both players actually stocking up the graveyard with some nice targets here for some Codex of Frailties, which I'm sure we'll see during this game.
Yeah.
I was about to say that.
Hitting the bin as well for Tarek.
One important thing here is that we're probably, most likely, going to go to second cycle. So keeping tabs on your opponent's pitch zone here, making sure that you understand what it is that is going into their pitch zone, and navigate when
I'd
you
probably say mushrooms.
or leave those cards are going to come back to surface again, so that you can have more information in the second cycle going into that.
And Gabe actually able to pull out a few power cards from Tarek's hand there, like the Lead No Witnesses, Command and Conquer, and Justinic.
Yeah.
3 premium red cards.
Yeah, not something you want to lose on your first turn, really.
I think it was a blue stealth card and
Tarek
3 reactions.
so
it really depends on what his set is.
Doesn't matter for the daggers, they're fine.
Looks like we can see in his hand there an Enlightened Strike, a Transcend, and a Weakest Link.
Yeah, I think it was a homage, yeah. So this Beckoning is not going to be able to buff much.
The Mind Games are starting already.
Yeah, it's
so
a blue
the
stealth attack.
Here. Well, look if he sees to follow this up with the Weakest Link just to be efficient.
Indeed. We see both red hisses coming out.
guessing that his
yeah.
arsenal
Yeah,
is
and again,
not
in a deck with not that many attack reactions, and
an
choosing not to play the
attack.
benefits wide, that's a lot of information for Tarek here.
Yeah, and as we know, Gabe is probably learning
Oh,
more
it's
on
not
the
a blue stealth
defensive
attack.
side, so might be looking at
Are
a
we just
fatigue game
sirens
plan, maybe?
calling and
Very
fishing?
possible. Okay, so the scale people are going to come in with the Siren's Call.
Classic to be able to get that information out, seeing what's available.
So Tarek
Let me
actually,
just
choosing
shortcut
to
and
include
put
the
that
branch,
there.
suggesting that he is going to look to play more than the
We
60
both
cards
know
here.
what's going on.
Probably.
So it looks
We
like
already mentioned fatigue is a
E-strike
big
for
deal in this matchup,
7
and we
from the other
almost
side,
saw
and
that in
then
the
maybe
Azure
block
versus
with
Nunu
one
match
card.
right before here.
Bit of an awkward hand with the hiss, the Lightning Strike in the bunch. May look to give up the hiss, just come in with that E-strike for 7 if need be. And let's see if Gabe's able to extend the turn here.
Did the fish go for anything?
Seems to just be the beckoning misplay here.
So he's choosing to dagger
Didn't
instead
have
of
much
play
into his arsenal
the...
here, but
Is his arsenal
only one
something?
floating. There's not much to follow up.
No? So just keeping cards in
So
deck, I
Gabe's gonna
guess?
go ahead and pass the turn there.
I guess if he can't react to pump it, what's the point?
Like we mentioned though, based on Tarek's hand, not the end of the world, it looks like it's going to be
Also,
quite tricky
Tarek
to utilize multiple
Looks like he wants to block with a card.
Definitely. So the question is if we can give this E-strike go again or +2. We will go with the go again.
Yeah, so it's going to choose to go again. I mean,
So set
potentially
card
could
must
go
be
for something like
something.
a Codex here until leave no witnesses. Would have to discard that lunch. So fake the seed over on Gabe's side here.
One of the first E-reacts we'll see this game, of many to come. Oh, it's another E-strike.
Yeah, so very nice here, able to efficiently use up that whole hand.
Are we doing draw card?
Gonna
Ooh,
go
I like this draw card as well.
Yeah, just setting up that 5-card hand for next.
I don't know. Am I crazy? I just feel like draw card is so fucking bad and new. And I keep seeing them do that. Like, you have so many just schmeh arsenals in the deck, don't you? I don't know, man.
Turn.
Yeah, probably looking to gain more value as most of his card is very playable.
Also, like, do you
So when
want
he
an
gets into his
arsenal to fight
he's probably
over?
looking to be able to play, so
Like, just like pushing the raw damage gives you less things to fight over for hit effects, but maybe that's not what's important in the matchup. Like, maybe making sure you can keep doing 5-card hands is more important, especially when your opponent already blocked with a card. Mr. Bartosz.
really nice.
Mr. Boar.
Draw a card there.
Yep, and able to draw out 2 of those defense reactions from Gabe on cards that just vanilla damage, really.
Exactly. Ooh, and the CNC coming in clutch here.
But Gabe able to throw down that CNC, save that Codex of Frailty for the second cycle.
Yeah, probably we don't have the floating resources. We do have the tunic on 1, but I don't think we want to waste the rousing wave here to give it +1. Coming with some shenanigans and missing the block value there.
Interesting to note as well the different weapon setup.
I don't think the bluff value really matters if you're still on a 4-card hand.
For the spider's bite.
Right.
Like, the difference between a 4 and a 5-card hand is, like, pretty similar if you're,
Tarek's
like,
taking his time on this one. Looks like we see
attack
Night
hold
Messiah
3 cards.
has picked the pieces.
Is that Bonds of Agony?
Potentially Bonds of
On a
Agony
5-card
there,
hand,
so
you're still probably going to dagger first
Probably
anyways.
very keen
So,
to
like,
get that one out. The problem is that
whatever.
the CNC requires 2 cards to block. And you need 3 cards to get the bonds off.
Also, not having a set.
Gonna be a little bit tricky.
Also, not having a set means that it opens you up to plays where it lets you get a set, where you can, like, how do I put this? You, like, attack and do your thing, do your reactions, but your hand only profitably plays 3 cards. Where if you had the set, you have to find a way to profitably play 4 cards. But you could theoretically play the 4th card there. You're just going to make that decision based on how your opponent blocks. So then, if your opponent blocks in such a way where it's not profitable to play the 4th card, you can just get the set instead. Like maybe you had... I can't think of a very good example right now because EP, but... Like maybe you didn't want to play the 2nd reaction. Like, you're already hitting. There's no point in playing it there. I might as well set it. Stuff like that. But... See, now we have to fight over this Command and Conquer. Now we have to deal with this.
Yeah.
If we didn't have the set,
See if he's able to
I
utilize
sleep.
that card that he drew
Or
off
maybe
the
not when I think about it, because the bonds +0 with the tunic up on 3 is going to be able to pull off the hiss.
Yeah, importantly they wouldn't have the blue pitch card available to get that silver. Yeah, so gonna go ahead and just defend up with 6 here.
Easy peasy, no shenanigans there.
Tunic gonna go and take up the 3. Now very nice. Leave no witnesses with plenty of resources available for the hiss. So one thing I want to point out here, Erica, as well, choosing not to attack in with the Spider's Bite, so it looks like he had a blue plus his, maybe, perhaps really valuing that Bonds of Agony for a later turn.
Definitely, these bonds can be very, very nasty when facing up to your opponent. Grabbing a card that is key to you in from your hand and robbing all of your cards from your banish, your graveyard, and your
Eradicate.
your
Interesting.
deck can be very devastating.
Okay, so Gabe gonna just go ahead and block for 6 here with the Eradicate and leave no witnesses, so that hiss would be able to push it over to 7.
Chooses not to.
Who's the suits?
Okay, Tarek choosing to hold on to this here.
Contract and stealth. Oh, yeah. Finishes.
Perhaps, okay, so the weakest link coming down. So Tarek perhaps really looking to load up on that Bonds of Agony.
Seems like he loaded his in Arsenal. We have 2 bonds now in
Was
Tarek's
this
hand.
list reaction light?
So weakest link coming in for 6.
They showed it earlier, right? We're at 3, 5, 3, 3, 5, 13. 3, 3, 5, 13. 3, 3, 5, 13. Three hiss. 3 Nick. Yeah, actually, he's a little reaction light, so it's gonna be more of a game of presenting total deck damage, it looks like, and bringing the game to fatigue. Okay. You can like kind of figure out like the game plan from the other player just by looking at their deck list. I don't actually know what is his accomplishments. Let's see, calling, top 8, battle hardened. Okay. What was it? 3, 3, 5. Okay.
Makes sense.
So weakest link coming in for 6 here. Tunic is available, so in theory the Arousing Wave is live.
Yeah, Tarek contemplating his blocks here.
Yeah, over on Tarek's side, let's see if we can have a look. So it's got the sink below the Bonds of Agony. It's hiding away his other cards for us here.
Yeah, the glare is not in our favor.
Nothing.
Ooh, it's a silence ball on top of that.
Got him.
Nothing,
You need to show your whole hand, Tarek. That's how this card plays out.
So choosing to defend for 5. Maybe a bit of a tell from Tarek that he didn't have a no-block card or
Yep.
no defense, so Gabe feels pretty happy throwing in the Siren's Call here.
Yeah, but only blocking 5 here to... Doesn't really care about the on-hit on this one.
Sorry. Don't let this throw you off. You can continue.
Yep, so the Siren's Call coming down. Let's see if he wants to take out the Bonds of Agony here.
Drop.
Oh, he was a Bonds of Attraction. Yeah,
That seemed like
Bonds
an
of Agony.
honest. Just.
Looks
Yeah,
like
I'm
he's
just going
got-
to show you the cards that you can actually pick.
Okay, so it does have access to that Codex here. I mean, a little bit awkward. So it has the Bonds of Attraction, has the Hiss and Arsenal.
Tarek's such a heads-up player.
So yeah, beckoning. But a Codex in hand.
Yeah, a little bit
With
tricky.
an Arsenal already set. And I believe
Did anyone
it's because
catch what
it's
the
in
set
Arsenal,
is?
it's quite an awkward
I never
situation here.
saw.
This is really what we're gonna probably see more
Is
of
it
of
still the
this
one
game,
off of the
as
E-Strike?
Siren's Call can really make things awkward, together with the on-hits.
Because he just went
From
leave
the
no
stealth attacks,
witness,
like the Bonds of
right?
Agony.
Bit of an awkward
Or was
hand here.
Leave No
Perhaps
Witness
trying
from
to see if he
Arsenal?
can, bat out a block. So he can attack with the Spider's Bite, attack with the picking Mistwade, sort of representing that he has something coming up next.
Mm.
A bit of a shaker.
And if we do expect this game to go a little bit longer, each card you're able to pick up defending out one of these weapon attacks for 1 can be critical in the very late game.
Okay.
Yeah, losing your aggression on your first cycle can be quite devastating when you're staring down at only blue.
So it was
stack
one of the 2
when
cards
you're
he was holding
facing down the
before.
second cycle there.
Ooh, Codex
Gabe.
Sync.
Looks
Interesting.
also have a Codex in his hands.
Well, that picking Mistwade for 1.
Seems to be 2 Codexes, also very
It'd be so
awkward.
interesting to see the
Interesting.
timeline of this game.
So either
If
single
it
low,
was
2 Codex
E-Strike
of
plus
Frailty
2
one more
instead.
card.
I feel like that changed
Really
the
want to find for
entire
a single low here.
timeline of this game.
Quite a waste, unless you want to really filter your hand in order to have more of aggressive power when now Tarek is only presenting 2 damage essentially. Now Gabe doesn't know what's in his arsenal.
No, I know what it is.
Yeah, but he do, yeah, because it's all his hand previously. That's right.
It's funny, maybe
Did
just
we
deciding
see
if he
it?
wants to try and filter here.
Was it revealed?
Yeah, do we want to lose the block capability on the sink in order to just get a better hand? That might be it. So what are we gonna find?
Good. Nuts.
It's like there may have been a hold the line he picked up there.
So swapping out one direct from another? Yeah, that's a hold the line.
Yeah, so I feel it's got to be a bit of a win for Tarek there. It manages to get another critical defense reaction, the Sink Blows. That's 3 of his 6 defense reactions gone now.
No tires, yeah, no blocks.
And also crucial that both of these, or all of the players in the top 8, they know every single deck
Why
list
does it
going
keep
into this tournament,
stuttering?
so we can really see some spicy additions or re-additions into their decks going in and out of these different games today.
Yeah, but it does actually have the weakest link here, so able to make something pretty nice out of this hand. Just going to be able to set up that Codex of Frailty and Arsenal as well for a future turn.
Yeah, quite a good turn. The weakest link is so annoying when you're playing a hero with a lot of non-blocks with the Transcend cards and the inner sheaths and whatnot. But if you don't have any of those in hand, then the on-hit can be quite
This
ineffective.
entire game has just been, let me throw a 2 for 6 from the other side, from Gabe's
Most players
side.
also looking to transcend at some point. Quite important for Gabe as well if he wants to get that transcend as early as possible, so that traverse the universe
Very
is
interesting
live
that he's
for
traverse.
any situation he needs it.
Yeah, and also transcending for all of finding your inner sheaths in the late game can also, since Nu's activated ability on the hero power is an instant and it's not once per turn, you can just activate it as many times as you like. So if you have a full hand of inner sheaths, you can just continuously activate that and just mill your opponent's deck essentially.
So Tarek's hand here, he's got the Enlightened Strike, Command and Conquer, Double Trouble, and Justinic. So the weakest link not really that threatening at this stage. His threatening damage will give a lot of information to Gabe as well.
Yeah, that's also one of the things you don't want to give out to your opponent at times, especially when you're sitting a lot of these tricks, like Siren's Call, Just an X. You don't so much want to have that information in the open.
Yeah, so just choosing to lay down that CNC and E-Strike.
Real good here.
So Tarek's not afraid to block with like a lot of these high damage cards. I mean, he does
Control,
have the Double
Alt,
Trouble
delete your
Justinic.
hero.
Indeed.
Has the Tunic available for something like the Arousing Wave as well if he wants to get this active.
And I really like the Double Trouble because it also helps to take out some of your Kree cards from your opponent's deck on the hit.
I do not like that card.
So again, thinking about the fatigue standpoint, you don't want to lose your cards for nothing. But at the same time,
Sirens,
You'll see
Fade,
blocking a 1 is really
another
awkward.
2 for 6.
We'll see if Tarek wants to actually get quite aggressive and go for the double attack reaction
there a
here.
pitch
It's
card?
a little bit
I
rough
think
for him
that-
if he is to use the
I think
hiss
it's a
from
pitch card in the
Arsenal.
back.
Not going to be able to get that solo. If you use the Arousing Wave, it's quite an important tool to have for hang over the other person the entire game.
Yeah.
I just don't think this matters. This
No
card sucks
blocks,
ass.
it seems.
Pop this for Fang Strike.
Okay, so is looking to get aggressive with the Fang Strike here off the Arousing Wave.
Okay.
Goes to 4. 4.
So the equipment is really sweet here because one of the attack reactions is actually just getting the Fang Strike, and the Fang Strike is an attack action of its own, so it's fulfilling the requirement on the Double Trouble here.
Thinking.
Yep, so Gabe throwing down the Fate Scene here.
I do not like this blue double trouble. This card sucks
Tarek
ass.
probably looking to get active with this Justinic to open up a little bit of a life lead start, trying to pull away with some momentum. But on the plus side for Gabe as well, at least that Arousing Wave is gone. He's not going to be playing around that for the rest of the game.
Oh,
Oh,
it's just a nick.
got him. This doesn't matter.
Trigger. Yep.
Yep, and that's
All
going
the
to banish
triggers.
a lot of cards.
Definitely.
Alright. I'm gonna refresh this
Ooh, we're
just
getting a
because of the
sink and an
stuttering.
E-strike.
He's right.
Maybe that'll fix it. Just in case we lose it, we're at 34241. 34241. 34241.
But on the plus side for Gabe as well, at least that Arousing Wave is gone. He's not going to be playing around that for the rest of the game.
Oh, it's just a nick.
Yeah. So trigger. Yep.
Yep, and that's
All
going
the
to banish
triggers.
a lot of cards.
Definitely. Ooh, we're getting a sink and an E-strike.
He's right.
And a persuasive prognosis.
I mean, a pretty nice set of banishes
The
there.
mill 3 is
Yeah, only
fine,
one
but
playable,
like,
but of course getting
I'm not
the
too
defense
excited
reactions
about
your
this from
opponent is
Treek's
also
side.
really good.
Yeah, in terms of information now, I believe that's 2 Fates and 2 Sinks, and then 1 Sink in the banish. So,
We're already quite a long way through them.
yeah, so Gabe just down to 1 defense
That's like
reaction left in the
not
entire
what I
deck.
want my Justinic to be
Maybe
on.
it's what he wants to be in, down 7 life this early in the game.
Yeah, we see the aggressive Tarek deck pulling in strings here.
So,
Shooting for him, basically, but it has a 3 token fear or persuasive prognosis. That's a mouthful. But it also sees the
That's
Siren's Call
something
in
I want my
Tarek's hand
Justinic on. I wish we
there. So
still
again,
had the
getting a lot of information
Justinic.
to see what Tarek is going to
I
come
wish
back
we
with
didn't have
next turn.
the
Yeah,
Arsenal
actually does
clog
have
this
the-
whole game.
okay, so able to ship away. Did have
I think this whole game
was
really is coming down to
that.
that choice of E-Strike draw card.
So going with the go again, does have that Codex of Frailty available in Arsenal.
Yeah, a very, very nice turn here. Trying to do as much damage as possible, and Tarek contemplating.
He's like been priced into playing each hand a specific way because he's had a card in Arsenal.
Feels like both players are playing with so much open information that there's not much
Yeah, they're having a bit of fun with it.
hiding them. Yeah.
So Leave No Witness is going to come down here. Wouldn't be surprised if Tarek considers using the Undertow Stilettos as well.
Yeah, indeed. We'll make a very clean block for this Leave No Witness before.
Yep, may consider something like the Siren's Call and the Undertow Stilettos here. Depends how much value he's placing
I
on the
agree.
card in this matchup.
Yeah.
Just the resources
I agree,
start to get
Bartosz.
just a little awkward if you do block with a persuasive here.
I'm not even convinced that drawing a card
Yeah,
is
you're not
even
looking at the most powerful
like
hand.
value-wise better than +2. Like if all we're doing
So
is
Eric,
playing
at this point,
purely
much
on
as we
math,
expected, I feel
I'm not
it's
even
slow
convinced
getting
that's
grind
better.
out, both players jockeying for position.
But also, you've got the added layer of having to play around Arsenal to Disruption, which immediately happened. It was immediately Command and Conquer, but also you're pricing yourself into playing specific hands now that you've got a random set. And there's a lot of cards that you're just like, now this is awkward because I have this set. I think this entire game is being dictated by that choice.
A little bit, seeing who can sort of burn through some of the other players' power cards.
Yeah, and we see some quite awkward hands, and the players have been trying to navigate what's the best output. But most of the defensive capabilities has been used from Gabe's side of things very, very early on already, which is not what I expected to see, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yep, so Tarek actually going to go ahead and put in that Siren Skull.
And the Pond token is going to give Gabe a setup for Arsenal there.
I feel particularly nice in this spot because you have the persuasive, you can threaten with a hiss as well. Also,
Mystery card.
you know Gabe at this point has used 5 of 6 defense reactions, so makes this a little bit tricky to block.
Yeah, and the persuasive prognosis, if it
Oh,
manages to
finally hit
banish
Transcend.
a card with the same color, get some life back as well, so it's quite a nice little life back gainer.
I did
But you
such a
don't
bad
wanna really
job
give
getting
your
the
opponent
coffee
as well.
grounds out of this. Ugh.
Yeah, so maybe just the Tosolitos here.
Yeah, show me your moves.
It's quite easy to find the right color of the banners as well, so the on hit is quite detriment.
You didn't react
And
earlier
Frailty
when you
doing
played
a
the
really
Leave
good
No
job here of,
Witnesses.
just shutting off one of those dagger attacks on Tarek's side.
Yep. Yeah, Frailty being really, really strong here as the Spider Spites, and the weapons are only coming in for once, so that will be 0.
We could have gotten a free arsenal.
Choosing not to extend that.
Instead, we IP a second
there.
time.
So actually a slight equipment advantage at this stage for Gabe. Still has access to the block on the arousing wave, and actually hasn't used that yet, where Tarek committed in for that double trouble turn.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a single transcend yet.
Yeah, so I believe both players are running sort of roughly 3 or 4 transcends. Having a quick look through here.
Yeah.
It's still stuttering. I'm guessing it's something to do through the recording. Maybe there was stuttering that happened
And
when
then
they
making this
were
way, just
live.
for 1.
31? Figure out sirens, right? Yes. I drew them early. Sometimes it happens.
Ooh, an Annihilate the Arm.
So now that the coming in for 4. And Gabe most likely going to be able to actually start the transcend train here.
all the fun now
IP
is getting the
refers
+1 for the
to
back end,
intellect
it's like
penalty.
hit
That's
points
what
and
it
also
actually
something to go
stands
again,
for. Intellect penalty is... so in Fab, you can't give people like game losses. Like, oh, you made an error, we're going to give you a game loss. Go directly to the game 2 out of 3 because there's no game 2 out of 3. So when there's a games rule violation of some sort, or something happens, that would cause an infraction, you give people intellect penalties. So it says that, hey, for the X number of turns, you're under this intellect penalty. You'll have what's called an IP1 or an IP2 or whatever, and your hero has reduced intellect for the next couple turns. It's functionally like giving someone a game loss. It's very hard winning with an intellect penalty. Funnily enough, Lucas actually got an intellect penalty at PT. I forget what happened. It was something silly. God, I can't remember. Yeah, it was just some silly, he made an oopsie. And then by the time the judge thing was resolved, he ended up winning through the IP penalty because it was like a Zen mirror or something like that. I don't remember. He just oops, kill you, doesn't matter. Ooh, thanks. I'm very sleepy. That's how I'm doing. I'm going on 1 hour of sleep right now.
27.
But I love you guys. I'm still going to stream.
I was at 30.
Not canceling again.
Player's just looking at live totals here. We'll see if he's able to hit something off the top. It'd be very nice to pick up something like a surgical extraction here.
Trigger. Yeah. 27.
Very interesting pick here because he's not going to do much with the silvers unless he wants to draw some cards in the late game. Ooh,
Oh!
Sacred Art!
Sacred Art!
Oh!
All the cards in the deck.
Wow, and we see a big reaction
Rick's
from Tarek here. That is a huge hit.
Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Absolutely massive. So that's just going to be chilling in the banish zone until Gabe wants to get a little bit aggressive with it. Massive, massive swing here.
One out of the...
Gabe is not getting aggressive with the Sacred Art. He's, at most, very, very unlikely Gabe actually does anything with it. He theoretically could, But the thing with this is if you play this and you've played a blue, it's going to transcend and then go to Tariq's hand. So ideally, you're going to play it when you haven't played a blue and then just choose one of the modes, which is like marginal. It's like fine. It's not like holy shit he can play this from banish. It's free real estate, but it's not that crazy. He's not going to go nuts with it. Ooh, nice. Congrats.
60 plus cards. We don't know exactly how many cards he's brought into this game, but like, man, so much RNG throughout this day already.
Yes, that's so nice as well.
Oh yeah, he
because
has the Transcendent in his hand right now, right?
Just run out that Sacred Art without as well necessarily transcending it and sending it back to hand.
Or am I mixing up my hands?
Okay, going through
He's like,
the graveyard
I
scene.
theoretically could play that. This changes everything.
Yeah, so maybe a card he doesn't look to... Well, they pass over as well. Okay, go ahead and banish the Persuasive Prognosis here.
Maybe you just don't give a shit about
I'll
giving
take
your
that.
opponent a cheat.
The Sacred Heart, is this a card that you feel Gabe might sort of hold off a little bit in order to use, once he gets a lot of premium targets, perhaps in the mid to late game?
Yeah, probably much closer to the late game. So we have a lot more options to choose from.
Later in the game. I don't want to play it now.
Yep.
Yes, he says, yes.
Yeah, just confirming, we're going to save that Sacred Art for a little
We're
bit
gonna save
later.
that spice for later. It's gonna be a long one. That's for sure.
So that is a very significant development in this game. We're going to keep a close eye on that Sacred Art.
Very interesting. But now, when you play your opponent's transcend cards, and if they transcend, they're gonna go back to your opponent's hand.
Yep, that is correct. So it's sort of a way around that if you don't want to get all the modes on Sacred Art,
Okay.
but
So
will
that's
be
a
something
special
Get
one
that
for
out
this
of
one,
here.
especially.
it's something the game needs to keep in mind.
I ain't
Just
playing
annoying
that.
Persuasive Prognosis coming in for one. One resource available on the side of Gabe.
Jacob in the background.
Use the equipment blocks yet. Probably
Yeah.
doesn't want to give up the Tunic or the Master of Recurring Nightmares this early in the game.
Yeah, and he took the Scale Peeler, so they won't block for much either. So he doesn't have that much available to him.
So you can see a Codex, a Persuasive, and a Weakest Link here.
Yeah.
Issue as well, if you block with something like the Persuasive, that's hitting the Banish Zone.
Oh, he had another card.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
Venomous Bites as well. Ooh.
Could lose all 3 codexes.
There's not a lot in this hand that he...
Yeah, certainly some premium cards there.
Yeah, and one of each color. So whatever the Omnit finds on top, he's going to be able to find in his hand. For the prognosis here. Giving Gabe a potential life gain back is not something you want to do this early on. And losing him that much momentum.
I mean, I don't think it's life gain that matters. It's the...
It's either or at this point, it feels like.
I prefer to not lose all of these cards from my hand and deck.
Yep, so the Venomous Bite going to be pushed in front here.
Does Gabe have it?
No?
It's
Okay.
just a preserved tradition. So we're going to pick an action card and put it back under our deck.
Oh, spooky.
It's going to be the Codex of Frailty. Good
I
pick.
feel Codex of Frailty just so much value. Always a pretty nice target here.
Definitely. Being able to tutor any card from your graveyard in the late stage of the game, so powerful. Also getting the Ponder to feed your arsenal can give you so much tempo back.
Again, leave it on the top and pass. I know the card.
So Gabe just choosing to filter that G out of hand by activating the hero ability there.
I'm surprised he didn't just set the chi.
Now, does have a hand cycle set up with 2 Chief later on in the game. See if the Tarek's able to track that. Could be relevant if he knows that, if you're coming in for a big attack on slide totals a little bit lower, knowing that you have 2 no-block cards in hand.
Yeah, that's what makes this matchup so difficult. Like, keeping track of your opponent's pitch deck, keeping track of your own pitch deck. That information gain in the late game is going to be super, super valuable, where you can navigate exactly what your opponent has and doesn't have.
Yep, I don't envy the players for that task. Just going to track what I have at breakfast in the morning. We're on 2 pitch stacks on both sides.
Same, that's why I'm not on this table. And
Maybe he just doesn't want to set the fight
Spider's Bite
over,
gonna come
but
in
like
for 1 here. Gabe has to
discarding
take
a
that forward
card
at
to
a
not
weak
have a
stake.
card to fight over seems bad.
yeah, Spider Bite went through.
Matter? No.
We're going to see so many weakest link pings on back and forth.
Maybe a little bit of mind games there, saying Spider's Bite comes in and he's going to close the chamber for Weakest Link.
Oh, yes, it matters. Okay, but you know my list. You know it does matter.
I really love the players having a good time, even though there's a lot on the line here in terms of money and having a shot at the top in the top 8. Still having a good time.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a tricky decision for Gabe here.
Part of the Sire. Probably a hiss.
It's like a Hiss. That would be his final copy of Hiss, though, and if he does defend with that attack, would be well aware.
Probably just more of a question of does he actually want to
It
take
looks like
6?
a hurl. Oh, I like the hurl tech though.
Yep, Hurl actually very nice, meaning you don't actually need to play something like Flick Knives in order to go...
Have the same effect.
Yeah, to go very wide in the late game.
Definitely. Like both the looking for scrap and hurls are some
It's
really
certainly interesting.
spicy
There's a
assassin
lot going on, but at the same time, nothing's happening, which is kind of weird.
This thing is super unresponsive.
Yeah, it's the double hurl on this hand. But there's no card with 0 blocks, so Tarek is not going to be able to pick one, but he knows exactly what's coming up.
Yep, so 2 red Hills, a Persuasive Prognosis. Out of Desire Mine there.
Kind, I'll be kind. Okay.
Gabe has decided that we're going to just play everything face up, because we already know. We saw Tarek do exactly the same earlier when Gabe played the Siren's Call, so Gabe is just porting back.
Great thing about Hill as well, you can just use it as a head jab effectively. Like, you don't need to blow up your dagger particularly this early in the game.
Nope. But maybe something he would have preferred to see later in order
I'm
to send
surprised he
someone this
didn't
dagger through.
And
Will be interesting
Block
to see if
with
he
one
wants
of
to
the
hold on to one of
blues.
these.
Here comes another one. No
I
shock
can
here.
understand
Not
not
Desire's not that
blocking
interesting, just throw down another head jab.
with both of them.
The question is if he's going to leave the prognosis in arsenal, maybe send a dagger.
actually, I'm gonna think on the attack.
Could send 2 daggers with the tunic, but probably want to keep the tunic around.
Yeah, and Gabe actually holding priority to consider if he does perhaps want a tunic, use this to blow up the Beckoning this way here.
Okay.
I mean, pretty early in the game, but maybe this is a tempo play, allowing him to run out both of the attacks in his hand.
Yeah. But also understanding that he only has 1 hurl left at his disposal. So if he want to send both daggers, then this is the time he'd have to do it.
In terms of the Persuasive Prognosis play as well, could look to lead with something like the Out of Desire Mine into a Beckoning this way to see what Tarek does and then go from there.
Yeah, definitely.
So on Tarek's side of things, it's like a pick up the pieces, the Oasis Respite,
We're
Venomous
running the
Bite.
Oasis, that's interesting.
Yep, and a Siren Song here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Siren's Call.
Yeah, it leads me to think that Tarek is just piling everything that he has into this matchup.
The Beckoning this way going to come for one.
Yeah, Tarek really likes this hand.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
so on
the
Tarek's side
graveyard
here,
checks on the
he does
last
have options
mirror.
like to pick the pieces and something
I
like
guess it
the
wasn't
Siren's
the mirror,
Call, see
but-
where the hand develops from there.
Yeah.
That was
But does he want to let this Beckoning Mislay hit, potentially
So
giving
much graveyard
Persuasive
checking.
Prognosis +1?
they're getting pretty low.
Yeah, he may be thinking, look, if I want to block this anyway, what's the difference between 1
Yeah,
and 2?
exactly. So he's going to give up the card. Either way.
Yep, gives up the Venomous Bite here. I mean, that hand was looking a little starved on resources.
Yeah.
Surprised they didn't do it the other way. Doesn't
The
it make
Black Player's
sense
actually working their
to
way
attack
through
with the other stealth card
Quite
there?
a number of attack and defense reactions here.
Yeah, and approaching
I
the
guess it's
half-life
take a card or
total here.
give a card.
Ooh,
Same
we see the
thing.
Bonds of Agony and just a nick in Gabe's hand. That is such
Okay.
a sweet combination.
And Gabe putting in the Arousing Wave here. Oh, and the Siren's Call coming down. Is that going to be able to pick up this Bonds?
Exactly, that's annoying.
Clutch play from Tarek here because that Bonds was about
He
to
does
get...
not know how important this Siren's Call was.
Yeah, that Bonds was about to get very, very nasty very quickly.
Definitely. With a just a nick, it's the best you
can't
can
do
ask for.
anything, right?
That's the
You
next
just show the
Tunic
hand.
available for the Arousing Wave.
Exactly.
What's there to think about? This just happens.
Oh, even had the path well traveled as well.
He had everything in this hand. Yeah, Tarek having a think here. What could your turn look like?
Yep, just what Tarek is thinking on this one, we want to point out that, you know, the Traverser universe is live now as well.
Mhm.
So
Just take the bonds, right?
I'm definitely keeping an eye on when that Traverse is pushed in. Probably going to look to see how many cards can I get into, you know, blue cards into graveyard into banish to make like the maximum use of that Sacred Art.
Yeah. Now there must be.
And Tarek having a solid think on this one.
But it must be the Bonds, right?
It feels like the Bonds is the
Clear win.
yeah, it's sort of the obvious pick, but hey, I mean these players absolute top of their game will know this matchup inside out.
Yep.
I mean maybe considering something like the Justinic as well.
There's the graveyard checking.
Problem is if you take the Justinic, you
You
still
don't draw the card, yeah.
yeah, and you still leave your opponent being able to go something like Bonds, Path of Wild Travel, Transcend.
Yeah,
You know, still threading off the Arousing Wave, off the Tostiletos.
indeed.
Feels like Bonds is the pick here.
You're good to. I'm good to resolve.
See what Tarek draws into here.
I'm gonna pick this up for my comfort, but if you ask me the cards, I'll tell you.
Ooh, it's a hiss.
Oh, his Oasis Respite.
This doesn't do anything unless our set does something.
Does he have an attack in arsenal? That's the question.
Oh, it's a
Is there
hiss!
something he can do with this?
Does he have illegal game action?
Yes, so far, I mean, not that much juice really in the hand. To be completely
No,
honest.
I think Tarek hoped for something else. He doesn't look that happy with this.
Just trying to call this.
Ooh.
That's still that
Ooh.
same red hiss in Arsenal from like
I believe so.
12 turns ago, or however long ago it was.
I haven't seen it yet, so I believe so. So then without an attack to send the hisses on.
Surprisingly, I have to think about this one.
So Gabe just having a bit of a think here.
Oh,
No, what else gonna go? Yep. Sirens 1. Sirens 2.
Yeah, but really interesting position to having this hiss in Arsenal for this long in the game. Haven't been able to find an opportunity to get good value out of it yet.
You know, it feels like, I mean, if we're correct and it is a hiss, it feels like Gabe potentially may have forgotten, you know, talking about how many sirens are available. I mean, there's so many things to think about in these new mirrors, I wouldn't exactly blame him.
The pitch stacks, the graveyards, what's available in your banished.
Tarek just sort of smiling away to himself there.
I'm curious what Gabe is looking for here.
So he's talking about sirens.
if it was a hiss, he could have burned it earlier, right?
Perhaps, I mean, if he has to
Like, he had
chances
chances to, didn't
things
he?
like defense reactions as well for his turn, but it's frailties.
He just chose not to because it was like,
Yeah, well, he lost the Bonds of Agony, so his
6
turn
block.
is not
so just technically wasn't efficient.
as offensive as it was prior to the Siren's Call from Tarek.
Sorry about that.
So let's see what we can do with this now.
Okay, so both the Arousing Wave and the Untold Slidos have been defended with on Gabe's side. So both those very much live.
Yep. Scale Peter coming through.
Yeah, now you have just to make an eradicate, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, the thing about the Eradicate here is with the if Gabe wants to follow up with Eradicate, which he does have that tunic available to correct the Arousing Wave if need be.
So that's
Can't
something Tarek
imagine
needs to
that
take
you
into consideration here.
Use gloves
Not going to be
here.
able, or he's going to be able to equipment block, but decides not to.
Hard to have. Yeah.
So probably not worth. I think Gabe making the decision. Probably not worth cracking the Arousing Wave just to banish one card off the top.
Right.
Now Tarek has that information that the Justinic is available in Arsenal. Ooh, and that's a Sacred Art drawn on Gabe's side.
That's it.
Ooh.
So it looks like a Commander Conquer, Bonds of Attraction, Sacred Art.
Bonds of Agony in the bot.
Was that another Bonds of Agony?
Gabe's like,
Oh,
can I
it's cute
please
too because
keep
he
this
can
one?
give that
This
attack
could be
go
a
again
huge tempo turn here
if he
he's able to hold
overblocks
his hand.
it, and then
Definitely.
just nick the
As
next
we know,
thing,
Nu has a lot of tricks.
or just
And most of those
banish
you don't
one of the
keep around.
cards from Tariq's graveyard and just nick
Absolutely
that
right there.
card.
I mean, I will be looking at the Traverse the Universe.
There's
turn
so
as
many
well,
ways
so
you can
Gabe wants to get
navigate
quite
this
aggressive with
hand.
it.
Ooh, that would be huge.
This is
I
one of
think-
the turns that if you're able to...
I think the plan is try to banish a card from Tariq's graveyard and then just nick that.
onto multiple cards and actually pull off... Oh, and...
Never mind.
We have a bond of our own here.
We have a Bonds of Agony
Son
on
of
the
a
other
gun.
side.
Not preempt by a beckoning with one,
Both of
but
them just looking at
Uh,
each other, just
Tarek gonna go ahead and
sizing
hand
each other up.
defense.
looking a bit cheeky. Gabe thinking.
That's so funny.
Also, you need 3 or more activates
No luck.
for attack reactions.
No,
Oh!
Okay.
You know what?
Gonna go again.
Well, this is massive, so giving this go again, now the Mask of Recurring Nightmares is available.
He's gonna go for it.
And this could get pretty scary
That's
pretty
2
quickly. for Gabe.
reactions. No. The traverse. Not the traverse.
Yep, so
Yeah,
just
there's
want
only 1 from the mask now. So need 2 more in order to get the bonds.
So if he wants to commit the hiss off the shield,
Probably.
Is that a Command and Conquer or the
then
bonds
first
in
of
the
all,
front?
Gabe gonna have to go ahead and banish a card from hand.
It's gonna be the CNCs, looks like.
And that's a big no blocks call.
Check counter. Make a slither. Use it.
Giving it go again.
Yep, double go again.
Thank you, Tarek.
Lucky guy, Tarek.
Yeah, go again does not resolve twice, so you don't get double action points, if only that was a thing. Yeah,
Okay, and that's gonna just go ahead and straight up connect here.
interesting call there by Gabe.
Oh my god.
Tarek agrees.
My thoughts exactly, Tarek. So some very nice targets here. Now, one thought on the side of so Bonds of Agony, Sacred Arts, and
Yep.
Bonds of Attraction here. Just thinking on Gabe's side.
Is Tunic
perhaps
up?
Thinking, look, I don't. No matter what you take, I have a pretty good turn with that Justinic, a really threatening one coming up at this point.
But we've seen already a lot of Bonds of Agony, so he's probably not too concerned to lose this one, this turn, and leaving with the Sacred Art and the Bonds of Attraction this turn.
Yep, so both players, have noted that Nu can, when they get down to about this life total, sometimes they're
Kinda
willing to take a
into
little
just
bit of
taking
damage in order
bonds.
to trade that forward momentum. Use their life as a resource in order to keep a hand, put your opponent on the back foot, and look to close out the game that way.
The
Exactly.
Sacred Art doesn't do anything on its own. We know this set. If he wants to just to nick the other bonds, okay, go for it, man. I don't care. Because like then his round is just like dagger into bonds and Okay.
Particularly with Gabe here knowing that Sacred Art Uncurrent Desires...
Yeah, the 7 damage is huge.
Knows that he has Chi and Deck. Perhaps making the sort of calculated gamble here, saying, look, I'm happy to...
Yeah, I feel like I would have blocked that weakest link way earlier in the game when our hand was like hurl, blue 3 block. So that way, when we take a play like this, we have the life to give up, and it's a little less spooky. That turn wasn't even that impressive. Like, we converted the 2/3 blocks into a dagger for 1 and a 3 block from his hand. Like, I at least block for 3 there, and just, like, we're at 18 instead.
Lose some of these cards from hand. I'm going to have a pretty good turn back, and we'll see what you want to do.
Then becomes the question if Tarek is even gonna send something Gabe's way. Deny him the ability to block with Traverse the Universe just to shut down. If he, for example, takes the Bonds of Agony, then he doesn't let him have the inner Chi from the Traverse the Universe block in order to fuel this turn.
Yeah, I just think I take my bonds.
That might actually be a nice play here from Tarek.
Yep, so Tarek may not necessarily look to get aggressive this turn, but just on Gabe's side, might have made the calculation that on a future turn, let's just traverse in front of something, start to get active with the game.
Okay, so Gabe only had played 1. He had 1 left.
I don't think you can use this go again. You just have to pass here.
So I'll be very interested to see here if Tarek decides to actually push another attack his way. He does not. He will not give him the possibility here. Very heads up play from Tarek.
Alright, here's a spice, though. Do you just pass? Just, nah, fuck you. I want to hold this Transcend card. Or just attack with the 0 for 1 and hold the Transcend card. That'd be kind of cheeky.
Yeah, so, I mean, Gabe just has the option here for a pretty good turn, right? Throw down the Bonds of Attraction, throw down the Justinic. Arsenal that Sacred Art.
I think he's doing that. I'm just going to hold this.
Well.
Whatever.
Exactly. So Bonds of Attraction looking for cards with
Also
the
lets
same
me just
color in order
cycle
to
out my
earn
arsenal,
life
set the
if it
Transcend card.
hits.
Just try to win the game off of that.
Some of these stealth cards can be really annoying with the life gain there. Like losing cards from your deck might not be the end of the world, but giving your opponent...
You can... block Hat, grab a Chi, play his Transcend card to either banish cards or make tokens. Then play your Transcend card, because you played a blue. You probably don't need the tokens, just banish cards. Maybe you need to go again. So you'd have 1, 2... 2 go-agains, plus your dagger demands a block.
Opponent a life lead.
No blocks.
Could be quite annoying.
Okay, no blocks, straight up. Here comes the Justinic. It's going to pump that all the way up to 6.
Yeah,
I do wish we were at 18 here.
Ooh, with the launch.
I'll pick something.
Okay, so not particularly massive hits there. But importantly,
Like
Gabe
a
gets
Sacred
to choose
Deed
a
name.
card.
Sacred Art, no. It's gonna elect the Bonds of Agony from Graveyard. It's gonna gain 2 life.
Now, the one thing about this play is, like, yes, you push 6 damage and banish cards, but you offered no disruption on that turn.
Yeah.
Definitely a very scary spot for Gabe here. Tarek, 5 card hand, still on 12 life.
Try to win the game next turn.
Can look to get quite aggressive here.
Tarek checking for the reacts possibly. Yep. We saw this so many times during the last game where the players just aggressively picking up each and one another's graveyard and banish, just making sure, have I seen all the things? Have I seen all the
Just
trades?
don't Arsenal Disrupt me.
Yep, and on
I
Gabe's
don't
side
care
here,
about anything else.
So you hold the line.
To hold the line.
So you hold the line in that
Also
Cosmic
make-
Awakening.
And the Bonds of Attraction looks like? Yeah.
So not the strongest hand, really.
I really like these Cosmic Awakening. They can come in for quite a punch if you manage to line them up. with your
Could
inner
actually
keys
Cosmic here
at the
for
late stage. But
for
as the life
15,
totals are looking
right?
now, I'm not super confident we're gonna get there.
you can block
Yeah, keep a
Hat.
very close eye on that Traverse. I feel that's going to be the key to the outcome of this game.
When we see that activation, it's gonna be all bells and whistles.
Play
Also, you see
Arsenal.
over on Tarek's side here, does have the Passover.
And
Then
the
you'd
Products of
have
Frailty and
2
Venomous Bite.
Chi, another blue, and Cosmic, right?
It's probably trying to get go again. And it's gonna be successful in that.
Is Tarek going to be able to transcend on this turn?
Ooh, and a double trouble.
A double
Looks like he
trouble?
is, so, I mean, pretty nice here. That double trouble is
Slam
actually already-
Hat.
And we go again.
With Go again, going to be able to go ahead and pass over, banish whatever card he wants from Gabe's graveyard.
Yeah.
It's
It has
so
access to something like
Jover.
Master of Carrying Nightmares plus the new hero ability.
Maybe you don't, because go
Probably
again?
Activate the Venomous
I don't
Bite
know.
and
I think I
swap
just
the
slam Hat.
power off. Then into Codex of Frailty, possibly. Also the path well traveled.
If you slam Hat, it also leaves you open to, like, okay, if he throws Arsenal Disruption afterwards, whatever, I'll just play my hold the line and then transcend from Arsenal and do all my modes here and just whatever. It's slightly less efficient, but you don't get my Arsenal, whatever, and then I'll do my things on my turn. It's just slightly less efficient. I just don't want to see a Weakest Link, I think, or a Siren's Call.
Passover.
Passover and the Venomous Bite as well.
Yeah.
Who actually
Codex.
doesn't necessarily need to go for the Passover. I mean, could just choose to
Arsenal.
drop the Venomous Bite here.
No, he wouldn't want to Arsenal it because the Codex is going to force him to discard it if he decides to play it.
I'm just trying to think through some alternate lines, potentially something like the Venomous Bite onto the Double Trouble, coming with the Spider's Bite into Codex. I mean, but the Passover does feel very good here.
Yeah, it depends how much Tarek prioritizes the Transcend here.
And the one thing going for Gabe on this turn is that, I mean, probably pretty happy to block with his hand.
Yeah, we're going to go for the Transcend. Then we're going to be able to activate Mask of Recurring.
You actually can just do it all. You can go Mask of Recurring into Venomous Bite into Codex, so...
Exactly. So this is going to be a huge attack here,
Nice view.
coming in from Tarek.
Yep, so Mask of Recurring Nightmare still has the one resource for the Venomous Bite, plus the Fang
Yeah.
Strike and Codex. A massive turn from Tarek here.
So the question is, do you want to ditch the Hold the Line?
And that's the thing, if he is going to go ahead and banish this Hold the Line, that's something relevant for later
later.
on in the game.
Yep.
This goes to 3, and then it goes up to 7.
Yep.
Eight.
It's going to activate the Double Trouble.
8.
Wait, is the attack reactions?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yep, so 8 go again on this Double Trouble, followed up by Codex.
Such a big turn here from Tarek.
I don't know,
Character
man.
really
I
good
would-
job
I
of
would've
choosing
slammed
his,
Hat.
his moment to pivot. I think some of this goes back to his choice from the Bonds Wagoning previously as well.
Maybe I'm a greed
Recognizing that he
monster,
takes the
but
Bonds Wagoning away from Gabe, that he's happy just to eat a little bit of damage in order to get tempo.
And tempo we do. Gabe down to 7. Finding the Justinic there.
That's the Justinic and out of Desire Mine gone.
Close the chain.
And Gabe already has an Arsenal, so he's not going to lose a card from hand, at least from this Codex, but... he's probably going to look at the Leave No Witness here. If we have one, yeah. So yeah, Leave No Witness is not something you want to see at this point.
Are we going to see the Traverse, or is he going to keep holding on to that? One thing to note as well, Eric, I'm not sure if we've seen a single surgical extraction on either side this game. Makes me wonder if like the players decided to side some number of copies out, just recognizing it's such a powerful card if it gets banished on one side or the other.
I had so many discussions.
I mean, we
regarding
saw the other day
that
what happens
with
when you leave
very
that in
good
the
players
matchup.
throughout the tournament this weekend, and it's a big debate, big hot debate. Is that something you want to leave in or take out? The argument here is that Surgical Extraction is such a good card on the offense, and if you take it out, you feel that you are lacking in the offensive capabilities, but at the same time, you run the risk of your opponents just snagging your Surgical Extractions away from you and pushing them right back at you, so it's a bit of a big win-or-lose scenario there.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think about levels of enlightenment. Not sure we've seen too
That
many
one,
cards played out. And that's the thing, we talked about the Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires, but you know, without access to some of the more sort of heavy hitters, more like, you know, heavy hitting cards, things like Levels of Enlightenment and Surgical Extraction, still a fantastic card, but not quite the, you know, absolute backbreaking one that it might be.
Indeed.
So, Gabe, we're going to put the hold line in front here.
I just don't understand why we're not hatting.
Trying to pick
This
a
would have
card.
been such a good hat turn.
Ooh, and we're going to play the Sacred Art.
Okay, so commits his own Sacred Art here. So is going to transcend one of the nice things about the, so basically getting around the lead note a little bit.
Maybe the
Yeah,
hat's
not losing that
overkill.
Arsenal. And instead able to play it.
So as it stands, he is going to drop down to 5 life, so he'll probably needs to make something happen on this turn.
So Hold the Line actually working out really nicely here, being able to transcend, or like playing transcend cards together with the Hold the Line on your opponent's turn. And sometimes be quite effective, as we see here.
So choosing to banish the Bonds of Agony, possibly a Persuasive Prognosis as well.
1 bonds, 1 persuasive. I get my tokens. Oh, those are the wrong
Take 2,
sleeves.
this triggers.
Oh, these are all in the wrong sleeves.
Yep, so Gabe just being pretty efficient with his card use here.
Yeah, no,
So
I'm.
this triggers, take 2. Go ahead.
Did you already mark life?
Feels like, you know, he didn't want to give up the Traverse, block an additional card from hand, just going
Yeah.
to go ahead and sort of dodge a lot of that Leave No Witnesses, most of the effects apart from the banish off the top.
Indeed.
So they're looking for a scrap.
Alternative
sleeves for these. I resleeved my deck and forgot to resleeve my tokens. They're
So one of the things you have to keep in mind when you resleeve your deck and playing new is that your tokens, like the Fang Strike and the Slithers, they need to be the same sleeves as your deck because they can sometimes find their way
That's true. Find their way back
to the
into deck.
arsenal, or you don't want to give away to your opponent that, yeah, you know what I'm putting in arsenal now.
Thank you.
I don't think he transcended, right?
Okay, so is Gabe going to be able to strip cards on this turn from Tarek?
I appreciate Tweak trying to be like, let's
Already
maintain
being down
board
at
state
5
here.
life, he has to make something happen in order to...
I appreciate the way he plays the
Yeah,
game.
so effectively just on the
Always plays a very clean
one
game.
card hand. So he's got the Slither, the Fang Strike, the Chi from the Sacred Arch.
Prefer it.
Right.
Feels like +1 card. So, I mean, Tarek does appear to be in the driver's seat at this point. 5 card hand, 7 life lead.
Yep.
Still has his mask available if he feels he needs to push that in at this point.
Yeah.
So 1 unknown card at this point.
Can we see what it is though? Oh, he's the Cosmic, yeah, right. So are we gonna see... We're gonna see a new activation here.
Oh, and that's
Leave the
leave.
Witness on top.
Yep, so leave no witness is not the card he wants to see here.
That works.
Just
I think these two are double safe. Oh, they're not.
going back to those sleeves again. Making
Yes.
sure that...
They're just fixing up the sleeves here.
Making sure that everything is correct here.
I get it.
Very
I don't
important
think
in
I've
these
ever
last
played
games.
against him, but I appreciate, like, every game I've watched him play, I appreciate
So the
for
ones
his,
that are
like,
actually pretty
very
threatening here.
clean
So
play,
Gabe still has
very
access to the
above
Rousing Wave
board,
and
very...
the Undertow Solido,
Let's
so he's
both
gonna be able
make
to
sure
get
we
that one
play a
online.
good game. Not everyone does that, so when I
Thanks,
see
like,
that,
that's
I
just what we're gonna
appreciate
answer.
that.
Okay. So there's gonna be some annoying on-hits at least.
Okay, he's gonna kick things off with the
It's one of those
Sacred Arch,
things, too, like,
Current Desire.
I always make a point of doing that
So
myself,
once played at first, it doesn't
and I
matter
know
if you
that,
can go
like,
back to Tarek's hand.
it is extra effort to do that, so I appreciate
Need
it
some
when I
of
see
the-
other people doing it, knowing it's extra effort that they're going through to do that.
That's what he's opting in for.
How you win
Just
matters.
to go even wider, presenting more on-hits. I wasn't sure how many attacks we
looks
have
like-
a victory.
Hurry up with the
Well,
I just wanted
resleeving.
to make things.
Yeah, we're going for the Slither.
Oh my
Well,
god.
Tarek's hand.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going with the bonds here.
I have 2 Fang Strikes and 2 Slithers and 1 unknown.
What an interesting hand
It's easier for both of us.
from Gabe.
Alright, let's go through all of this effort resleeving these cards,
Yeah, we
and
see
then just
TCG
put them
Player
face up on the table.
Doing work
What
here.
a
So Gabe
fucking
actually
waste
has
of
access to
time.
Another Bonds of Agony on the side, on Tarek's side. It's just a really tricky
Thanks, man.
one to,
Glad you're enjoying it.
hand for Tarek to navigate,
Definitely,
really.
definitely.
But we're working on a few more videos in the next
I love
week
these.
talking about
You get a taste of your own medicine.
getting into Fab,
What an absolute puzzle
barriers
this
of
time.
entry to getting into Fab, things like that.
So if we just like talk through a couple of lines here maybe that Tarek may be considering. Like if you do have the option of just saying, you know, eat your vegetables right away, I'll deal with it and just not block this one. Okay, but no, he's going to push the bonds.
I think they're going like
which,
above and beyond on just playing with their hands face up.
Banished and give him access to
I
another
don't
Bonds of
necessarily think that that's like what you need to be doing, but
We're gonna pump it up to 3.
just
We're
the
gonna
sheer
get the
clarity of how
+3
they're
from the
playing
Bonds
is
of Agony. It's
nice.
gonna pump up to 6. But Tarek,
So Gabe currently 3 over.
do we have a D-react to go with that?
Ooh, and it's
Ooh!
really nice being able to get rid of that grain that tips the scale as well. Get rid of that no block. in hand.
Huge!
Trying to find something that protects him side a little bit more. We have the lead witnesses that we knew. That we saw
This
earlier.
is 7, so he can't Fang Strike
Gabe's
it
new
over.
activation.
Still gets
Yeah,
to
so where are we going for now is the
throw
question.
this.
Yeah, we can also use
Here we
close
go
to shade.
again.
And Bonds of Agony number 2.
Dagger.
Indeed.
Gabe's still able, card in hand, a Rousing Wave up, Undertow Stilettos up. Gonna be able
Throw
to
something
threaten
else.
Bonds 3 times.
The
in one
dagger
turn.
has to get blocked.
Very interesting setup here.
And then he can choose to boots to throw another thing.
How is Tarek going to try to get around this?
There's the debate of not throwing the last attack so you can
Yeah,
keep
with
something
Tunic
in
of 3,
banish.
Tarek doesn't know if there's
Really
another
depends.
attack reaction.
So could choose to defend for 6 here.
Oh no, we have the arousing wave. Completely forgot.
So maybe so defend for 5 or 6 in this situation. Maybe just saying if you go for the third Bonds lane with no cards in
It's not
hand,
gonna do anything.
it's not the end of the world.
Exactly.
Resolves.
Wow, and that's another card put into the banish here.
Ooh.
Now begs the question, what does Gabe want to go for here?
Maybe even the Beckoning Mistblade. Pretty threatening at this point. Beckoning Mistblade still leaving 2 resources available between Tunic and this spare resource. Oh, actually, Frailty means he probably won't Beckoning Mistblade this turn.
Yeah, question is if we want to go with the persuasive prognosis. You have the possibility to
Oh,
practice
true.
Gyarados
There's a frailty.
to give it go again with a slither
The frailty
Play
being
another
facing that
bounce.
direction made me
Double
forget it
trouble.
existed.
with the arousing wave also. There's so many lines here.
Yep, so going to go ahead and lead with the persuasive prognosis here.
Yeah, Tarek is having a think.
Because does have the option to even potentially slither this if it is defended.
If this gets blocked, I
Follow up
don't
something
think
with
I
double trouble plus
slither.
arousing wave.
Yeah.
I think I just
Question is how much you
try
care
again
about this
next
on here.
turn. I already got all the cards. You're not making
Am I
enough
okay
damage
with giving my life the
progress.
possibility to gain life here? To better protect myself.
And Gabe's going to be able to pick up the mask here. That would be a pretty big win for him.
Definitely. And Tarek is contemplating it. Just to protect himself from the audience.
I like the mask block. It's done its job.
But it's a little bit of a gamble because only blocking with the mask. And if Gabe has the hiss in hand,
If he had
be
the hiss,
nothing.
he would have played it already.
yeah.
And this is going to
I
be
think
a
if
proto semi-final.
You're putting
making
your
decision.
opponent on hiss.
Yes.
The players really
You can suss
trying to
out that they
think this
don't
through
have
here.
it after they
Rightfully
didn't do it
so.
on your block 7.
It's the most nerve-wracking decision point here.
It's really tossing up if he wants to push in that recurring nightmares.
Whoop. Yeah, we're just gonna block with that. You know what? We're just gonna block with.
It's funny, he actually already knows about the
Right.
Leave No Witnesses
Okay,
because of the
anyone liking
reveal.
that? And actually, we talked about Tarek
Or is it-
changing life for tempo, and it feels like Gabe has managed
Or is it
to do a
another
really
Leave
good
No
job of doing the
Witnesses
same
on
thing here.
top?
Interesting getting.
Is that the one that was revealed? I
Arsenal
think
as
it
well.
is.
See if he chooses to arsenal it here. Yep, so he is.
So.
We do know he pitched that 2-chi together at one point. I mean, could that be something to traverse the uniform?
Yeah, it was that one.
Has the she in hand. That's one.
And
Cosmic
he
Awakening is
pocketed the
only 5.5.
Cosmic,
I mean,
right?
still a 5.
I think the equipment advantage for Gabe is actually really, really important at this stage, having
Oh.
access to both the arousing wave and the undertow.
Yeah, I think Gabe is just looking to try and get as much damage as possible out of this hand.
So good.
So the hit's going to come down here. That's the final copy. We do know he defended with Tapu earlier in the game.
Exactly. Giving it go again. This has 2 floating. For the weakest link to follow up. It's going to do a lot of damage this turn.
Oh, and banishing a
Ooh,
bonds of
another
attraction.
blue.
That's another target for the hero later on.
Tarek with an Onacious in hand. Does not want that weakest link to connect.
So good.
Yes, it looks like he hit the just.
Tunic is not on 3, so he can't play this Oasis comfortably either.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like he did have the.
I don't know about
Justin
these
at the end as well with
Oases.
Command and Conquer and
They
Fiend
seemed
Effect.
pretty clunky.
A blue. In fact, yeah.
So I mean, one option here potentially is the Command and Conquer, the Mask, and the Tunic. But the problem is there, the arousing wave. It's still there.
Exactly.
I mean, you could choose to then commit the Oasis, but again, then you've just given up all the tempo. You're down to 5 life. Gabe has another 5-card hand coming to you.
What a crazy turn of events.
Is that
here.
an
Gabe
inertia
was
trap?
able to find the craziest transcend turn, putting Tarek on his back.
Yeah, I mean, when you're resolving 2 Sacred Art Undercurrent
Yep.
Desires,
Yep. That's what happens. We're getting to the very nitty-gritty of life totals here.
so Tarek actually is just going to go ahead and block. Let's see if Gabe wants to pull the trigger on the arousing wave here.
Decides not to.
No.
Does not want to gamble if he finds a hit or not.
Oh, it's in
The
effect.
draw card doesn't really matter as he already has an arsenal, so
I'm gonna do it.
probably for the wisest.
Okay, so
I would like to see if you have any
and Tarek actually
Justin
manages
Nicks
to hold
left.
onto that Oasis Respite with Tunic up on 3.
It's a little bit of
suspicious.
annoying on Infect. This is coming in for 1, but one hit, you can get a blow drop.
Yeah, interestingly, perhaps something that factored into Gabe's decision. He said, look, Tarek knows I had this arousing wave up, so if he's only blocking for 6, maybe he doesn't have the no block. I don't want to commit this for nothing.
Very
But yeah,
suspicious
absolute spot bother if he
that you would
activated that
choose
arousing wave.
to
Definitely.
attack with this than the Command and Conquer.
So Tarek probably looking to set up that Oasis in his arsenal. Now Tunic on 3.
Oh, and it looks like we're back to that double Codex of Frailty, Justinic, and a Transcend card. The problem is that Cosmic Awakening is actually blocking off those codexes at the moment.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wait, is it a give the
committing
Cosmic
one to
Awakening
Codex
go again
as well.
angle?
Hoping.
Both
Doesn't have
players,
a pump.
both players tearing each other down.
They never play around the Cosmic with go
Yeah, I
again.
feel like Gabe was actually starting to edge ahead just a little bit, but now with Tarek able to set up that Oasis and Arsenal, Gabe's hand getting a little bit awkward.
Yep.
And critically, Tarek making the decision to hold onto that Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that's
he
gonna
can
be
hat
good.
here.
As we approach the later stage, we're passing the hour now on this game.
Fatigue's certainly a consideration for both players, but at this stage, not looking like they're in imminent danger just yet.
Yeah, but we should have reached the second cycle. Or we have reached the second cycle where we're spotting energies drawn from Gabe last time.
I think you just
So now it's a
block
matter
to
of
not die to Justinic here. Like,
who has the more oomph.
Yeah, I mean, I do really wonder.
You don't
if
see
Gabe is
it.
just looking to play
The way
towards
he
that
blocked
double
is
G
suspicious.
that he had earlier. Like once he draws those, pushing the Traverse the Universe, get all three.
We're seeing the traverse block.
Sirens.
This is the turn. There's also safing up a bit with the Codex of Frailty, just in case there is
Yeah, that's good.
an attack reaction coming. The Tarek is no.
I'm surprised he
we know,
didn't.
It's an Asia is comfortable.
It's Justinic in hand, right? Like, why didn't he just play it?
Okay, so the
Bro,
Traverse
why does he
committed-
not want to play his cards now?
And I
Just
believe
put
it was a
lethal.
path well traveled
Just do the damage.
in his hand.
Like, why do we even
Activating
want to
Nudo.
set?
Finding a blue infect.
I mean, you're banished. Sorry.
Like,
And really nice here to have the path well traveled to go on top of this.
oh, it's
And
Oasis?
Actually, and actually, Gabe
Okay.
managed to hold on to the Justinic in his hand, didn't he, as well?
Oh, we're deciding to do the Transcend card here.
Yep, so importantly, again, playing that first so it does not transcend and go back to Tarek's hand.
Great. Great pickup there by Gabe.
And this is really, really scary, but that Oasis Respite sitting at Arsenal could be absolutely huge here.
Yeah, because you look at it, we were about to play the Bonds of Agony, and then was like, no way. I'm gonna do the Transcend card first. Doing the Rising Sun, then draw a card, put the card back into his deck there.
So seeing actually on
We would just
Tarek's side,
Homage. We have Siren's Call, Weakest Link.
okay, so one no block card in hand. I think a lot of it is going to come down to the placement of the attack reaction timing versus the Oasis at this stage.
Yes.
Again, Gabe with the advantage of having the undertow stilettos and the arousing wave. Path well traveled is just absolutely fantastic in this point as well. An incredible sidestep opportunity.
Definitely.
What is going
Tarek
on with the
knows.
camera?
About the possibilities of having the Go again available. But having that Oasis in Arsenal is really going to give him a lot of comfort.
So actually going to go ahead and put 2 cards in front of that here. And the path well traveled, what a sidestep!
Giving it Go again that way.
Okay, so it's committing. Okay, but no, actually, ignoring the sidestep, just going all in for the Justinic and the arousing wave here.
Makes sense. Give me another card.
How much is this going to be? It's going to be 10. 'Cause we're blocking 6 right now.
Yep, so
We still have the Oasis.
Oasis Respite.
0 resources floating.
And Gabe is committing a lot on this attack going out so tall. As he
Yep, so
possibly
Gabe
can.
actually electing not to maybe take full advantage of that sidestep and go for something like the Infect instead. Just committing all in.
Yeah, life.
Ooh.
Oh, and that Oasis is just so much value here.
I don't think it
We're blocking
matters.
Exactly 10. This is huge.
So currently, Exacties, and on top of that, gains the life to go up to 6.
That's very annoying for Gabe. He was
Yes.
really hoping for this one to connect.
Only
Gabe
one
should
card
go
left to
there, but-
block with.
Perhaps considering maybe I should have just taken advantage of that extra 5 points of value. So it still has access to the Double Trouble and the Infect.
Yep.
cards left in hand is 2. 2.
You just
Taking
have to
this way
block
really nice
this.
here with the new hero ability active.
Yep.
Effectively turning this into a must block.
Are you supposed to do this the other way around? Doing it this way just says block your mask on this. And then now my tunic can actually block the next thing. I think this is wrong. Like, make him waste the 2 block on the dagger, then throw the other dagger.
Man, I'm on edge on my seat here.
Yeah, but Tarek just baiting that full commit on the bonds perfectly there.
Yeah.
Overblocking for 6, kind of indicating that like, I don't have to react. I'm scared about this.
Exactly,
And then,
exactly.
yeah, Gabe sort of giving up the potentially 5 points of value that he could have sidestepped into there.
I think you just, like,
But
gave
in
your
saying
opponent
that,
one
yeah,
extra
still
block for no
good
reason.
Position here. Tarek down to 2 cards in hand.
Definitely.
Beckoning Mistweight is coming in. The Undertow Stiletto is still available with a... Yeah, so, with the Tunic resource available.
Mm. So
So,
blocking 3 here. Making sure we don't get hit by more than one attack more this turn.
And this is big. I mean, that Double Trouble, the Tunic plus the Undertow Stilettos is going to pump this up. I mean, Tarek almost certainly going to have to commit some equipment at this point.
Definitely. It's time to try and stay alive.
Oh, and the Scale Pillar!
Yeah, it's only blocking for 1.
So this actually could be very, very close to lethal here. So this is going to come over for 2, dropping down to 3.
Yeah, if he just blocked this the other way, he takes no damage. He puts Mask in front of Dagger, eats the Dagger -1 to equipment, so now his Tunic can block for 1 in the next thing. Block 3 on the Double Trouble. If he wants to react to give it go again, which he has to, you fully block that, take no damage, and then he can block Tunic on the next thing.
So the Infect actually only going to
So he just took an extra 2 damage for no reason.
Present hand is just the 1 card still.
Yep, so the Infect going to come down for 1, and that's going to connect here.
No, it's not. You just block Tunic.
No, he's gonna block 1 with the Tunic there.
Oh, right, yep, sorry, forgot about the Scale
Healer was one of the
Pillar.
first.
Scale Pillar was used up here.
Yep.
So, importantly, Tarek able to hold on to that Transcend card, which he would have had to pitch towards the Blood Rod.
Exactly.
I don't know if you can win the game from this spot, but that's like definitely a game-losing
Say
misplay.
Gabe in a dominating position at this point. Still
Yeah,
has a-
very interesting turn of events here, as Tarek was comfortably in that seat just like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, and they're looking for a scrap. So good here.
Yeah, Tarek used Arsenal passing, giving Gabe all the opportunities here.
No equipment available for Tarek. The Beckoning Mistblade is super threatening as well, but they're looking for a scrap. Perfect card in this situation. And I love this attack. Yep, gonna pick
Very,
up
very
the
strong
frailty.
here. Tarek respecting the beckoning here.
And at this point, Gabe just looking to cross his T's and dot his I's. He can see the semi-final insight.
Gabe just needs to sequence this.
Looking for a scrap, gonna power through for 5. And
Should have it
Tarek?
one.
So Tarek with another Codex of Frailty in hand, Bonds of Attraction, and a Persuasive Prognosis.
So 5 go again here. Tarek at 3. Gabe with 2 cards left in hand, 1 in Arsenal.
I mean, the problem with Tarek here as well, if you just put 1 card in front, you're really getting yourself set up for that dagger lock.
Yeah, not the position you want to be in this quarterfinals.
So down to 1. Is Gabe going to be able to close it out this turn? Tarek able to defend for 5 from hand. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
he's
Scale
gonna have
Pillar.
to break the scale peeler.
That's going to pick up the Codex.
4.
Gale Life.
We have the homage.
Oh, okay. I mean, Hamad's actually really clutch here.
Yeah, so he's gonna take the 1.
Which you just wouldn't have to play
Eradicate.
here.
Coming
If
in
you
for
just
4,
played
that's
this
another way to
differently.
whole hand.
That's going to take the final 2 cards from Tarek's hand here, and Gabe just in an absolutely commanding position at this point. Oh,
We're giving the game.
gives him the fist bump, and that's game.
That's
Alright.
game. Gabe takes it.
Alright. Let's go to the alternate timeline where we have 2 more life here and an homage set. So we'd be at 3 after this dagger, right? Oh no, it was homage on the dagger. So we're at 3. He's attacking with the dagger. This doesn't matter anymore. Go to 2. He attacks with this. We're at 2. He still has a card, but you can't really play around it at this point. Whatever. Block for 3. Take 1, mill a card. Yeah, he did. He transcended, and he had it a couple times. I think he had it like twice. I don't know if you can win from this spot, but you at least still get to like play this codex out, right? Like, gain a life, go back to 2, play codex. Hope that can do something here. Probably not. Like, you probably still lose the game if he just says no blocks to the codex and loses his arsenal. Especially with there still being a hurl left in the deck, I believe. Sure. So, like, if the hand is poop soup next turn, there's hope. The thing is, that if he can't spend all of his cards, he's just going to block whatever you attack with there, right? Like, so then the daggers aren't really as big of a deal because he's just going to spend his cards on defense. So you're, like, still giving him value on his cards. It just matters, like, what are the other cards? Can he do anything with the rest of his hand? Yeah, I don't know if you can still win from here. It's you have a shot at winning this game at least if you make that other block. There's a chance you can win and try to pivot off of that. Like, if all he does is play a blue stealth attack and you can block with 1 card and go next, and now you have 3 cards and your opponent's at 6, and maybe we can get something going here. Yeah, I think he like navigated this game really poorly. I think he like made the best out of a bad situation on a number of the turns, but I think he put himself in that bad situation by the choices he made with his arsenal usage. I really think that E strike at the beginning of the game decided the entire game, which is so funny.
At this point. Oh,
We're giving the game.
gives him the fist bump, and that's game.
That's game. Gabe takes it.
Wow, and that game, that is an absolutely classic assassin.
Unfortunate.
There are so many.
Lots, Brian. We didn't see it come into play very much in his first
Oh!
match, but it
Actually,
might
a little awkward Ponkage
Yeah.
in that match, but still Bartosz able to find the victory despite that.
especially since it is like that. Drawing a Transcend
A blue short.
go with it.
I don't think so, Ponkage. I think it is the Transcend card, but unfortunately a blue short this go around. Going to kick things off with red 100 wins. Now, it's not bad to stash that blue in Arsenal. Not a disaster scenario. You would prefer to go ahead and Transcend on turn 1, but at least it was drawn early.
Potentially allowing Bartosz to filter a little bit is Pudding comes. So if you're in Bartosz's seat, you have to imagine Pudding is just trying to fish, trying to bait out, maybe gamble that you have a few too many no blocks, maybe leak some damage in, because he's not going to let you just filter one card. He's going to take more cards from you.
Tiger Swipe going to be the defense here.
I'll also say, like, I'm saying, you know, what people should or shouldn't be doing. It's tough when you're on stream. There's a lot of pressure. It's not just belittle anyone in their plays. Like, I can't say that I've ever played perfectly on stream. I think I have thrown almost every game on stream. So if I'm being critical on people, just know I'm not saying it like I'm perfect. We're just talking about the games, just trying to think through what decisions could be made.
And it is going to be a red pitched for this Chase the Tail. So only the Transcend card remaining in Pudding's grip.
Interesting choice by Pudding to pitch Mauling Chi to send the Chase to Tail instead of the reverse. Now Mauling Chi would be, one more damage represented, but either way, you're probably taking 2 cards from Bartosz. But this tells us he's trying to keep Mauling Chi in his deck over the Chase the Tail, or he's prioritizing Chase the Tail in his graveyard for a potential Bonds target in the future over having Mauling Chi in the graveyard for a Bonds target.
So Pudding does go ahead.
Are you even supposed to attack there in the mirror if you're not transcending? I guess you're digging towards your transcend, right? Like, but that's like parody Gravefill, right? If I feel like giving the defender the filter if you're not doing anything with the filter is more beneficial to the defender, right?
Head and Arsenal that Transcend card. Turn passes back to Bartosz.
So pretty strong graveyard for Pudding, already 100 wins and a Chase the Tail. 2 very, very effective graveyard targets for the Bonds.
His Gravefill's better?
Looks like
Okay.
He has actually drawn a natural Descendant into Bonds, something that doesn't happen very much anymore with the Bonds ban.
Couple blues in hand as well. And I'm not seeing the Transcend card from Bartosz yet. He does have a This Round's on Me, Blue Descending Gust Wave, Bonds, and Chase the Tail. So Bonds line available potentially.
Okay, that's fair.
A little early, but you're going to need to make something of this turn. So I suspect that's the way we're going to go.
And Pudding okay. Smiling the Transcend card. Little does he know Bartosz
Well, guess I'll
actually
die.
doesn't have it.
But he's going to be pretty happy to see where this turn ultimately goes.
Both players drawing the natural Bonds line back to back. Pudding drew his own version. Of course, he drew the reds.
Just
Bartosz.
100 wins here. And when Pudding sees that, that's going to bode pretty well. I think that's going to set up some alarm bells that things are going to break a little bit in his favor.
Bartosz once again not able to transcend early. Whereas Pudding with his hand, we know he'll be able to transcend early. So once again, but we've seen Bartosz come back from this. Remember, in his first quarterfinal.
Yeah, facing a very awkward hand.
Yep, and the opponent transcended first, but Bartosz still came out on top on that game. And sometimes you get to go second. Going second can give you the advantage you need to overcome the deficit of not being the first one to transcend.
Okay.
Facing down natural Bonds here.
Thank you. So it's 4 go again.
No loss.
And Pudding content to just go ahead and take here. Has a nice hand set up to come back with of his own. 100 wins, just doing its best head jab impersonation. No blocks again. Zephyr Needle is the call here. Good spot for the Zephyr Needles. You've already seen a lot of no blocks from your opponent. Just break from the course here and try and break these needles. It's so tempting every time. But I have to say, every time I see someone overcommit to a Zephyr Needle break, they get so punished.
And we saw that happen in the quarterfinal as well on Bartosz's first real turn of the game. Both his needles blown up on that awkward out of war turn, but
Didn't matter.
yeah, didn't matter. Didn't need to swing them again.
Pudding put to the test here. Needs to decide if it's worth going ahead and popping this needle. And you see him reaching for the bonds. Now that is replaceable. We believe a Transcend card in Arsenal. So this does not take him off the bonds line for the turn. Perhaps this is redundant bonds here.
Would be a very, very disciplined block by Pudding if he chooses to give up a natural descent in bonds line to blow up a Zephyr Needle. Very
careful.
decision. Yeah.
Hmm.
You don't want to just give up aggression like that for free either.
Putting the Ninja Master. 5 sleeves at the ready. Of course, he's got those famous self-reflecting sleeves, the Pudding Katsu sleeves that he famously played in his world.
Very, very controlled, though.
Would you say wants to make this block with the bonds, is going to finally commit to it, and cracks that Zephyr Needle, and this one's going to get through. So Bartosz down to 1 Zephyr Needle. Does Arsenal a card here, 32 to 40. 5 totals in Bartosz's favor.
So no turn 0 Transcend for Bartosz. And getting 10 damage through a quarter of Pudding's life total already.
You have the blue card to cook off the turn here in the form of Harmony of the Hunt.
And here we see Pudding get rewarded for that turn 0 play, sending the Chase the Tail instead of the Mauling Chi. He's representing right now, he's going to have access to 2 Tigers to banish to the Bonds of... so he can banish the Chase the Tail in the graveyard to the Bonds of Ancestry, and then have 2 Tigers to really resolve the Chase the Tail. All from that turn 0 block, choosing to send the turn 0...
What do you think is the correct block?
Chase the Tail instead of Mauling Chi on that turn.
I have no idea here.
Knew it, had the foresight that he would want this combo card in the yard instead of the Mauling Chi.
Harmony of the Hunt does come through.
Okay, reasonable.
We are going to Transcend. Rising Sun, Setting Moon, a second Transcend card drawn here. That's just going to head back to the bottom.
Going to be redundant here.
And yeah, second one.
Chi provided for Pudding. That is going to go ahead and unlock.
Yeah. Sorry.
That extra resource on Kasaya as well, perfectly fitting an extra needle into this turn cycle, giving us all the resources he needs. 3 resources, 1 for Descendant, and 2 for each needle.
There is that Descendant kicking things off.
Is there any point to breaking
Pudding's
chain there?
hand basically face up here. Both players know Tiger from the Harmony of the Hunt and the Chi from the Transcend of Bartosz can effectively completely math out what Pudding's turn is going to be.
Here is the Zen activation. Tiger 2-hand. Gonna go get red bonds.
Just making sure he has a Chase the Tail as well to get off of the bonds.
Yeah, is going to deploy that bond, shortcutting a little bit here and setting aside that Chase the Tail.
Saving all of us some shuffle time.
Here comes bonds 4-4. Nothing really changing in terms of Bartosz's analysis. Like you said, this was all pretty face up, pretty predictable.
So Pudding will have to give up 1 needle to pay for the Chase the Tail, of course. So looks like this turn just going to be 1 needle alongside the Chase the Tail with both Tigers. Just have to commend him for that turn 0, honestly. Just getting Chase the Tail in graveyard, recognizing which one's the more powerful graveyard target for a future Bond's turn, and instantly rewarded on the following turn. It's these small little efficiencies that we see Pudding gain that really showcases his ninja mastery.
You also sound tired while playing.
It's a great call out, Bonkage.
No block.
Is Zen a deck capable of producing
3.
huge numbers? Unquestionably.
You always
Deck
sound
still
so
requires a
sleepy when
lot
you're
of
playing.
pilot to be played at this level. Unquestionably.
I was joking about that the other day when you were
smart optimization.
when you were
paid off
asleep.
time and time again.
You were asleep when I was streaming or whatever.
There is that expected Tiger coming down. 3 more on offer. And you see Pudding's reaction to the stride. That means a Crouching Tiger headed to Bartosz's hand.
EP
Perhaps a
boy.
portent of an Art of War on the return.
It's like a herald almost when the stride comes onto the field, just heralding that as an Art of War about to come Pudding's way on the following turn. Luckily for Pudding,
Block
though,
boots.
no Transcendia
Wake
from
up.
Bartosz's side, so Traverse not going to be part of this offense.
I don't want to die.
Pudding afraid of what Bartosz has to offer.
Double or triple Art of War.
I
will
love the
say,
blue pitch
I'm not sure I
guys.
see the Transcend card yet in Bartosz's hand. So if we're going to do it here, we may be doing it without a Zen activation.
Or a potential dig for a Transcend off the Art of War. He did mention in his interview that that was exactly why he did that first awkward Art of War, to dig for a Transcend because his opponent had Transcended before him, and he just felt the pressure. And over here, putting the Traverse on the blocks.
Yeah, and also putting in that Kasaya as well. And that tells me Pudding is ready to go ahead and get a Zen state.
I'm going to assume that I'm dead and
I wonder
block
if that's going to change things at all for Bartosz on this turn.
And we've seen him do this, very aggressively activate the Kasaya for its honestly lesser used ability in the creation of the Zen State token. We saw him do that in the quarterfinals against Lavaya as well.
That's when you just
Block it, I suppose.
call him a
Tiger
clown
comes
by
in
not
here, chase
presenting
the
lethal.
tail. 2 resources available.
Here?
Yeah, like, joke's on you, my turn was mid.
Looks like it is time
Got him.
for this Zen state.
So I want to make this on stage, right?
Yeah. Try it. Sand state.
So it looks like Bartosz on that is using the equipment in ways we don't typically see, Brian.
Idiot.
Activate the Kasaya
My
very,
turn
very early.
sucks.
And we saw Bartosz
Clown.
try to reprisal, not for an Art of War. Yeah. This is the expertise. This is a mastery that both these players are showcasing.
This is really, really interesting. I wonder if maybe Pudding baited a little bit. If you know the Art of War isn't coming, do you still want to go ahead
Agree.
and use up those 2 critical pieces right now? I could see the answer still being yes, frankly. I think this has been a very cleanly defended turn and allows Pudding to go ahead and maintain some of that tempo. Maybe be the first to strike with Bartosz in a range where he has to commit cards just to stay alive. That's a really powerful position to enter in an aggro mirror.
I'll tap one on Needle.
EP Boar.
Needle just coming in for 1 thanks to that Zen State.
Zen State persisting for so long is so powerful. Here is, again, that Shuko-empowered Crouching Tiger, and that means the prevention of Zen State not going to be available. Closes things off with a Mauling Key here. And a solid turn, and I still, despite the way this played out, despite the fact there was no Art of War, I still agree with
Isn't that still 5?
aggressive usage of the Zen State here.
Isn't that still take 5? Am I missing something? You said take 4? But you have
I think it
the
is
hit
allowed
trigger?
to go ahead and kind of stay.
Oh,
on
right,
front
the
foot in
Zen
this
stops the
matchup,
hit
whereas
trigger.
He would be falling very far behind at this.
Just pop the sand stage.
And meanwhile, Bartosz's Traverse still not live. Also need to point out that Mauling Chi, if the combo effect was active, but the Zen State did prevent the on-hit of that 1 damage. So effectively,
I'm
inactive
badge.
Mauling Chi, and Pudding just goes ahead and Arsenal set up very defensively for the Zen State.
Bartosz, again, no Transcend cards. Still has not Transcended, has seen many cards thus far, and just not finding the pieces. And it's just going to be a Command and Conquer pitching 2 reds. And the pace of this game, a game that we said would be extremely explosive.
I don't think it's a waste of time. You're just giving him
dramatically at this stage.
You're giving him information on how to properly block. Like, what if your turn isn't good enough there? You know, like, what if he decides? What if he decides based on what you did there that it just wasn't worth him even doing the Zen State, and he's like, oh, well, actually, my hand is good enough to just kill you. I thought you were going to Art of War kill me, but you didn't Art of War here. Huh. I guess never mind, kill you instead. Like, you like force him to do it there.
Is to get the Transcend off. He Arsenaled Ancestral Harmony.
Yeah.
And chose to pitch 2 reds.
Exactly.
Command and Conquer. He had the line to Needle into Command and Conquer, perhaps baiting a block on the Zephyr Needle as well, and then punishing it with a Command and Conquer afterwards. Instead, choosing to forego the Needle this turn, and Arsenal, the blue card, is expecting to see a Transcend card. There's 9 in the deck. He's just setting himself up for success that needs to turn this Traverse online.
Odds absolutely in his favor at this point, and I think Ancestral Harmony, one of the most powerful possible Arsenal cards you can have in this deck.
And also very critically, when you don't go wide like this, you're really making Pudding perhaps regret the creation of the Zen State token. He got a lot of value in the previous turn, but this turn not so much.
He's just, like, literally not committed. Like, how is he so committed? He put his armor in front. He could just change his mind. He picks up the Chi. What if he just, like, has Art of War set right then? He just goes, oh, wait, your turn sucks. Block boots kill you. There's just no commitment right now. As soon as you break chain and force him, now he's committed. Make him commit. I think you're interpreting that wrong.
Brian, it's just 1 attack.
Brilliant shift in strategy from Bartosz, setting up for future turns that will not be blunted by that Zen State. Yep.
There's a chance that he just wasn't supposed to do that there.
It's like a needle turn here from Pudding. There is the Transcend card. Finally,
He might have tossed the game.
Also has Descendant in hand, as well as that all you got to go ahead and clean up this needle perfectly.
here we might finally see the tech piece about Bartosz brought in for this matchup really reward him. Going to blow up the needle, won't even cost him a card from hand, and look at Pudding's expression, knowing he just got a little bit blown out from this tech piece.
We call that a mirror breaker, Pankaj, a huge edge gain from Bartosz.
So you were committed for him.
Speaking of transcend payoffs,
It was a
Bartosz
mutual
also holding
commitment.
onto Wind Chakra in his hand. If you have
It's nice to know
transcended
that you
Wind
guys have a
Chakra,
relationship
basically
like that.
Nimblism, that's a blue block 3.
Mauling Chi just comes through unhindered. Bartosz falls to 16, but things firmly shifting in his favor on the back of that all you got. Full grip here, ready to transcend finally, as well as Ancestral Harmony out of the arsenal.
He needs to stop doing that. He keeps doing the thing where he's just like, I need my last card to be something specific, and then draw, and it bleeds info on his hand.
For Pudding.
So the Transcend card in his hand does require an active chain link.
That's like a
Is
really
green that
big
takes the
leak.
scale, so won't be able to just Ancestral Harmony and Transcend immediately. We'll need to get an attack.
He did that in
onto
the
chain. So
other
you have to
game
wonder,
that
maybe
was
he's looking at
streamed
the blue
too.
Descendant instead to be what is going to be his first blue played to enable Transcending.
What is he pitching in that case, Bonkage? Because I believe the other blue
While you're
hand- oh,
tanking,
he's
I'm
got
going to go to the
chakra.
bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Or you could just Ancestral, and if he hits something off the top.
Sure.
Oh, never mind. It's go time.
Let's take a look. It's going to be a miss. It's going to be an homage. Pudding very happy to get away with that one. Still, unfortunately, off from Ancestral Harmony to deal with in this case. Kick things off with the Descending Gust Wave. It is going to be the Wind Chakra pitched. Descendant comes in for 2 here.
No reactions from Bartosz. Yep.
If you mind it, I don't mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is going to potentially cost Bartosz a point here. You can, of course, still go ahead and play Brain after the reaction step.
It's a bit too quick on the no reactions there.
But Pro Tour Championship on the line. Have to play clean. Have to play clearly. Have to play precisely. Our judges on the table, ready to sort it out.
You were very committed to the no reactions as well, I see.
Well, anyway, I'll play it.
Yeah.
It's like the window was passed, no reactions was called.
Down the life when you right away wanted to play. That's it.
Yeah, I want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
play that in the reaction step. Okay, so it will go up to 3.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Allowing the space. Okay.
Okay.
So nothing had changed fundamentally about the game state. Judge will
I
go ahead
can't
and
believe they
allow
let you have that.
Grain to buff by 1.
Did they let you have that and have the extra
Activate.
damage? I can't believe they gave that to you.
Grain to buff by 1. Zen activated here. Going to go ahead and find that bonds, of course, and we'll find probably the second piece while we're...
That just, like, shouldn't be allowed under new rules. Like, in theory, you have a card that you want to play in reactions. In this situation, that's obviously not the case. You're playing a Grain, Tips of Scale, and Zen. Like, it's not like you're playing New or something like that where it matters. But, like, in theory, you could say, go to no blocks reactions, I have no reactions. And then when you find out that they also didn't have reactions, you go, oh, wait, no, I did want to actually react here, but you already passed. You fished for info and then played your reaction. That's just not how the game works. You gain an unfair advantage in the window in which you're allowed to play your card. Obviously not the case here. It's just fucking 1 point of damage and your vanilla damage. It doesn't matter here. But in a different, like, we're talking about, like, Dory, or we're talking about New. Like, these things matter. This is not how the game is played.
We're in there.
3 resources floating. Sometimes Zen can struggle to use all those resources, particularly when
Actually, good example in this matchup. What if he had a that all you got that he wanted to play there, and you fished out that he doesn't have that there? That's like an actual reason to say no reactions there, and then go, oh, well, now that I know you don't have it, I'll play it, or something like that. Or actually, no, that's a bad example, because you would want him to play it there because now he doesn't draw the card. But I don't know. You see what I mean?
the needles has already been blown up.
Yep.
And
Oh!
that's a scary moment if you're on Pudding's side. You see Aspect of Tiger, you're thinking, is that Chase the Tail?
The
Lost
Ninja
unknown
Goat
card.
himself has joined the chat.
Destined to be buffed by that Ancestral Harmony as well.
And we just have to call out
American
Ultimately,
Ninja
Ultimate
himself.
Mountain, quite a sizable offense on this turn. Still has that traverse up,
Yep,
Brian, and now he
finally
has transcended.
Yeah, I think things have turned firmly in Bartosz's favor at this point.
What'd you search?
on the back of a bit of a quasi-bait, I would say. I wouldn't quite go that far as say that was the intention of the play that Bartosz made, but the unorthodox usage of the strides to go ahead and just get that Crouching Tiger to empower the turn, not to...
Yeah, in this situation, it doesn't seem like it's fishing. I think we all know that in this case, it's not a fishing scenario. Like, it's Zen, it's grain tips to scale. Like, there's nothing to fish for. But that's just like, it's a reaction thing. You can't, now that I know you didn't have a reaction, go to reactions.
We'll have to see whether that aggressive use of Kasaya is going to come in bite pudding later on. Meanwhile, does still have Stride available, and have to point out neither player has resolved an Art of War yet.
8, 12,
Fantastic point, Bonkage.
14.
Ancestral Harmony available in hand for pudding. I wonder if you're at the state where you were saying, maybe I just need to gamble on this card a little bit.
No. Actually, no. That example does work. Maybe we were trying to bait him into playing it, and then... oh shit, he didn't actually have it. Well, now I did want to play this, but I missed my window. That's not a good play, but that's a thing that someone might want to do.
On my hand, or do you think you can still defend effectively for a few more turns and try and find a window back into this game?
One thing you can play for is you can conserve your life total and don't give your the opponent an opportunity to block with the Traverse the Universe. If you are sensing they're going to get off an Arsenal, Zen is prone to some breaky hands. If you just don't give them the chance to block with Traverse, maybe that's putting his way back in this game. That's definitely something he's considering.
So many Transcend cards left in the deck at this point, though. I'd be concerned about just giving Bartosz unlimited time. It feels like you're being attacked on two fronts, if that's the approach you take.
13
If you're waiting for your Art of War draw, though, since you still have Stride of Reprisal up, could be the out. But of course, to your point,
like the boots block, baiting, putting into blocking armor there.
That sort of strategy.
And he can find his own Art of War
I think
in that time.
pudding tossed the game.
Create one of those explosive turns that Zen is known for. Just 100 wins committed to the defense here. And 3 damage leaks.
This block right here should possibly tell Bartosz the mindset that Pudding is in right now. 100 wins, comes in for 3, only blocks for 2. But Pudding has chosen to put it on the combat chain as a defending card.
Yeah, and it looks like Pudding is trying to put together a return fire here. That's the path he has taken, trying to preserve some cards in hand. The Crouching Tiger is going to empower a Chase the Tail, coming in 4-5, and then that last Crouching Tiger will be buffed by the Chase the Tail. This one is going to get a card from Pudding's hand, it looks like. 3 more block committed, 2 damage leaks, Pudding falls to 12. Crouching Tiger fired off for 4 here, buffed by the Shuko.
You're not supposed to needle here, right?
It's okay. I'll just hand. Yeah, I should.
Yep, Shuko should have been triggered on the first Tiger because of the blue descendant.
Outcome.
Come on, Bartosz.
Yep.
One from here, right? So yeah.
Wake up!
We just add up to here. Is it possible to just add up to here?
Outcome will
So on the one hand, we have Tariq playing a very clean game. On the other hand, we have Bartosz. Buddy.
Same, but you have to wonder, Brian, it's a bit of the fatigue setting in on these players. It's two grueling days. Flesh and blood.
Into the 3rd day now of competition. Nerves extremely high, fatigue extremely high, and not the deck kind, the kind that comes from playing Flesh and Blood for many, many hours a day.
It's not a main. Yeah, it's not a main, so...
Judges will be there to sort this out. Shout out to our judges to help us clean
I don't care.
up these sort of game states.
I don't know if they were...
Very, very critical.
I know what it's like.
These matches.
Your brain turns off. That's why I yelled at you, like, hey, you should go watch their games instead of just wandering around. Because, like, your mind will get out of the game.
Maybe find that Art of War, have the Stride of Reprisal for that turn. That could be the returning salvo he's looking for. You have to wonder, the last card he's holding on to, is he saving that as a block for the Zephyr Needle to blow it up?
Yeah, no.
It does look to be the case that Harmony's going to be committed to the Needle. Bartosz
Are you supposed to needle there? Like, it's so obvious that he's just throwing cards in front, and then you have the dollars floating for the needle afterwards. I feel like he wants to blow up the needle there. If he had a 2-block, I feel like he would have just thrown it on the 5 anyways, just to guarantee. Like, what is he doing with a 2-card hand? Who gives a fuck? Yeah, exactly. I want him to swing also. Exactly. And if he's just going to go into this I'm not going to swing at you strategy, then I don't want to throw away my needle. I need my needle to close the game.
Once again, without weapons, putting with only an arsenal here. Does thankfully not have to trigger the traverse here. Begging for a brick hand from Bartosz.
Yeah, this is the turn that I also... This is where I started watching when I was at the event. I think you're supposed to set this levels.
There's still a line here. There's levels go again to CNC. It's not amazing.
Can redraw potentially off that this round's on me. Yeah, I wouldn't call this a brick.
You needed to set up for a 5-card hand.
And putting with a very heads-up line, just saying I do not want to give my opponent a chance to block with that Traverse now that they have transcended. If my offense isn't going to be
I already seen this turn, so I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Get blown out by Traverse, but
Cody and Dan can talk about the turn if they want. They know way more about Zen than I do.
What was the hit? Did we find what we were looking for in this moment?
Oh, -1. Yeah. Okay.
Wind Chakra was the draw over here. Of course, does give Pudding a draw as well.
Pudding now working off a 6-card hand, maybe up to 7 on the back of that stride if there's something exciting, but I still don't see any of those power cards. No Art of War.
Both players just whiffing that part of the deck.
Or can you just play the class here for the next turn?
So not to leave it in the space. Okay, if it's bad, I will just
Just place it here.
Okay.
all the issues.
So Pudding with the extra card in hand now, thanks for this round's on me, but of course, everything having -1.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be levels go again into CNC potentially.
It's like a pseudo Zen state token, this round's on me. Of course, comes at a very real cost of giving your opponent a card.
Yeah, and Pudding just content to play defense for the time being.
Yep.
Could, of course, defend out this Command and Conquer as well, potentially. Come back with a Command and Conquer of your own if the block values line up, which I'm not quite sure they do. I think an awkward 2-block in hand for Pudding here.
Yeah. I think especially since Bartosz is also going off an arsenal, and you are under this round's on me, feels bad to send an offense, feels bad to send Arsenal Disruption when they have no arsenal, and feels bad to send attacks into a live Traverse the Universe. But also feels bad to IP. This is an incredibly tough spot for Pudding. What an amazing Zen mirrors.
Yeah, it's been really intricate and a little bit off kilter from what the Zen mirrors usually are. Certainly the explosiveness has not been there, I would say probably on the absence of Art of War for the most part.
But this is exactly when you see
whole hand goes. I was gonna say, I think there's a very good chance that Pudding goes into this next turn and just doesn't.
Yeah, remember
do anything,
Bartosz when
but he's gonna
I
use filtration as well and try and find a better hand.
Do you remember
And
Sunday
once again,
when I
praying
walked up
for
to you
Bartosz to go ahead
and I asked
work,
if you
and it's a
needed
double
anything, if you
transcend
needed
hand
any
with
games or
descending
anything?
gust wave to kick things off.
That was me
That's
not
on
so
the pocket.
subtly saying
even
you
the
should
weakest
play
link could
games
kick
before
things
your
off,
top
between
cut
the Descendant
games,
and
like
one
to
of those
stay
Transcends is a
in.
Pathway of Travel,
Like
so
I
you
was
double
willing
transcend on the weakest
to
link and then
not
go again
do
and
whatever I
continue
was
the turn
doing to
after.
help
But
you
once
if you
again,
needed
Brian,
help.
both players just whiffing on Art of War.
Like, I'll drop my plans for the day to help you.
This game goes
You know what I
forward,
mean?
There's going to be some real explosive turns, Spawn.
I get nothing out of that.
Art of War turns, but I think Bartosz has found a very, very nice.
But you got to help the
here.
homies.
Pudding thinks his time is over. I wouldn't go that far, but you have some problems to deal with, Pudding, that's for sure.
Yep. Looks like Bartosz might be trying to end on the weakest link after sending a bunch of damage, perhaps baiting blocks out of Pudding. And you said we might see massive explosive turns down the line. We might even see massive bricks, Brian. You draw 2 or 3 Art of Wars in the same hand. Could be extremely bad for you.
Funnily enough, in this top 4, I'd say both of these players kind of showing some of the downsides of Zen. For all the explosiveness that Zen has, it does have fail states. It does have moments where it doesn't look all that impressive. Those have kind of been on display in this match so far.
The other thing on display, honestly, is how to navigate out of those fail states. And that's why these 2 players are the ones at the semifinals of the Pro Tour. You're playing 14, now 15, 16 rounds of Classic Construction. I guess not that many Classic Construction, but lots of rounds of Zen. You need to know how to navigate out of
I know
those
what it's
fail
like,
states
man.
that you're talking about.
Bartosz considering very carefully.
At Nationals, they last year at Nationals, for Top Cut, they asked us the order in which we wanted to play the games, and they let us choose an order of seating. So seat 1 got to pick which time slot they wanted. Seat 2 got to then pick, and I was seat 4, so I was last to pick which seat. And then they put me, it was either first or last, I can't remember. But it was so funny, it was just like, oh man, now I have to wait around and shit. Ugh. So
Where
dumb.
the turn's going to go from here. Rising Sun, Setting Moon is the play.
What did he draw? Was it this round's on me?
That looks like that's just going to go ahead and head to the bottom here.
And gonna gain a resource.
No, yeah, we saw the plan of He's just trying to find the Art of War hand that kills
Thinking
you.
about what he can do.
You guys were
This
last?
hand's
Okay.
Maybe again thinking about a redraw.
Oh, so it must have been the I was
Big
first,
further
and then
find
I
that
didn't want to
Art of
wake
War,
up
looking like
super
not gonna
early.
be play here.
Then
Time for a Zen activation.
I'll just now.
Any guesses on what he's going to find here, Brian?
I think it's going to be Bonds, Ponkage, I gotta say. Just seems like it's time to go ahead and complete the combo once more. It is the red Bonds, the last of the Bonds, the final Bonds, still legal to play in this classic constructed format.
Also, while he's searching for that, just taking a look through the deck, making sure that whatever he targets with the bonds is also available in the deck.
Oh, I guess you're going back in with the bonds.
Ascendant is going to hit for 1. Here's the follow-up. It's Bonds. Coming in for 4.
Waiting on more information before he decides on the blocks, waiting to see what this Bonds of Ancestry banishes from the graveyard before he decides if he wants to put any cards on blocks. Once again, he's surely just thinking about the Traverse. It's very live on Bartosz's side. But as we spoke about when he started this defensive stance, we spoke about how, sure, you can do it, and you're buying yourself time, but you're also leaking damage the whole way, now putting all the way down to 10. Bartosz's turn still going.
Yeah, Tiger Swipe, Chase the Tail, both viable options here for this Bonds. Got the extra resource. Chase the Tail disguises your hand a little bit.
Yep. Pudding would be expecting a Tiger generator of some sort, because so far only one Tiger in Bartosz's hand. Might not expect that weakest link.
Yeah, I like this deceptive play here from Bartosz. It's a small piece of deception. It could potentially force an erroneous action from Pudding.
Also plays into the cost curve very well. He had the one excess floating.
Defends for 3 on this Bonds.
Yeah.
Remember that, Ponkage.
Yep.
Was he making a funny
Because
face?
there is going to be a problematic on hit at the end here at Crouching Tiger. Going to be
go back.
buffed by Shoot. Play here. Resource. Both.
Turn. Buying yourself Ancestry banishes from the graveyard. Once again, he's surely just thinking about the Traverse. It's very live on Bartosz's side. But as we spoke about when he started this defensive stance, we spoke about how, sure, you can do it, and you're buying yourself time, but you're also leaking damage the whole way, now putting all the way down to 10. Bartosz's turn still
I'm
going.
so intently looking for the funny face.
Yeah. Tiger Swipe, Chase the Tail, both viable options here for this Bonds. Got the extra resource. Chase the Tail disguises your hand a little bit.
Yep. Pudding would be
That just looks like
expecting a
Bartosz
Tiger
face.
generator of some sort. But there's only one Tiger in Bartosz's hand.
It's just his
Might not expect
face.
that weakest link.
Yeah, I like this deceptive play here from Bartosz.
There's been
It's a
so
small
much
piece
Bartosz bullying going on in this
could
game.
potentially force an erroneous action from Pudding.
Also plays into the cost curve very well. He had the
End here at Crouching Tiger. Going to be buffed by Shuko, coming in for 1. Assume that will hit.
This time, though, Pudding not able to send his whole hand on defense. Does have that one drop in the ocean. That does not
I wish we
block.
had Needle right now. Needle would be sick.
I guess it blocks 1, but, you know. If he puts a 3-block in front of this, could get blown out by the weakest link.
Yeah, thankfully it won't be the max punish. You can just go ahead and use the drop in this scenario, but Pudding's not going to like seeing this one on the tail end of the chain. It is spinning wheel kick on the block and then drop to try and mitigate the damage. 3 damage comes through. Pudding falls to 4. And once more, Bartosz Zemba will redraw, looking for just a little bit of power. And Ponkage, it's not long till those Art of Wars come, but not yet somehow. This hand, though, looks very powerful. Transcend card at the ready.
And that Transcend card does work with Ancestral Harmony. Not a Transcend card that needs an attack on the combat chain. Still has Kasaya up as well. So we'll get 1 extra resource floating.
Gust Wave as well. I'm not sure if there's another Bonds yet. Is mercifully a miss on this Harmony, but Stir
That's
the
funny.
Pot going to come down and Transcend.
Just skips past the shuffle a little, just does a quick one. Knows he's going to search again with Zen. And let's see whether he has that third Bonds. And if he doesn't, that Descendant looking not like a very, very good card, but still, with Ancestral Harmony Life, that's still a 1 for 4 on your opponent.
Yeah,
just add 4.
Just damage matters at this point. 2 2-blocks, a 3-block, and a no-block.
If
So
you want to see
not
another
a solid
interesting
defensive
Zen mirror,
hand. Only 3 points left. There's going to be Tiger.
Either
Sharks.
go back
Bonds
and
are
watch
done
the
and
actual
dusted. No
coverage
more
or
Bonds
go
in the
to
deck
my
at this
VOD
point.
from the other day. Go
Tiger
watch
comes
the
in for
other
0.
mirror that Pudding
Tiger
played.
Swipe's gonna come in
He
for
navigated
6,
the
Buffalo
mirror
Sugar
very
and
differently than
Harmony.
you would expect. Very
And with the
defensive.
Mauling Chi in
Put
hand,
himself in a spot to win
bit
the
of a
game when he
sneaky
was
relevant
behind.
on-hit on this Tiger Swipe actually would
I think he
hurt
tried
on the Mauling
emulating
Chi
it
if
here and then
Bartosz
got
has an extra
baited.
Tiger. Looks like Pudding's time.
The
run out a little
bluffing
behind. Took a
strength from
defensive stance,
Bartosz's
wanted to find
side,
it out of war.
then going psych, my turn
Thinking about
sucks.
using the strides here to cover this one up.
But yeah, definitely go watch Pudding's
Chi's
other
still at the
mirror that he
ready.
played in coverage. It was very
for
good.
Bartosz.
Pudding Tom was playing to his outs, playing to just hold the Bartosz bricks at some point. But Bartosz has been relentless. These past few turn cycles have been very, very strong for him.
At a certain point, he got priced into it.
Been agonizing over this block. Is going to leak one. That's going to create another Tiger here.
It was block strides, go to Bartosz's turn, attack. I forget what it was. Was it Descendant? Or 100 wins or something? You attacked for 3, and Pudding like audibly said something when the boots got blocked, being like, "Oh God, don't kill me" or something like that. Like he just said something along those lines. So the 100 wins attacked, and then he blocked chest and hat searching Chi, and then this is where Cody pointed out you should have just broken chain there to force the Zen state. But then Bartosz just attacked with something else. I forget what it was. And it was kind of mid. It didn't really signify that your hand was that strong, but Pudding still cracked chest to make a Zen state. And he just, like, committed to, your turn's good, I'm going to Zen state and block, when didn't really look like your turn was going to be that impressive. I think the Tiger was used for a chase. Correct me if I'm wrong. It just... You should have broken chain, but Pudding also should have thought harder about whether or not he wanted to actually chest there. Like, if you break chain, he probably chests, but make him do it. There's no reason to not break chain. I think he, like... If his hand was, like, pretty good there, like, probably wins the game. I don't remember what his hand was. But he hadn't committed any cards yet.
Sense. Mauling Chi combo. Might be forced to give up the equipment here.
Does look that way. You're going to have to give all the equipment to survive at 1, Punkage.
Yeah, that is.
No, it's just going to be GG, and that is going to get the fist bump. And that means Bartosz Zemba, on his quest for redemption, is back in the finals of a Flesh and Blood Pro Tour.
Both players at the end, they're still looking for Art of War.
His countrymate there, at least, I don't know if they're friends, but Type
All right, now we got Shoma versus Gabe. Another Zen versus New. We watched one on the last VOD.
But yeah, they're definitely something like it.
So I'm moving things right up into the action with Kappa's mind. If we have a quick look at some of the equipments here. Actually, no, I'm sorry, we're kicking things right up into the action with the levels.
With the levels of enlightenment, so not trying to push for much damage, apparently. They're just attack for 3, go again. You're obviously sure that this one will not hit. This is only turn 0, obviously. There you go. Oh, but able to transcend right away with the Preserve Tradition and getting the levels, very precious card, so very important to get it back into your deck and being able to put it back to the Preserve Tradition.
Yep, now Gabe able to get a little bit of information here, and critically as well, because he is running Traverse the Universe as a setup, one of his sort of mini quests he wants to achieve during this game.
Yeah, either way,
transcending
great
as
game,
quickly as
Bartosz.
possible. So happy
Congrats
to
on the win.
not even really give up a copy of levels, because it went straight back on the bottom of his deck, but importantly now, he has the option to block with that Traverse whenever he wants to get that critical Chi into hand.
Look at that. He's got the Cosmic Awakening, so once she has been pitched,
That's kind of a big deal in this matchup, the fact that he has Cosmic.
This game, which
It's not
would be
traditional card for New to have.
First and Isolate with Dominate for Shoma Yamamura.
Yeah, I think Gabe just going to go ahead and block the 2 with that. I'm going to see our first Azuri activation here.
Not much you can do there, yeah. Oh, and that's the CNC.
I don't agree with that, Cody. He's playing Cosmic.
Straight into the
I think the
Mountain
Traverse
Goblin.
is just
Shoma getting
to go for a kill with that because you know the game's going to go to
And that's the
fatigue.
power of Azuri. Like, you never know what you're going to face down.
Yeah.
Arsenal's a hand disruption.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't forget to lose that Arsenal. So that was a hiss.
So losing the red hiss. Now, Gabe actually doesn't run Venomous Bite as well, but more of a defensive list. So that hiss makes up one of his quite a few attack reactions, mainly just the red hisses and the just the Nyx.
So this is the weakest link, which doesn't seem like he could target too many cards in Shoma's deck. So is that maybe a sign that a lot of the sideboard is...
Does that even have a single target in the deck?
To face these very long games.
Yeah, I believe there's a good chance Gabe is going to play more than 60 cards here. We see the inclusion of cards like the weakest link. He actually also has Hold the Line.
It's probably just in the deck for total
looks
deck
like he's gonna put
damage,
into Arsenal for
but
this turn. Now, Hold the Line...
I'm just curious, does it even have a single target?
Having as many defense reactions as you can get your hands on is pretty nice. It's also a blue that helps you with Transcend anyway. But yeah, the inclusion of the weakest link indicates that Gabe's pretty confident this game's going to go the distance.
And it's still an attack for 6, so needs to be considered. And as we were mentioning earlier, so pitching the Cosmic Awakening very, very close to that Chi earlier.
Okay, so Shoma just
maybe
says,
the
no
real
problem,
text on it
take
is
six.
getting to see the hand, so you know how to
just get
properly block.
information as well. So being able to to check out that there's a couple of shreds in his hand is definitely very useful information. And we were mentioning that he can't target much, but just having that information can be crucial.
Yeah, information quite handy here. Now, I think on Shoma's side, because he's pretty happy just running out his hand, he doesn't care too much about the information. It feels fairly face up, going the Enlightened Strike go again, potentially into just laying something card out from hand. And here we see the Sigil of Solace in Gabe's hand.
I think Traverse
Yeah,
actually
there's a
does
bit of
more in the
value if he wants to walk out
matchup
on this hand.
than Mask would do.
Does have the Enlightened Strike of his own, though.
Because the Mask, all it does is make the Azuri play a small hand, which the
Slowing down
Azuri
just
already
to
wants to
but
do,
no,
so
not
you're
even
like
blocking there.
playing into their core strategy.
Yep, so we're just going to have that E-Strike straight into the weakest link.
On this side of the board, the weakest link is way more threatening, obviously. But please hold the line. Won't
And
protect it entirely, but at least playing the Sigil of Solace means that you won't get it discarded.
Yep, so Gabe pretty happy just to
The thing
clear
that
out
sucks,
whole
though,
line from
is
Arsenal. Sometimes, it's nice to have these
kinda
defense
hard to
reactions
actually
available.
get
You don't want
profit
to get
off
stuck on
of
a certain turn when you play
transcending
force
now,
credits of frailty.
'cause at
Also,
least
this
you
is
could
stuff on
transcend in
Enlightened
the
Strike to
hat.
draw a card option here.
You're not getting any value out of your hero
exactly
power.
what happens.
I know, actually, instead going for 7, and honestly, one thing I like about this is he knows that Shoma has really good Arsenal disruption in the form of things like Leave No Witnesses and Command and Conquer. By getting aggressive with this Enlightened Strike,
This is
not
what I
only
was
is he
talking about
potentially going to push for a little bit
in the
of damage,
previous game.
Shoma wants to defend with 2 cards.
I think the
He's
7
also
is
saying,
better.
I'm going to leave myself somewhat immune to some of your disruption cards. If we take a look at Shoma's hand here and see what he does have available, so it looks like there's...
At least a blue isolate, looking for a scrap as well. A Bonds of Agony, and the last one might be another isolate. Yeah, that's 2 blue isolates, actually.
Yep, so may look to block with one of these here. And Gabe's probably going to be pretty happy pushing 4 damage.
For sure. Yeah, exactly. Oh, but the Fate for Sin was in the arsenal, so in the end, no damage pushed there.
Yep, just a clean block from Shoma here. So we'll see a couple of lines available to him on this turn, so could choose to go with looking for a scrap, banishing that isolate. I mean, may even just play out the isolate to bluff a little bit.
Yeah, that's what he did very efficiently last game, actually. Last time we saw him during these top 8, he would just attacked with one of these big dominate attacks. I mean, these threatening dominate attacks, which could be used with the Uzuri hero power, and didn't do anything with it, but just happy that he's open and blocked with 2 cards, for example.
Yep, so Spider Spike going to come in for 1, followed up by looking for a scrap. Looks like he's going to banish that isolate, put that up to 5 with go again.
Let me get that for you.
We'll see, putting a little bit of pressure on Gabe here. It could be representing something like a Codex of Frailty. We know he doesn't have it, but Gabe doesn't. And actually looking at lining up that sink below.
Oh, Uzuri one.
They're not lining up the sink below, though.
Yeah, so he's just going to go ahead and put that sink below in front of us here. Choosing not to use the sink effect. So far, Gabe's playstyle is, it looks like he understands that the importance of the chip damage that comes through. He knows that Shoma's comfortable taking these games late and then winning them off the back of something like a Azuri's hero ability. Looking like he wants to just mitigate as much damage as possible.
And the
Well, that's
the arm
suspicious.
turning for 3 there. It looks like he has a Transcend card in his hand, but he won't be able to use it. I think that's the Undercurrent Desires.
Yeah, so interestingly, choosing it not to come in with one of the weapons first as well. No Beckoning Mistblade, no Scale Peeler. Very much representing some form of attack reaction here.
Yeah, but in this situation, it would mean that he can only pay for it with the Tunic Resource, so won't be able to use all modes for the card. If there's any way he uses it this way? Yeah, it looks like it. So, Sacred Art, Undercurrent Desires used
Thank you.
Yeah, so
with the first mode, creating a Fang Strike and a Slither in hand.
Are we going to get to play a
So
blue
not too many blue cards
isolate?
he's able to target here.
Huge.
One thing is by getting rid of something like the Command and Conquer, it does remove the Codex of Frailty targets available to Shoma. So it looks like there were just things like
Emotional
Lightning
damage.
Strike and Weakness Link remaining there. Also going to go ahead and activate the new hero ability.
No, it's... But the Fang Strike. Pumping this Annihilate the Arm just a little bit. Leak some damage. Keep the Slither for later.
And actually choosing to leave that card on top with the Annihilate the Arm, knowing he can pump this up there.
Choosing not to go again.
So this sort of indicates from Gabe's side that the card on top of Shoma's deck is one he's very happy banishing. So either looking at an attack action to give him a little bit of silver, or alternatively a power card like a Codex of Frailty. And Shoma actually just not willing to give that up at all. dropping the
Yeah,
blow.
he's thinking to get rid of it from the top of his deck. Nice.
And Gabe going to go ahead and Arsenal that Slither. Probably pretty happy being able to draw.
I was going to
Tempo
say, that
there.
wasn't actually that good of a turn. But then he gave you the 3, or the 4 block also.
Energy did he pitch so far? I think that's at least 2.
Yeah, Mask
this
would have been
comes
better
with
there.
Awakening. Whenever he comes back, might be actually pretty big.
Yeah. And Gabe here still has
It depends on if the Cosmic ends up winning the game.
Arousing wave.
We know it doesn't win the game, but like...
Traverse the Universe. Traverse very much live, with Chi active in the deck. Over on Shoma's side as well, we see the Black Tech Whisperers, the Crown of Providence, the Flick Knives, and the Fine Elf Spring Tunic. Tunic on 3, and this is a pretty threatening Bonds of Agony coming through here. Now bear in mind...
Stealing Nu's favorite toys, so Bonds of Agony, very threatening there indeed.
And bear in mind that Gabe knows one of the cards in Shoma's hand here. Shoma actually went for the sink below, putting a card from his hand on the bottom and drawing it.
Only we don't know it.
Yes, I wonder if that actually is an attack reaction left on top there.
Only using the CNC to block so far. Of course, all kinds of attack reactions available on the equipment side as well, with the Flick Knives, the Black Tech Whisperers, maybe.
Yeah, potentially even using the hero ability and lifting onto bench. Okay, so it's going to use that here.
This was only a shred. It was trying to play
that stays face down, right?
Maybe an attack a defense reaction, I guess.
Yeah, really interesting play there from Shoma.
Well, it looks like Gabe called his bluff and said, yeah, okay, do your thing. And it's only a shred. Well played.
Indicates that potentially is the card that Gabe saw on top of the deck and was trying to bluff something like a Command and Conquer. Gabe just very happy to say, no problem. So fantastic read from Gabe there.
Very nice there, absolutely.
And that's a red trade just gone from the deck entirely. And in a game like in Inflation Blood, generally where every card matters, but particularly in these Assassin Mirrors.
Art of Desire Mine coming in for 1. We can assume that something like the Slither that was sitting in
I
the
see your Transcend
next.
for 0 value
This is
and
always
raise
something
you
to consider.
Azuri
Never know
hero
what's going
power
on
for
from the top of
0
the deck.
value.
Yeah, and the Slither. So the go again.
Yep, nice clean block with the Black Tech Whisperers there.
And this is Hurl. With go again as well. Is there a Codex in Gabe's hand maybe?
Yeah, Gabe actually using these hurls to very good success in the Numero previously, just using them as head jabs. I mean, Assassin doesn't have access to a whole lot of just natural go again, and these being 0-3 go agains, very nice.
And just a pass for Gabe. No follow-up after that hurl.
So it looks like at this point, players still just jockeying for position a little bit. So both players still on 31 life with all their equipment available. Perhaps Shoma has the slight edge in terms of tempo at this stage, having access to a very big hand and coming with that Bonds of Agony.
Bonds of Agony. Now with the full hand even.
Roman, that's got to be pretty scary if you're on Gabe's side.
And the Black Tech Whisperers have been used to block as well, so he might be very happy just if there's nothing on these, just to go again and attack with another one afterwards.
Yeah, on Gabe's side,
you have to be very careful there.
On Gabe's side, potentially representing a defense reaction here, like maybe some sort of reaction or a codex, choosing to use that Slither for no value just to get rid of the card from hand. Sorry, to clear out the card from Arsenal. So going to put the Hiss and the Surgical.
So the hold the line
There's
is
strong cards in the matchup as well, so very much respecting these Bonds of Agony there. And yeah, pick to pieces.
So is he just not playing Mask at all?
Yeah, with the Nerf Scalpel, so using Flick Knives to make sure that...
I figured it was just for these matchups.
His defense for 1 less.
No, it's not. This hasn't resolved yet. Or I don't know actually, but okay. No. I don't know whether this is. I don't know whether.
Oh, I think there's some kind of miscommunication between the two players. He doesn't know if Abe explains that he doesn't know if enough Cascal pull is active yet.
Yep, so they're just going to check in with the judges on this one.
Yep.
It seems.
But in any case, the thing below is there to cover everything, so...
Now this can resolve if you want. Sorry, I think we will. I already did it and then forgot to darn. Yep. 30.
If they're taking one from the flick knives.
Sloppy.
But still covering
Interesting.
all that damage.
So that flick knife no scalpel play is gone, and that's like a really good one to have access to against Gabe, particularly running the 3 red sync blows and the 3 red fate scenes.
Oh, but the shred was also there.
Oh!
So yeah, -3 on either of these blocking cards. And now this hits. And the Black Tech Whisperers gives go again as well. Oh! This is devastating.
Oh, that is an absolute disaster for
Wait,
Gabe
why didn't
here.
he
So
block with
two
an
line
E-strike?
strikes in hand. He's
What
going
the
to go
heck?
Strom's going to go and hit and banish both of those from hand.
Oh, yeah.
Pull the final one out of the deck, and you can see...
Surely
the
you're
look in
supposed to
his
block
face.
with one of
Oh,
the
that is
E-strikes here,
annoying.
right? So you don't just get blown out.
Wow, so usually bombs, it's pretty nice. You get to pick one card from hand, you pick the other copies out of the deck. Now that there's 2 copies in hand, and also Shoma getting to have a full look through the deck, so he knows exactly what Gabe is playing and not playing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he also knows exactly how many
And he
cards
sunk the
can
Cosmic, that
destroy
makes
his
sense.
pitch stack as well.
So you
If
just got
Gabe wanted
Omega
to have that
punished.
fail-safe, maybe of coming back later with the Cosmic Awakening, so no way.
Yep, so we see why Shoma was willing to commit that nerve scalpel. Wow, what a...
This is huge.
Makes
and
sense.
this
If his whole
definitely
game plan is try to win with
why Uzuri can
Cosmic,
shine
he
in
just
this matchup.
has to sink that.
Yep, and Gabe absolutely feeling the agony on that play. Okay, but the sign of a good player is, they're able to take the knocks and come back.
Yeah, it won't be easy to refocus after that one, but Gabe needs to do it right now.
That is the thing about these assassin mirrors, like you... So, anyway, the thing about these assassin mirrors is, it's just going to happen at some point. Someone's going to get blown out. I mean, this was a particularly bad one, the Bonds of Agony ripping 2 cards from hand, but there is still plenty of flesh and blood left to play in this matchup.
Crazy.
And Gabe is going to have to pass here.
The life total still play pretty close, so it's definitely not over. But it will come back at some point during this game and see that it was one of the most important turns in the game.
Ah, yeah.
Or if you just search.
Yeah, okay.
So the player's just making sure the deck is sufficiently randomized. But bear in mind to remind as well, this Bonds of Agony has go again, so there could be still more to come from Shoma here. And Gabe having no cards in hand, it's full shields down at this point.
Yeah, more damage is probably coming there.
And
Oh,
okay.
Apparently not. Oh, I think he had another E-strike in hand.
He already got all
It would
his
have been devastating
cards.
for him to come back with his own E-strike after he destroyed all of Gabe's.
So at least a small silver lining for Gabe there, did not take any additional damage on this turn. But looking at Shoma's hand, he's got the Enlighten Strike, the Shakedown, the Hurl. Can really just keep
He's
the
gonna
gas.
hurl himself for sure.
Keep that foot on the gas.
Five, we'd go again for this E-strike.
Who says assassins can't go wide?
Once again, I mean, we've talked about it time and time again, but this deck building and this Uzuri deck list, I'm very impressed at what Shoma Yamamura managed to bring to this event.
Should start doing a graveyard check,
this
like a graveyard check
Amsterdam.
counter.
So the Fate scene thrown down here. It looks like there's potentially a Shakedown remaining in hand, depending on what Shoma put on the bottom.
Spider's Bite coming in for one.
This
again.
smells like Codex.
We haven't seen a single Codex yet this game, so that might be...
Codex
Codex
pretty good
CNC?
here.
Absolutely. Oh, there you go.
I don't
Okay,
know
so
if the
frailty,
CNC's been used
so-
yet.
In a way, when his Codex not good. But at least the one upside here for Gabe is
Close
because he
enough.
managed to Command and Conquer earlier, it limits the targets that Shoma has available. So he can get the weakest link, but if Gabe has no blocks in hand, he has the option of just eating some of the damage from this.
Spider's Bite effect is active though, so if there's any of these non-blocks in hand, it might be very difficult to block this one without equipment.
Okay, so Gabe just taking a second, collecting his thoughts. Just going to go ahead and have a look through.
Yeah, he took a looking for.
Annoying thing about this is if he does have the non-block, he can just discard it to the
On Gabe's side as well,
Codex.
still has access to the Traverse, all his equipment available.
And
Tokens?
the weakest link coming thanks to that tunic resource.
Tokens? No?
And as you mentioned, yeah, happy to take the damage and try to assemble a turn now. This is his tunic turn as well. Oh yeah, so you can at least see the hand. Prognosis and the weakest link.
Okay, so this opens up, at least this opens up like a nice swing back for Gabe. Able to, yeah, there's a couple options, able to perhaps come with a weapon into weakest link, or looking for a scrap into weakest link if he wants to get very aggressive.
There you go. So looking for scrap. The power is reduced by the frailty token created by the Codex of Frailty. But that's still 4. Go again. But Gabe is already pretty low now. He's down to 17, and this might be, well, this might be a shorter game than
Can you blame him?
expected. Maybe not 66 minutes like the last one of these matchups.
That felt
I
like
think that
game
Monster
losing to
Dragon
me.
just
So I
devastating.
can't blame
No
him
word
for
it.
being flustered.
Yeah.
And I think the weakest link here, it is 6 damage, but it's not threatening any disruption.
The other thing too is
Shama
like
just
your
has
whole
a lot of
game plan is
position
try
at
to
this
get to that cosmic and win off of that, but you've taken too much damage now.
Yeah, because when
Like I don't know
at
if you
an
have the
even
damage
state of the game, it's very
to fuck
important
around
to
and
have
find
information,
out
but at this point,
for
I
that
think
big
Shama
play.
would be very happy to show him his hand and
And
tell his
we've
opponent, yeah, this is
transcended
what I'm
one
gonna come back
time,
with,
I
and
believe.
You're down to 17 already,
So
get ready for it.
it's gonna be
Just
so
another
hard to like
fantastic hand there.
actually
I mean, Gabe with no
make a
arsenal,
meaningful
Running
attack
Conqueror's
with
not
that
threatening
cosmic.
But I feel the life total is what matters at this point.
You're just going
The
to need to
ability
have a
just push
hand
the
that's
wounds
just like
looking for a scrap is
cosmic
Running
and then
Conqueror.
just
Very,
like
very
natural
powerful.
transcend cards.
Just this hand, twice the speed is 11 damage, so it's more than half of Gabe's health. Looking for scrap.
A nice heads-up play there, actually banishing the Nose Scalpel. Just doesn't want to give anything away to Gabe. As opposed to one of his blue 1-power cards
Yeah,
there.
interesting.
So not the scrap trader, but you know, a great
Also,
card.
the Crown of Providence is a big deal in this matchup, which is still on the
Well, the
table.
first scrap can
So
come in for 5 with
as soon
Bogan.
as he throws Arsenal of Disruption, he gets a blanket.
Yeah, I think at this point it's Gabe, if he wants to come back into this one, needs to agree to take some damage. But this
we've all been
Command
there.
and Conquer for 6 might be a little bit too much. He's considering blocking at least with 1 card. Wow.
Yeah, so Gabe's significantly on the back foot here, and this is, I mean, Shoma, just an absolutely dream sequence for him how this game's gone so far.
Yeah, needs to give away 1 piece of equipment, so dropping down
He
to
doesn't
10,
have to give away a piece of
Gabe
equipment;
Shell,
he's choosing to.
You need to do something, friend.
Yeah, so Gabe actually going to push in that arousing wave, so he's able to get the value from it and threaten the +1. So Gabe does still have some, does have a path back into this game. Has the Traverse the Universe, has the boots available. Looking for a scrap. The Chi into the hero ability probably not too threatening here.
I think we're probably just going to end up using the Traverse just to get a resource
becoming
card
this
at some
blade
point.
could be
Just like
interesting if he
whatever
gets
is just
that
going to be a
Fingers of
blue.
Prognosis
Just
in
whatever.
Gabe's hand.
Yep, the Persuasive Prognosis is looking for a scrap. I mean, he just needs to eke out any points of damage possible here. Just be absolutely as efficient as possible. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he had a spare resource left over if he looked to even crack the arousing wave just to get that Fang Strike into Arsenal. On the other side of things, though, as well, Shaman still has the protection of that Crown of Providence available if he were to get caught out.
Yeah, this is something that we didn't talk much during the setup phase, but this Crown of Providence is very interesting. Not an equipment that we haven't seen too much recently.
I'm trying to
All these
remember.
mystic
There was a
heroes.
game that I raged at
One thing
really
to note, well, Gabe
hard.
still has access to 2 Sigils of Solace
can't
in the
remember.
deck. So there is a chance that if Shaman
I just remember my
perhaps breaks
opponent
a little bit,
saying
he's able to
good
shrink
game
the
at the
disruption,
end,
gain a bit of that
and
life
then
back,
me
reduce
saying
the
no,
gap,
it wasn't.
Game is completely back on.
What the fuck was that game? I was
Yeah,
so
definitely A
mad.
little bit of a tough decision from Shoma here. It doesn't necessarily want to give Gabe some of that life gain to get back in this. Doesn't want to get blown out by a big attack reaction here.
But on the other hand, Gabe is representing something like a CNC maybe, so if it comes back and he keeps his defense reaction in hand, I think there's at least one.
Yeah, one of these
Might be an issue.
potentially even considering the Crown of Providence here.
We know the CNC isn't there, but Shoma doesn't
I'm gonna
know.
guess it was probably
Yeah,
a
look at
brute
this.
game
Exactly.
where they just rolled
Yeah, I
scabs
think he was just
ignorantly.
wanting to check the graveyard there to see what he has access to if a Codex of Frailty came down.
Huh.
Results. Oh, no use. I'm thinking in React.
So Shoma said that he wasn't using the ability of the Crown of Providence.
So we'll see if Gabe wants to use the arousing wave here. It feels like at this point how far behind he is.
He needs to do it, right?
just have to commit this right at this point.
At least take 1 card.
Yep, go ahead.
Dollar float.
Oh, that's
Oh!
an inertia trap.
Okay, I really like this inertia trap because it's not actually going to get rid of any cards from Gabe's hand, but given the life total difference at this point, Shoma just knows, like, now I know you 100% do not have a defense reaction. At least in Arsenal. So if I have something like an Isolate, I'm able to...
He has a tunic here, right? That costs $1?
It's not actually going to get rid of any cards from Gabe's hand, but given the
Did
life
he just
total
think it
difference at this
loudly?
point, Shoma just knows, like, now I know you 100% do not have a defense reaction. At least in Arsenal. So if I have something like an Isolate, I'm able to sort of play it well here.
Yeah, and the second defense reaction now is Sink Below, covering most of that damage, so only 1 leaking from the looking for scrap. once again,
I'm gonna assume he like mapped it out in his head,
the
like, okay,
defenses
I
are
have
hard on Shoma's side.
the
Very
dollar for
hard
my
to
thing. I'm gonna
push
do it
any
that way,
damage
and they
for
just
game,
forgot to do it.
unfortunately.
There we see the isolate. So the
You just mentioned
Hopefully
that
they
turn,
catch it.
actually.
yeah, the inertia trap setting up the isolate into an Azuri spin. Just like love this play. So good.
Yeah, and apparently Gabe Zen doesn't block too well either, so...
Yeah, I mean, Gabe, again, I keep mentioning it, does have access to the traverse and the undertow stiletto, so he may look to push that in at some point, but I think he knows that's his lifeline back into this game. He has to make that decision correctly. Now, Shoma on the other side could even be bluffing here, potentially.
Which he's done numerous times.
Yeah, we saw that red shred
Yeah,
vanish.
that's the shred used with the hero power, for example.
So we see a surgical
I
extraction,
mean,
a codex,
that
a
wouldn't really
CNC,
be
and
much of a bluff, now
and
would
SIM
it? There's
card over
no
on Gabe's side.
arsenal
Really nice hand
to respond with the D-react.
Is there any chance that he says, okay, isolate, use your hero power, he's down to 10 already, so it would be very dangerous, but this hand
Looks
could
like there.
definitely help me come back into this one, so maybe just a block with the stilettos after using the
I think it would be agreed that Shoma has nothing. When you drop yourself down to 4, we still have Flick Knights available. We've seen Shoma play hurls and stuff as well. I feel that there's perhaps just a little bit too much incidental damage to make this play at this point. But in saying that, it would be an absolute...
assassin that cross your...
That this makes the...
I mean, this is absolutely his attack into this game.
Okay, there we go.
So this dominate means only one card from hand, and he chooses, revealing the surgical extraction there, yeah, so still using it to block. So that's 4 blocked so far.
Oh, and the
shakedown is probably the worst card, the last card that Gabe wanted to see.
And the problem with Gabe here is, like, this cannot miss. He has Rainbow in hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oof.
The hits just keep on coming for Shoma here. I mean, potentially thinking of playing the... Couldn't quite make out what that Transcend card was, but...
Well, I think it's a path well traveled.
Yeah, traverse block seemed nice there.
Oh, that's a passover.
Vanish, right?
Yep. So he chose blue. Could have played it, actually, yeah.
And again, Gabe's
The punish will be like, okay, whatever, I just won't hero power and set the card, but he already has a set.
At all. If his hand's good enough, probably willing to give up the arsenal as well, but we know how he likes to play this game. Block for 6.
It would suck if there's a shred, I guess,
14-point life
but
lead.
yeah.
Just taking the last look at his arsenal, but no, he wants to keep it, so using the Eradicate and another card, I think that was a attack reaction, maybe a shred. And the prognosis coming for 1, you know it's never coming for 1. So.
Such a fantastic card for Azuri, because not only does it have an on-hit in its own right, it also has stealth.
Happens.
Yeah, very flexible there.
So able to use the Azuri hero ability here. If Shoma wants to spin this in. I think Shoma knows as long as he can keep stripping 2 cards a hand, that eventually he's going to win the game if this keeps up cycle by cycle.
Oh, that was a just
Oh
my god! So that's 11 damage. Wait, he's dead on board, right? There's no defense reaction. And game
Jesus Christ!
Wow!
So much for a long game. I think that was quicker than I was.
It was quicker than the Zenmir, absolutely. Wow! And look at this. This stone face killer. No emotion on Shoma's face. He just destroyed Gabe Sher.
So Shoma books his ticket to the Pro Tour Amsterdam final.
Japan in the finals of Pro Tour Amsterdam. Very impressive display of what
I remember
Uzo
seeing
can do
the
in his
screenshot of the double just to Nick. Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. He just only played Assassin. Alright. Time to watch the board get put down.
And once again, as you would expect, meanwhile, over on Shoma's side, going to try and just maybe tinker with Bartosz's hand here. You can't really go full disruption. You could also just pass.
It was a very good draw sequence. He got very unlucky with that double E strike on the hit trigger there. Just nothing really lined up for him that game. And everything lined up for Azuri.
In this matchup, you don't want to let your opponent get closer and closer to their power cards. Let's see how Shoma wants to play it.
He also did have some bad value turns, though.
Today. Go first and start with exactly this. Isolate with Dominate, saying this is how I make up the deficit of going first over here. Unavoidable damage represented by this Dominate.
And a couple options here. Has the swap, has the Just a Nick as well to just go ahead and buff over the top. And it does look like it's going to be Just a Nick here, representing 3 damage from Shoma.
Potentially playing into a snag. Looks like Bartosz does not have it. Going to take that 3 damage and a banish off the top as well. Of course, only 1 snag in Bartosz's list as well, so very, very unlikely that he had it in that opening hand.
Did you bring in snag? This isn't... It's not even, like, crazy in this matchup. It's basically, what, just for Justinik?
Off the top, Shoma just hunting for E-strikes right now. We saw him devastate Gabe Share in the last matchup, taking 2 E-strikes out of hand. Bartosz just gets 1 fresh card here.
Not
That makes sense.
Send critically. And that's what Bartosz needs. Bartosz, he knows he's going to be under a lot of fire, a lot of disruption from this Uzuri. He needs to turn that Traverse live as soon as he can. Get that 7 block on that fridge. Though, of course, Shoma on his side with that scale peeler, he'll have something to say about that fridge.
Bartosz with the defense reaction already, that all you got. Potentially good to set up in Arsenal should he want to on this turn. Some options here from Bartosz.
Have to point out, holding the defense reaction in the face of that isolate, he was set up to potentially use it if Shoma went for the Uzuri swap into a card that didn't have Dominate or wasn't CNC. He could have used the defense reaction to cover up the damage. Unfortunately, the card was just a Nyx, so Dominate, keyword sticking around there.
Kick things off with 100 wins here. Shoma, as you would expect from Uzuri, a lot of
that all you got is
options
great.
on the next go-around are going to be available. Has the stealth card, has the leave no
The big
aces,
problem
has
in the
surgical
matchup is usually
extraction.
the fact
So
that you
Shoma gonna
can't get
have
value off of your
a bunch
armor.
of options. Expect him to play this turn very defensively, preserve that life total whenever you can as Uzuri against
I don't even think it's low
no
key.
leak damage if you can avoid
I think it's just like
Shoma happy
one
to
of the best
see
cards in
red
the
come
matchup.
down from Bartosz's side. He understands the game shifts. It becomes very different after the Zen has transcended and the Traverse is live. But before then, you can perhaps play a little more defensively. You don't need to prioritize the scale peeler as much as after they have transcended.
Tiger Taming card just going to go ahead and come in for 2, and that is going to be it from Bartosz here. Just going to go ahead and pass. Turn heads back to Shoma.
that was
As
one
we
of the
mentioned,
turns of all time.
Several disruptive options available here.
And Bartosz holding on to that blue Descendant Gustwave and arsenaling that all you got, recognizing his spot in this matchup as well. He doesn't want to just send that blue Descendant for 1 damage. Wants to make sure he can transcend off of it and actually do something threatening.
Yeah, was likely hoping for a
It was
dagger
that all you
attack,
got
I
and
think,
something
here. That was
else.
the best case scenario for Bartosz, because you would be able to go ahead and cash in that all you got. Isolate going to be a little trickier. That card does check upon combat chain end, so it's not going to survive an Uzuri swap should the total go up on that power.
That all you got in Arsenal, though he's set up to block 6, but I believe we saw a Shred in Shoma's hand. Let's see if it comes down before the Uzuri swap, in case that's not an Assassin card. It is, though.
It is just surgical, and this is also going to be backed up by the Shred, and that means the surgical is going to get over the top here.
That is not one Bartosz wants to see, because he's holding one of the Transcend cards, Brian.
Unfortunate news if you're a fan of Bartosz Zemba. Certainly wanted to keep that Transcend going on this turn. And now Shoma's going to have the option. Vanishes another blue. This is a big deal, Ponkage. Could you take another blue?
If you had played the Gust Wave, you would have drawn the double Transcend there and could have done it. No. No.
Out of hand here, and you have second silver lined up. That's an additional point of block from those Black Tech Whispers, as well as maybe another instance of Go Again. That sounds like small potatoes. I assure you it is not.
Second potential chi gone to the banner zone for Bartosz, and not only that, now Shoma knows information. He will know what ends up in Bartosz's arsenal here.
Things rolling well thus far for Shoma. And it's just going to be Aspect of Tiger naked. Not an impressive attack here. Is going to, again, Arsenal Descendant on this turn, it looks like. So trying to pass that forward to a future turn, just begging that the next turn cycle also offers a Transcend
the naked,
card. 2 of them now removed from the deck.
Body there, definitely a beta move.
Shoma over here just showcasing his understanding of this matchup. Red Shred, not really a card you would immediately think about as a card you want to bring into Zen. But we saw this against Brody yesterday as well, recognizing that
doesn't bode
you can
well.
actually shred equipment too.
Yeah, certainly has found value from those shreds all day long. No Transcend card for Bartosz?
I don't think so. So a Chakra, Bonds, Aspect, and a Descendant.
Okay, Natural Bonds line.
So yeah, if you had
Natural Bonds line,
played the Descendant there with your extra dollar, we could have had Transcended
here for Shoma
on the previous round.
Black Tech Whisper is now ready
One
to
less
go.
life,
Critically.
whatever.
With 2 silvers.
No. You're responding to the hit trigger.
Sure.
Same amount of life.
Could offer some Go Again on this turn. Uzuri typically struggles to find
And then we leave
Go
ourselves
Again.
open to the
Playing
armor
things
fridge.
Like Enlightened Strike, looking for a scrap. I remember early lists even going as far as Ravenous Rabble back in the day.
You have to wonder if your Bartosz. Shoma kept a full 5-card hand. That's something Uzuri typically does. Assassin class, not known. You want to keep full 5 cards.
Shakedown. Well, that's got to raise some alarm bells, Ponkage. 2 cards still in hand here from Shoma. Of course, Black Text could go ahead and turn this on. Could give it Go Again as well if this is under block. You have to fear
He's
those
on
shreds
3
one
red
more
and 3
time.
yellow.
You overblock here. You just give a huge portion of your hand. Seems risky as well.
This is yet another fork that Uzuri puts you on. You might want to say, oh, if you don't put any cards to block, then they can't shred and they can't turn the shakedown on. But there's the 0-cost reaction on board in the form of this Black Text. being threatened here, but if you do block, now Shreds will just turn this on as well. And of course, remember, Bartosz is under the effect of Spider's Bite, is holding on to one non-attack that blocks 3 in the form of the Wind Chakra.
Yeah, no blocks, says Bartosz. So this is just only the start of the disruption here. 6 go again. Shakedown now turned on for Azuri. Going to go ahead and choose a color here.
You have to imagine he's picking blue. Wants to make sure keep Bartosz off that critical first Transcend. Also knows the arsenal is a blue Descendant Gust Wave. A lot of information available for Shoma Yamamura here.
Yeah, a bit of redundancy here in Bartosz's hand. Just taking that Gust Wave, not going to do anything. Set up with a redundant copy. But what comes next, Ponkage? This isn't the end of this turn thus far. And in fact, Spider's Bite is still on, so defending decisions do not get any easier for Bartosz from
What's the
this
set
point.
card?
Especially if Shoma takes away that Wind Chakra from his hand as well. It's the only card in his hand that actually blocks for its printed value because it's not an attack action. Everything else is going to be reduced by the Spider's Bite. Shoma taking his time to make this decision live towards.
We are on the finals right now.
Tempo in his favor, still 3 cards remaining for him.
We're in the middle of telling Bartosz that every decision he's ever made in life is wrong.
He's going to go ahead and take that Gust Wave. What is the follow-up here from Shoma? Leave no witnesses. Challenge that Arsenal as well.
And we know that Arsenal's another...
For anyone that doesn't know,
Still
Inazuma is
2 cards,
Bartosz.
Ponkage. You could still be representing a Shred here.
Bartosz with his head in his hands realizes the bit of a pickle that Shoma has put him in. You could just do what Shing did, which is if you're expecting a Shred, you call no blocks. You leave the Shred stranded in Shoma's hand, but you will lose your Descendant in your arsenal. And looking at his hand,
Oh, it's Descendant in
4
Arsenal?
life, Ponkage. And Shoma in these early turns has done a good job of getting aggressive as the Azuri. And we see Azuris occasionally produce these bursty damage numbers out of nowhere.
yeah, double just a nick. Yeah, ended the previous game, I believe. Suddenly with game at 8.
Think you're safe. Azuri just kills you out of nowhere. And I see Bartosz flexing a lot of cards here.
Could also go the pudding route.
No blocks again. And leave no witnesses is going to hit here. 25 health for Bartosz. Goes ahead and clears that Descendant. Another card off the top. It's the Chase the Tail. That's going to be a 3rd silver for Shoma.
And this
He's
hand,
rich.
Brian, from Bartosz doesn't look very impressive.
Shoma thinking on the arsenal now. Heads into the next turn.
Looks to just be Kakara into Aspect of Tiger Body. Remember, Shoma, again, has all the information in the world. The turn might as well be face up from Bartosz.
Amnesia and stealth attacks in hand for Shoma Yamamura.
Yeah, I agree with
I
Cody.
even think I glimpsed a Shred. I absolutely did. So the disruption train is
None
not
of this
going to
matters.
stop
Block go
here.
next. I want to have
Bartosz
life to give up when I
absolutely
draw
a
my
blender
Transcend
early
card.
on in this
Block
Pro
go
Tour
next.
finals. If you're Bartosz, you cannot let that doubt sink in. You have been here before. You experienced the heartbreak. That cannot be part
I just always have that in the
You're
back of my
thinking
head now when I'm
analysis right now.
playing.
You have to distance
Just
yourself from
you
it.
during
Focus
the
on the
Dory
moment.
testing.
Things
None of this matters.
well.
None of this matters.
Yet
Just
transcend.
block.
How do you find your way out of this scenario? Back against the wall.
But I could get an extra point if I don't block.
Name
None of this
of the
matters.
Players, but you know they have plenty of that, and that's why they're in the finals. We saw Bartosz have that in this game against Pudding Tom as well. Awkward draws. The matchup came out of it.
Black Tech Whisperers back again. This equipment showing its worth.
He
right
also has
Yeah,
a harder time using all of his cards than New does. He wants to play small hands most of the time and force both players into playing 2-card hands. So by you attacking into him, you're giving him the implied value on his hand of, I wanted to block anyways, thanks for giving me a chance to block.
Worth 2 silver.
now. Feels like that's a bargain, Ponkage. I think you're getting a steal when you pay 2 silver for that Black Tech Whisperers.
Daylight robbery. Expect that from the assassins, don't you?
Fun fact. Development name of the weakest link. Daylight Robbery. Stumbled upon that one, Ponkage, and I'll reveal it.
Yeah. Should have been called. That should have been what Black Tech Whispers was called.
You're hired. Let's go. Coming back to Auckland with me.
Hey, Bartosz has found that Art of War.
No Transcend still, but Art of War could dig.
On the other end, you're giving him implied value by blocking if he has shreds, but like, whatever.
For it. We know Bartosz is ready for that, but here's a problem. Amnesia reduces Bartosz for 19, and like I said, this was the card that really troubled me in my Zen games. All the other disruption, I felt like I had branching paths. I could play around one. Amnesia feels like it just blunts everything you want to do.
It's like a juiced up sensor. Normally when sensor hits, you pick Crouching Tiger.
Looks like your hand sucks.
Stop the Bonds line, or do you stop the Tiger line? Amnesia says you get to do neither.
Everything. Yeah, I just pick all of it.
And coming back to information, we all know Bartosz's arsenal is that Bonds of Ancestry. Dead card under the effects of this Amnesia.
Extremely, extremely painful on hit there for Bartosz. On Shoma's side, I want to go ahead and point out
It's probably like
difference
protect your health until you can transcend.
these lists from
Then
you.
protect your
Balance
health
of
until you
Justice,
find a
though.
turn that you can block
No, I'm not
armor.
saying balances.
And then go
They're
off.
Mask, they have different purposes, but Shoma kind of forced into playing balance in this matchup could be critical on this Art of War turn.
No
Speaking
blocks.
Of force, Bartosz
Pitch a red to play Art of
red
War.
For this Art of War has found the blues for this Transcend.
Oh, but
Finally,
you're nice.
Homage
Hold on.
comes off the top.
Calculating.
Hand looking a little weak. It's all blues, but ultimately, that Transcend going to be
Hold on.
so critical for getting rolling in this
Bartosz
game.
is really good at the
Could
game and
be
drew the Transcend.
The beginnings of some signs of life coming up from Bartosz. Going to be able to transcend this turn, going to be able to turn on the Traverse, but remember, still under the effects of that Amnesia. These Tigers, not as threatening when you're under Amnesia. Stuff like Chase the Tail does not work. Stuff like Tiger Swipe does not work.
Yeah, it's turning what could have been a decent offensive turn into more of a setup turn. But critically, that setup is now done. Traverse the universe online for future turns, and that is a big deal.
Shoma Yamamura probably debating about the balance of justice block that you brought up. Could be critical. You want to save it for an Art of War turn, but do you need it on an Art of War turn when your opponent's under the effects of Amnesia? Is this the power turn you want to cash that in?
It's a good question, Ponkage. I will say this is a rare on-hit from Zen. Certainly incentivized to use your equipment in those moments.
Rare.
Once again, Shoma working with that shred that has been passed turn after turn. He hasn't
It's just
needed it,
damage
just
for the
carried it
on-hit?
forward. And I wonder if Bartosz
It's
is
just,
starting
do you
to
care
get
about
that
the extra
from, like, what
point
is this
because
card
the
that you can go
Tiger's
ahead and
worth
pass
1
forward
right now?
after turn?
Will we say
The
rare
Tiger
on
doesn't
Zen
actually matter
again?
for anything.
Under the effects of Amnesia.
Crouching Tiger not that relevant.
Well, Art of War, it is +1 damage because of the Art of War, but still, you know, no real combo effect being threatened. No Chase the Tail, no Tiger Swipe. So Shoma
Well,
just goes ahead.
You also
and
had
lets that go,
flick
saying, you know
flacks
what?
and stuff for that
You know,
matchup,
it's
right?
not
Like,
sense.
it's just
Might
not the
have
same
other
matchup.
on-hit effects.
And Zen still is going to be activated here, and I suppose this is just about raw damage at this moment. As you mentioned, those Crouching Tigers will get the buff from Art of War. You can go ahead and get something like a
Like,
1
your
for 5
deck was built
Falling
to
Chi.
play small
Just
hands
go ahead
because
and
of
present as much
Lexi.
damage as possible, even if you're not going to be able to full combo. It is going to be Chase the Tail here. It's an interesting decision.
Yep. Cards that Bartosz owns right now don't have the names. But we've seen him do this before. Remember, in the game against Pudding Tom, he found a Chase the Tail, not for the combo effect. He just ended with the weakest link after that. But of course, this time, Chase the Tail won't even have the go again. So perhaps maybe using it as just a finisher.
Maybe just prioritizing getting
Are
that
you just
copy
grabbing that for Greyfill?
out there in the graveyard. You find it with a future bonds. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we saw Pudding do that through some really, really great effect as well. And was rewarded for it instantly.
Why is it
Crouching
Chase
Tiger
here?
going to go ahead and come in for 2 now.
With the Shuko active. Unpreventable, unlikely to come up.
Now I wonder if we're going to see Shoma's offensive plan start to shift around that scale peeler. With that Traverse online, with the disruption potentially available, is it time to make sure all of those equipment
Shouldn't he have a
a
block
little bit
balance on the
stunted in
first thing?
effectiveness? Balance of Justice does defend here. This time on the Tiger. Maybe a bit of a leak there, potentially. Could have closed off the Biting Breeze.
And, yep. Shoma just checking everything face up now for him. Card in Bartosz's hand, Crouching Tiger, Chase the Tail and Banish, Bonds of Ancestry in the arsenal. Shoma Yamamura can map out the damage on this turn and plan his blocks perfectly.
I don't like this balance block unless you're
Bartosz gonna take
just going to
another
crack it
lead
to block with a card.
of Amnesia.
Oh.
Time to cash in the balance. Let's see what the draw is here.
It's
from
just gaining
Shoma.
some
5 grand,
health.
just a nick now part of the equation.
With the Black Tech spot back as well.
Yeah,
Unless
I
you
wonder
can
if
use
that
all
means
the
those Black
cards.
Techs are looking to get in on the defensive action this go around.
Okay.
For now, just going to go ahead and take the 2
you
from this
dead?
Tiger Taming Kakara.
I'm scared.
Another Crouching Tiger as the follow-up, coming in for 1. Should be 2 on the back of that. Oh, we are correct here. Yeah, good spot from Bartosz. Not going to have the name, therefore Tiger Taming Kakara not able to do its thing. Just 1. Again, another benefit of the Amnesia.
Effectively turning off.
That Amnesia
Turning
saved
it
a lot of
to 2
damage
for 2
here.
instead of a 2 for 3. Bartosz also
saved, what,
recognizing the
4
Chase the Tail
damage?
won't even have go again. Going to use it at the end.
And there is
Theoretically
that
more
Black
because you
Tech.
could have
Go ahead and calm down.
played the
This is
bonds
just
instead.
raw damage, Naked Chain Ender, prioritize the Chase the Tail to go ahead and
Oh, you
set
already
it
had a
up
chase in the
in
yard.
the graveyard for potential future bonds.
Oh wow,
Goes
yeah, that
over the damage.
saved a lot of damage.
Makes a
You
lot
could
of
have
sense.
grabbed a
Still
Descendant
quite a
and
bit
then
of damage,
played the
given
bonds
that
and then
he had a
still
big
done the
arsenal on
chase
this
line.
turn in the form of that bonds.
I would agree. I would agree.
A bit
For
of-
an Art of War turn, kind of tame for an Art of War turn, frankly. Also, I'll point out the fact that Shoma has 5 cards in his hand right now.
And the one in Arsenal as well.
Yeah, it looks like a lot. Total output, 12.
For an Art of War turn, yep, not so good after all, actually, but Chase the Tail going to go to the graveyard with the Bonds of Ancestry set up in Arsenal as well.
Leave No Witness is going to do a little defense here. 2 more damage leaks.
And you have to be nervous about that. You see your Zuri opponent go to their turn with 4 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal, and they just blocked with an Arsenal disruptive piece in the form of Leave No Witnesses when they know you have Bonds of Ancestry in your Arsenal.
CNC, Persuasive Prognosis, Just a Nick, Shred, I believe, among the options that Shoma is working with in this case. What do? You could put your cards down on the table, Ponkage, and I would have no idea how to defend against this.
Do you block 10 here?
So one thing you have to be nervous about if you're Bartosz is that your opponent has Scale Peeler. They know you have Transcended. They know you have 7 block on equipment.
They're giving you the opportunity to spend it.
They didn't send the Scale Peeler.
What does that say?
They have a plan, even if you shove that 7 block in, and we know what the plan is. Just a Nick plus Shred will go over 7 block on the equipment.
The nightmare scenario.
If I think if my hand is good, I might just block
times we've seen
10
him
here.
with his head in his hands here, Brian.
Has looked uncomfortable in this matchup all day long. Things have been, I won't say easy, but smooth sailing for Bartosz. Challenged a little bit by putting Tam in that mirror early on. Ultimately found the path forward. But now, things starting to get a little uncomfortable.
Oh, no, that doesn't do
on our
shit,
first
right?
seed side.
Just a Nick would put it to 6.
Take a look at Bartosz's
and then
hand
again
here. I see double
3.
Ancestral Harmony,
Yeah,
Tiger
that
Swipe,
doesn't work.
and an E-Strike. Bonds of Ancestry in Arsenal.
Well, potential output on that hand is somewhere between like 5 and 1 million.
Yeah, if Ancestral Harmony hits a Descendant off the top, it would be massive. But of course, you could also traverse to guarantee the Descendant. Well, I say guarantee. That's if.
For now.
Shoma has nothing to say about that.
For now, this hand would be set up extremely well in that scenario, but no blocks once again, and that is going to be just a Nick combining with the Black Tech Whisperers and 6 more damage.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of
against the
interested
way
in
of
like
Bartosz,
blocking a
but
lot.
also
Just deny the
disruption,
boots value.
The turn is not over. Even more disruption to follow.
And life gain as well. This combination, Persuasive and Just a Nick, just gives you so much life. That's 2 actions banished. And if you banish another action from Bartosz's hand, that'll be 3 life gained.
Absolutely massive. Going to go ahead and take an Ancestral Harmony here.
That was 6 damage. Take a card from your opponent, gain 3 life. Talk about value.
And the turn is not over, Ponkage. It's Leave No Witnesses from Arsenal. Hand right now, I believe, Shred, Command, and Conquer.
Block 7.
More disruption coming in the future. No blocks once more.
Doesn't want to walk into that Shred.
Yeah, and Bartosz is reading it perfectly. He has done what he needs to do to get around this Shred over and over. But in this case, goes ahead and
I
gets
don't know
a
if
second
this is
silver
reading
and
it
clears an
perfectly.
Art of War from the
You're
top
just
of the deck.
dying.
We all knew it was red Bonds of Ancestry in Arsenal, so that second silver was guaranteed. An Art of War.
You're
off the
playing
top
around
as
his
well.
Shred
With
by just
2 Art
dying.
of Wars gone. Bartosz right now at a 20 life point deficit.
7 vanilla damage is the only offer here. But the biggest thing to me, Ponkage, second silver, rebuying those Black Tech Whisperers, and I feel like Bartosz is going to be back in the exact same spot on the next turn cycle. He's read this Shred, but to what end? It hasn't accomplished anything. It's just reinforced the idea.
He
that
read
he's
the Shred.
absolutely
He
in the
read it.
blender right
He
now.
knows it's there. He'll still know it's there after he's dead.
For the first time in this game, it seems like Shoma working with a bit of incomplete information. Did take a look at Bartosz's hand, but E-Strike bottomed one of those cards. You can't know for sure what his arsenal's going to be, but that looks like it's going to be just very slim reprieve for
I'll
Bartosz.
die before I give you Shred value.
You see Shoma gesture towards that leg slot. Yeah, and just going to take the damage. And if you're Bartosz facing down another 5-card hand from an assassin, the nightmare continues.
We have seen him use
Tunic up as well.
We have seen him use his life total
I don't know.
as a resource.
That
very
hand
aggressively,
felt like a
slowly running
push
out of
armor
that resource, Brian.
somewhere
For Bartosz.
kind of hand
It's like we were kicking
to me.
off. You're
Am I wrong?
Looking for a scrap, and now the damage
Like,
matters
wasn't-
a ton. Are we just going to go 3
Wasn't block 7 on the Leave No Witness is pretty good? Like, if he has a Shred, doesn't matter. You're like, the most you can do is turn that into block 5. You're still covering it. You get your Chi, you get your Tiger, go time.
links wide on this particular turn and offer lethal potentially?
You get to, you'd have Harmony with Descendant Bonds. It was E-Strike, Harmony, Swipe with Descendant set. It's like a little awkward where you don't have like pitch card that you want to pitch, but I don't think it's ideal, but you're running out of time. Like, if we're not fridging armor there, when are we fridging it? I think that was your... best chance to do it. It was either that or the first chain link, I think. I wish we had all that life back. Like, if we had all that life back from just no-bloxing 20 million times in the game earlier, it's fine, but...
And would be very strong if he gets to keep that hand. I have a feeling Shoma's going to have something to say about that, if not from...
You just don't have life anymore to play the game anymore.
When your opponent's at 10 life.
No blocks once again. Bartosz falls to 5. Action point still at the ready. It's scale peeler time, and a perfect time for that to come in.
When you're looking at a hand with 2 no blocks...
Especially since he didn't scale peeler that turn, and he's just holding cards, like...
Then look at the equipment to potentially bail you out. Scale peeler, though, saying... that equipment going to be substantially reduced. 7 block on that fridge. If the scale peeler hits,
I don't know if you win the
all the way
game,
down to 3.
but you put yourself in a spot to win the game. I think you've put yourself in a spot where you just can't win the game.
Uncertainty start to creep in if you're in this spot as Bartosz Zemba.
So one of the Transcend cards is Drop in the Ocean. So you can deny the on-hit of the scale peeler. You can double Transcend off of it. Drop in the Ocean, Pathwell Travel. Pathwell Travel doesn't matter. This already has Go again. Reduce this down to 0. Now you're free.
Like, you're not playing to win, and you're not playing to not lose either.
Some cost there, though.
You're
you do
just
give up
playing
resources from the 12
to
casino,
die.
but still
Like,
you might
you're
be exactly
trying
right.
to
That might
trade
be exactly what the
damage
doctor ordered on this particular turn cycle.
when your hands are less efficient at trading than his are.
7 block in front of something. Shoma might not be able to do much with that information.
Block Shuko?
Is that going to be the play here for Bartosz? Scale Peeler looks almost innocuous, but not when you're a hero like Zen. It really relies on that fridge.
3 cards still at the ready for Shoma. Bartosz Zemba has played around Shred practically every single turn.
I don't think that's too extreme.
Does he continue?
Like, what is our game plan here? Like, talking on a macro. We're just saying no blocks and then trading damage, but the damage we're trading every turn is worse than the damage that's being traded into us. So if we're playing a value game, we're just losing. So we're just playing a worse value game than our opponent. So the only thing that we're playing towards is our opponent bricking on disruption. I think that's the only thing that you're playing towards here.
Need to do so. Does he just want to go ahead and put the Shuko in front of the scale peeler? Of course, Piercing is going to activate, but 2 defense on the Shuko, and yes, that is going to go ahead, come down.
If you're Shoma, alarm bells to some extent need to be ringing.
Where does that leave the follow-up defense? Now only 5 potential defense. Well, in future block.
Another thing, too, is your list has the extra D-reacts in it, but you just saying no blocks a million times doesn't play towards the strength of your list. Like, if you're gonna include these cards in your list and bring them in the matchup, then why not play towards that and give yourself the chance to draw these cards, so that way you can try to pivot off of them. If you want to trade damage, then find spots to pivot.
Including the Drop in the Ocean could be 6, but Shred can target this Shuko. Shred does say Assassin Attack. The dagger is an Assassin Attack. Doesn't say Assassin Attack action card. You have to wonder whether Shoma is thinking about that.
You've drawn
very almost aggressive
1 D-react this game?
Doesn't want the Scale Peeler to hit. Shoma's just going to cash in the Shred right here.
No, it is just going to be Command and Conquer paid for with the Shred.
Tough.
Very interesting.
And for 6.
Well, you're out of time to find the D-react. What does the D-react do now? You still have to give up cards anyways.
Is that worth 24 damage?
Without an Art of War?
Like, you want to find a spot where you can, like, D-react and ignore what they're doing, and then just play your 3 to 4 card hand, and the implied value of what they were doing doesn't matter because they are trying to trade in a way where their hit trigger matters, but you're ignoring their hit trigger, so you outvalue them on the cycle. But by playing this way, you no longer have the space to do that, where you'll still have to block other things on the turn because you don't have the life to give up to do that.
Quite a tough ask, I think.
That's my read as well. Of course, you have options to things like partial blocks here. We talked a lot about splitting the Stride and the Traverse across multiple turns. We see that more and more from these Zens.
Reaching for the equipment is Bartosz.
Chakra, 3 block. Stride, up to 4. Saya. looking to cover 6.
Critically keeping the Traverse the Universe nice and pretty in that head slot.
Has knowledge that is not going to be subjected to a shred, of course, and Conquer, not an assassin attack, and it's just going to be an arsenal here for Shoma. Bonkers, this turn feels like the Pro Tour in the balance. If Bartosz Ziemba doesn't find offense here, I think he's in a world of trouble, barring something like an abs.
Is there any universe where you make a Zen state there?
Absolute brick on Shoma's next turn. Path well traveled, going to go ahead and target that levels. That means Zen going to be activated in response. 2 modes now available, and it's going to be draw a card as well as +2 since we have the go again from the path well traveled. The absolute best of the Transcend cards you can point the way of that levels while it's on.
Effectively getting all 3 modes off the level with just 2 blues pitched.
Tiger Swipe, the find here for Bartosz.
Find of the Zen still going to have a random draw off the top. Could find a 3rd Art of War here, potentially. Currently levels coming in for 5 with go again. Draw again going to be resolved. Draw card going to be resolved.
Draw again.
After the shuffle.
This feels like a big draw.
It's my favorite mode.
1 Art of War left in the deck. Bonds of Ancestry.
However, already has activated Zen to find that Tiger Swipe. I don't quite know what his arsenal is. Bonds might just be a dead card here.
Did that Bonds show up just a little bit too late to capitalize on its appearance?
Now, though, Shoma needs to decide how he's blocking. His levels for 5. Still plenty of offense being represented by Bartosz here.
Fate Foreseen coming out of hand. Just 1 damage going to leak. Shoma moves the card to the bottom of the deck. Falls to 23. 23 to 5 right now in Shoma Yamamura's favor. Chain Close Ancestral Harmony. Big reveal here. This round's on me. It's a miss for Bartosz. And that brings us to Tiger Taming Kakara now.
Also, by doing it that way, you're removing, like, not only just the informing what you should have searched, but also you removed a target from your deck, so you're less likely to hit.
And you just know he was digging for a Descendant there.
Just 2 more damage. Crouching Tiger comes in for only 1.
And
No
1
defenses again. 20. And here's the Tiger Swipe. 4. Go again with an on hit.
creating a Tiger with no palm. Should be 5 because of the Ancestral Harmony.
Correct. Catch by Shoma. Sync in hand, going to combine well with this Black Tech Whispers. Go ahead and clean that up. Entirely passes on the sync. Looks like empty Tiger, and that is the end of the turn, and not much happening there for Bartosz. Bonds heads to Arsenal.
End of the turn, probably end of the game?
Some offense with that very, very soon.
Not much happening for Bartosz, but a lot happening for Shoma. That was not a stellar turn.
It's looking for a
after
scrap
the
again.
stride.
Okay.
And all Bartosz has now is the Traverse of Universe in the blocks. He's very quickly coming to a point where he needs to just give cards from hand on defense, not where you
So
want to
Codex
be
or
as Zen.
2-cost Disruption.
Looking for a scrap one more time, trying to get wide. Traverse going to go ahead and defend, grabs the Chi. Bartosz is desperate to play one more large hand. What is that last card in Arsenal for Shoma? Looking to activate Flick Knives. I'm fearing the Spider's Bite here, absolutely. And does that mean one more disruptive effect rolled up in Arsenal, trying to spoil Bartosz's big turn?
Does he have a Hurl in his graveyard?
With that Flick Knives,
Are you just dead?
Bartosz would be going down to 1.
And that means you're on a one-turn clock. Absent Life Gain does have
Oh!
Wax on here to further cover that up. So just the Spider's Bite going to hit. Bartosz going to fall to 4. But still, 2 resources floating. Here's the Arsenal. It's Codex of Frailty.
And if you're Shoma, you're actually happy to see that Wax on. You just want cards from Bartosz at this point.
Yeah, if you had didn't D-react there, I think you were just dead on board.
When he has already cashed in the Traverse, but look at his hand!
It is triple Transcendence.
Okay, never mind. You're still dead on board.
And Shoma Yamamura has won Pro Tour Amsterdam and is bringing the Pro Tour trophy back with him to Japan.
Won the Pro Tour on Uzuri Switchblade, not the assassin that people were thinking about at all coming to this Pro Tour. First Pro Tour for our Japanese player over here. What an incredible story for him.
And
Well
Bartosz
navigated.
Ziemba, gracious in defeat. You see a smile, you see a handshake. Nothing but a fierce competitor throughout this entire top 8. And again, falling just short. But today it's Shoma Yamamura's day, winning the Pro Tour as one of 2 Azuris in the entire 390-plus person field. Shoma Yamamura has announced Japan's arrival on the scene for Flesh and Blood.
And you just have to feel for Bartosz for a little bit. That's the second time he's come so close to obtaining that trophy, obtaining the first place. Unfortunately, end of the road here, facing such an incredible player with such a galaxy brain hero choice in the form of...
All right, let's watch the draft portions. My coffee's starting to kick in. I think that's less. I think that's less on you practicing against a niche deck, and more of you should have already kind of thought about it before going in. Like, you've played against Uzuri before, you know how the deck operates. But even then, you're on a team. You probably should have asked your teammates to help you. Like, you should have been, hey, whatever I'm doing is probably more important than whatever someone on the team is doing. Help me. I need someone to even just we'll play Talishar on our phone or something. Can someone play this matchup for me while I'm waiting for my next game, just in case I have to play the Uzuri in the finals? Let me just play a game or two of this so I can kind of formulate a game plan real quickly on the fly. This is a benefit of having a team. But even if it's not a teammate, phone a friend. I don't know what to tell you. You still play great. Good run, man. It's not taking anything away from it, but that's something that you got to do. If you don't know what to do. Yeah. Yeah, I would not sit down and wing it and just say, send it, new strategy. I mean, your last comment, Cody, that is what happened. Even if the plan is wrong, it's at least a plan. He did do that. He did I have a plan. I'm just going to play my new plan. So.
But that's kind of all I...
This might be unwatchable.
In our feature draft slot, looking to navigate some Part the Mistveil packs.
Coming through the pack over here, just...
Yeah, let's get a better angle.
Key pieces to the front over here.
No?
So I believe I saw that the Transcend card in this pack was a green that tips...
Light a soul.
It's looking like he's considering some of the Illusionist cards. Now...
Yeah. But, that's one of those moments where, okay, you ran into something you weren't prepared for at the event. That could happen. Let's take, for example, where we go back to Nats 2, and you find out there's this weird Icelander playing attacks in Top Cut, and you've got 1 to 2 hours before playing against that. You grab a teammate, you throw some attacks in the deck, and then you go play into it and try to figure it out. You've got this time, and you've got the teammates. They're fucking... X4 in the calling probably going to drop anyways. Maybe that matters less than trying to help out a teammate. Or if they're just playing side events or something. Yeah, it's hard. I know when we're at these things and someone is making a deep run and whatever I'm doing is less important, I just try to make myself available. The Hartford calling, the entire time I'm just running around to Cody and them being what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Can I help you? Can I help you? Because they're in top. Whatever they're doing matters more than whatever I'm doing. Maybe that's not how everyone wants to be with these types of things, but I'd hope someone would do the same for me.
In Part of Mistveil, it is actually fairly easy to send a signal because of the very typical split of the class commons of being 2-2 usually. So you can very easily send a signal, but sometimes you just want to pick the best card in the pack, which may not be one of those commons. So
I'm going to see if this
there's another option beyond sending a
gets
signal.
better to look at.
Nope. You can go ahead and just take good Mystic cards. And we've seen that strategy employed to great success in events like US Nationals. Just the mono blue deck, if you will, but it looks like the pick here is going to be a Spectre instead.
Doesn't get better for viewing, I'm gonna just jump to the next one.
Spectre sending a signal and picking a very, very strong card as well. So he's somewhat well you know, well set up to have a very strong.
Okay, it looks like they jumped to the other side of the shoulder.
There's still 2 Illusionist commons in this pack as well.
Good sign. Good sign for Chris Ayali.
Yep. But also red Tiger Form Incantation, very strong Zen common as well. You know, I think.
Oh, no, you know, for next time. That's something to think about for next time, you know? Like, can always improve group structure things.
Draft players might fall into is getting married to their first pick. So he picked a red Wax Inspector, pick 1.
Can we get Bartosz in the Runaways? The Boroways?
That does not mean he has to be an Enigma.
No, plenty of room to stay open here.
Exactly. If you see something like a red Tiger Form Incantation, could pivot to Zen or something. Maybe just pick it.
What
pick
did
it
he?
up and
What
be
did he
open.
take?
Could be
I didn't even
first
see what it
picks.
was.
Yep, very hard as well.
Oh, possible as well, but it looks like the pick here is be a Spectre instead, going to Traditionals. Just the mono blue
Spectre, okay.
He's somewhat well, you know, well set up to have a very strong Enigma,
Drop.
Enigma deck. Looks
There's
like
a bite. I can't tell the
commons in this
bite
pack as
color.
well.
There's a red.
Good
I
sign
think that's
for
Harmony.
Yep. But also red Tiger Form Incantation, very
And
strong Zen common
gloves.
as well. You know, I think a trap that some less experienced draft players might fall into is getting married to their first pick. So he picked a red Wax Inspector, pick 1. That does not mean he has to be an Enigma. If
No,
he
plenty of room to stay open here.
Exactly. If you see something like a red Tiger Form Incantation, could pivot to Zen or something. Maybe just pick it up and be open. Could be either Enigma or Zen.
Yeah, Drop in the Ocean available as well. That's a very, very good Transcend card in Enigma. Looks like we have
I'd probably take
a
gloves
Kukoi
here.
as well. Skyhold Kukoi. Not my favorite of the Kukois. I tend to want to use that slot for something a little bit more impactful, but still, those are very, very powerful cards. But it is just going to be the Chi card here. Drop in the Ocean, the pick for Chris Ayali.
Yep, setup. Still seems to be in the Enigma lane.
I would say so. I think, you know, these Transcend cards have such varying degrees of efficiency depending on which hero you're in. Pass
the
over
Chi
one you
Mask.
Slam if you're in new, for sure.
Yet another red Tiger Form Incantation.
Is that a
Yeah,
Blanche?
Signs, but
2 common Illusionist cards.
it's just good cards
No.
here. There's frankly just good cards all
Ooh.
over this pack. Very powerful pack. Very powerful Transcend card.
I think it's a
Have some
swerve to ninja
Planet
angle.
available as well, and the Mask of Voice and Whiskers.
Yeah. This Illusionist commons, though, I bet he wishes it was.
I speculate on that
first colors.
mask.
I kind of want blue Vengeful Apparition and red Wax Inspector. These are kind of the wrong colors. Perhaps why he's considering the second tenant of Chi Tide here instead.
Look, those second tenants.
I think that's a yellow bite.
Very, very good foundation of Enigma strategy. You need to
I-
offer damage. and that is
holy
ultimately going
shit,
to be
that's not the
here. Second
pick.
tenant goes ahead and joins the pile.
Yep, blue block 3. Definitely what you want to see in Enigma. However, does affect your new
Was
map.
that even the pick
Yep,
if your
blue-
blinders
You need
on?
to be able to offer damage. Those second tenants, nothing to scoff at. Very.
instead.
Which Chi
Wax
is
Inspector.
this?
These are kind of the wrong colors. Perhaps why he's considering the second. You kind of want blue Vengeful
Is that the banished Chi? I can't tell. That's the banished one, right? Y'all, you guys should know. I don't know fucking card names. It's like Mask or the banished Chi, I think. I don't think I ever take the Tide.
Apparition and red Wax Inspector. These are kind of the wrong colors. Perhaps why he's considering the second tenant of Chi Tide here.
There's also another 1-for-3 red in the
Look,
pack.
those second tenants, nothing to scoff at.
And
Very,
I'm
very
pretty
good
sure there's one in the
foundation
last pack
of Enigma
also.
strategy. You
And then
need to be able
there's
to offer damage. That is
the
ultimately
yellow
going to be your
0-for-3
second tenant goes
combo
ahead
in the
and joins
pack.
pile.
Yep, blue block 3. Definitely what you want to see in Enigma. However, does affect your new matchup to some extent.
He's
as well.
just
And if you're
blinders on,
buffing
I
Enigma,
guess.
You want to make sure you have a very, very good new matchup. Cards like second tenant of Chi, if you cannot side them out because of a blue ratio, could offer you some, you know.
Yeah, he's just blinders
problems
on.
when you're against a new.
This
I have to
is
say, Pankaj, reviewing this pack, I'm quite confused by the signals I've seen across these first few picks. It looked like Zen maybe wide open in the form of those 2 Tiger Form Incantation reds. Now Zen looking a little drier. New looking quite good. Maybe players just looking to fill out their Transcend suite, looking to fill out their equipment.
it's just
Yep, or possibly even just.
Staying
there's 2
open,
Zen cards in the
open,
pack.
Couple of options here for Chris.
And there's a chest. How is the Zen dry?
Picking, but also blue Vengeful Apparition, just a blue 3-block aura that you're also happy to play because the effect can be very, very strong. Instant speed out of, Sigil of
There's
Solitude,
3
for
Zen
example.
cards.
Yeah, I think I agree with the Bastion pick here. I think it is just one
I
of the
forgot
most
that I
powerful
didn't full
options.
screen
Like I
it, my
said,
bad.
It's critical that you were able to offer big attacks as Enigma.
Okay, so we're just gonna navigate this like we're blinders on, I guess.
Looking at the next pick over here. Blue Wax Inspector, definitely
I might
not something
take-
you want to see. But these emeritaries are
So there's a 0-for-4. There's I think it's just chest if we're blinders on.
Attacking with it and ending with a 0-for-4. It's not a massive attack, but it's still very, very strong.
No, I think 0 for 4 is such a critical type line in this format. It is so good to be able to stash a card like that in your arsenal and just get a little bit more juice on the end of your combat chain. This one, Skybody Gakoi, gets a little bit higher in my estimation. I could consider that pick as well.
I'm honestly not even listening to
A lot of
their
players seem to have
commentary.
not really liking the other chess pieces that are available in this format because they are pretty restrictive. You have to be at 1 life before you can get its effect. But yeah, so Cruciale choosing just the Gakoi.
The thing is, he's also like hard forcing, but he's not sending any fucking signal that he's forcing right now. He's taken 1 illusionist card. I don't think you have to do that, but if you're gonna like hard commit that hard, it's something you gotta consider.
And you know some other big blue attacks like second tenor cheats exactly what you want in Enigma.
Like,
Bastion, you deal with the pesky,
I swear to fuck if he doesn't take that chakra.
I would also note too.
I will lose my fucking shit if he doesn't take that
chakra.
chakra.
Is open at this point. He could absolutely get into it.
He is absolutely not open right now.
Definitely the only class card
he has eyes for one girl.
100%. And you see him arranging, seeing what's being taken out of the pack.
Still 2 illusionist commons over here.
He's like, ooh, 3 for 5, slam.
Vengeful Aberration. Looks like he picked up
I believe a second tenant.
I am so sick of your shit, Chris. I can't believe he passed that chakra.
So now second tenor chi tied. I mean, we picked 2 of the second tenants. You have to wonder, like, the new matchup can get risky.
Blanche.
Too many of these second tenants. Also, you know, big blue attacks like Balefron Bastion.
I feel like you have to take the tenant with how many of the tenant attacks we've taken.
How about Blue Blanche? That's a card I don't mind having in my deck whatsoever. It looks like Truths Retold also available.
Mm-hmm. First tenant of Chi tied as well.
Like, based on what we've already taken, I think you have to take the tenant. We got to find a way to turn on the other tenants. I want the Blanche more, but
to your point again, he just hasn't picked that many classes.
Right now, our pool is
the Mystic cards he has.
Blue Blanche is fucking insane. Blanche just as a card is fucking insane. So we've got 2 tenant 3 for 6 5s. We've got, I think he took a blue Bastion. We've got the -1 chi. We've got chest. We've got the 2-cost aura. Yeah, we just like need ways to like enable our chi and ways to enable our tenant attacks. So like, I think we're like painting ourselves in a corner that we have to be Mystic Enigma. Is that a 3 visits?
Pick definitely lean towards Enigma more so than like the blue Zen list, for example.
I think I want the droplet more.
Droplet available here. Should you be looking for more blue offensive output? 3 visits. Okay. Look, I want to say you could slam that as an illusionist. It's a little speculative.
Yeah.
I think given the texture of our deck, I want the droplet also. Okay, whatever. Fuck me.
Just a Nick. 3 visits, not quite in that same category.
I do think Chris is reasonably well set up to take advantage of it, and did ultimately make the 3 visits pick.
Oh! Blue Chakra! Slam! Block 2 plus new. Can play. It's a fucking 0 for 4, man. Slam. Just kill him. Oh, the Blanche? Just cast the Blanche and call your opponent a clown. Or side it out. I mean, like, the way we're drafting, I think we're conceding the fact that new is going to have a good hero power. Like, our deck is already 3 for 5s. The 4th is not going to change very much.
Here, so that card will make the deck, almost certainly.
Ooh,
oh, wash away. No!
You don't really
I want to
be
wield these
playing
cards.
Waning Vengeance.
Chakra Slam.
Just play for Ward 1 can be.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to get this Chakra.
The Moon Chakra instead, if you at least get the Transcend Hyrule block.
Yeah, I like the flexibility of the Chakra.
Finally, a pick I agree with.
Agree with Chris's pick there.
And so far, he has 1 Transcend card in the form of that drop in the ocean. So going to need to pick a couple more up.
I think he only saw 1 more, if I recall correctly. I think the only other one to come around was that Passover, which he did not take.
3-block Slam.
It says a lot about the priority
None of this matters.
Now placing on these cards. Looks like red Vengeful Apparition coming around. Okay.
Yep.
But you need cards to fill out your deck. It's all good.
And if you're filling out a deck with 3 blocks, you're still happy to do so. And once again, that pack had 2 Illusionist commons in it. And of course, those commons weren't very high.
Currently, this doesn't do anything in our deck, right?
But still, you still see 2 of your class cards this late in the draft. Yep. You have to be feeling fairly good.
And look at this, 1 card of each class.
Just take the blow, I guess.
Players have found their lanes, cards being distributed equitably, setting up well for a 3-3-2 split amongst our players.
This is the sort of draft you expect to see at something like a Pro Tour.
Yep, nice and clean.
Yep.
Yeah, this Vengeful doesn't actually do anything yet.
The signals and, receiving them correctly as well.
Rising Tide and single-minded determination available late in the pack. Ali is going to go ahead and take the Illusionist card here. Single-minded determination added to the pile.
Blue one as well. Not too sad about that.
Yeah, blue 3 blocks. They go a long way. They go a very long way. Blue count is very high.
Just kill your opponent.
Some vulnerability against New. Blue Waxing Spectre. These are all filler level cards, but the good thing is you are getting them, and that means you haven't gotten yourself in a scenario where you're there with just a host of other Illusionists, 4 Enigmas or anything like that at the table. I think there's a pretty safe bet. I would guarantee
another 3 physical.
Oh,
Chakra!
Of 2 Illusionists still very much in play, given how
we only have. Is that a token?
I think, frankly, just kind of a weaker spread of Illusionist cards available throughout those packs. That's my read on what was happening there. And, that's by drafting. There's variance, and you never know when the
power this is so tough. We really need to pick up some chi.
Up to be in a very good position later on, because in the first pack,
we already have a chest.
People decided to be Enigma
because
of the
what's under the 3 visits? Is that a Spectre?
At the table? And then you can just go ahead, and then when the good Illusionist cards open up later on, it's too late for other people to pivot, but you're already in the class.
It's like Spectre or Chakra, I think.
Give me a rating on Chris Ali's draft. How are you feeling if you're in his seat?
Oh, that's his. What he's already drafted.
Definitely,
okay.
He has read his seat incredibly well. He's in the class he wants to be, and Enigma is also a very, very strong hero to be in this draft format. So I'm feeling very good.
Preserve Tradition, Big Blue Sky available. We
just need
some more
chi.
Transcend for sure.
I want the Big Blue Sky.
First picking something like a Preserve Tradition, but I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
We need chi.
Although Red Sigil of Solitude, I love this card.
Nice card, yeah.
So you spoke about how 0 for 4 is a very important type line. And the reverse side, it is very difficult to block 4 damage in this format. Typically involves either either one of your equipment pieces, or if you have a Spectral Shield somewhere, which you don't really want to give up as Enigma. So the Red Sigil of Solitude, I'm a big fan of the card, and it combos very well with Blue Vengeful Apparitions as well.
That it does. I already have the chess piece available on offer here. It's not going to be an equipment pick for Ali, but it is just going to be the Transcend card prioritized here. I think that's smart. You do not want to find yourself lacking as you
so we need
have to give up maybe the chance
3 equipment. We need a couple more chi. Ideally, a few more ways to transcend. We could use a few more good auras.
Of blues so far. Definitely
that one's okay.
Waning Vengeance, Single-Minded Determination pulled to the front of the pack.
Maul in this pack as well. Maul in draft, maybe.
I'm taking those boots.
Not incredible, but
I am windmill slamming those boots
in this format. So having access to something that could just suddenly blow your opponent out.
Another Transcend card on offer here with that Stir the Pot. Aqualapse.
And a red Waning Vengeance as well.
Windmill slam the boot.
He's making sure he's got the commons in order. Just trying to get a read of what's going on the rest of the table.
It's broken in the deck we're currently drafting also.
I feel like he's deciding between Aqualapse and Waning Vengeance here so far. Aqualapse.
Our deck is like basically done.
No! He's gone for the red Waning Vengeance instead.
Yeah, gonna hold out a little bit, I think, on that equipment. And I kind of like that read given the possibility of 2 Illusionists was still very live based on my read in the last pack. Just get a
Oh my god.
Pass to you. And I think staying open to that possibility makes a little bit more sense to me here.
Evasive leap.
Yeah, I'd love to see a red evasive leap.
Yeah, it could be very, very strong.
Yeah, we were definitely supposed to be ninja.
Yeah, some options here. None of the Illusionist class, interestingly. I don't really see any standout Illusionist cards.
Yeah, yellow Waxing Spectre is just okay.
This is interesting, because this pack feels mined for Illusionist cards, frankly. Again, maybe just weak? Maybe just a weak breakdown?
Yeah, I think there's a blue Waning Vengeance at the back there, so still has 2 Illusionist cards in the pack.
It's just the blow is kind of bad with our current deck comp.
So, yeah, but I mean,
I don't want this evasive leap either, though.
Evasive leap and Wounding Blow both. Solid pickups.
I think it's just take the blow, but
actually, I'm curious where Ali goes, and then I'll tell you why I'm feeling that way.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm leaning leap, but alright, but you tell me why.
I just felt like at this stage, Ali is not really playing any kind of game plan around protecting an aura. He's never trying to set up protect the queen type scenarios, never really trying to... It's just about value, right? You get the value on the turn.
Leap just isn't good in our deck composition. We can't play protect the queen with this deck comp.
I don't think it was a mistake. I'm not saying that. I just think there were merits to both picks in that scenario.
Yeah, I agree. Perhaps he's thinking along the lines, I just want to point out Arousing Wave still in this pack over here. That tells you something about the state of New with the rest of the
Yeah, we are definitely in the wrong lane.
It could be the sort of situation where he feels like he doesn't have enough.
When you get past Mask and then Wave, I think it's pretty easy to identify we picked the wrong deck.
I don't have too many ward cards. I need to be able to protect them.
More
and do as-
He went 7-0 though, day one,
The
right?
argument works both ways.
Yeah, it's nice for both, for sure.
Battlefront Bastion Blue again available. It's so hard for me to pass this card. It's so powerful.
Yeah, just both on defense and on offense too, to be honest.
Yeah, and it is going to be the pick here for Ayali. I wouldn't mind a power card or two, Ponkage. I feel like this deck is solid. I have no real qualms with it. It doesn't seem flawed in any way, but where are those power spikes?
This deck is very flawed.
No,
and there's a double trouble.
Really looking forward at this point.
I agree with
Really
you.
round off this deck. No chi card in this pack either, so
All right. We only have like 2 illusionist cards, right? Can we swerve? Were we supposed to swerve off of that wave? And just go assassin? We're giving up a Spectre and a blue Chakra. Have we taken any other illusionist cards that matter? I don't give a fuck about that red 3 block or the blue 3 block. I think we're at like 4 total illusionist cards. You're giving up waxing to be in the right seat. Am I crazy for swerving here?
this is probably kind of slim pickings in this pack, to be honest.
Yeah, first tenant, potentially.
Yeah.
Spillover.
Blue
like
Winding Blow even, potentially, honestly, just the blue block.
Blue block 3. Totally fine. It feels like some pretty mediocre options here.
Definitely. It's kind of the first time Chris Yali has felt that. I feel like up until so far, he's,
I think I would have taken the Arousing Wave that last pack. And then just hard swerved off of this double trouble.
Had choices, kind of felt good about every one of his picks, but this is probably the first time he's kind of like, might need to settle for
It just
something.
feels like he's jamming a lot of like 6s and 7s into his deck. Like just 6s and 7s, one pick after another. This time though,
Like, I'm pretty sure
3 in the form
this
of
deck
blue
is currently a
Winding
train
Blow.
wreck.
Totally playable card, probably makes the deck blue block 3, but
And
not really of any strategic importance.
minor edge over the first 10 energy wind over there, because if you're going to give new one of your blues, you'd rather give them a blue Winding Blow than that other card.
I
So
would agree with that assessment.
very minor over there. Looking through this pack as well. Again, not too many amazing.
Oh, and then we would have taken the Red Hiss.
Now I am pretty confident it is new in the 2 drafter seat, because that red hiss coming that late is a massive sign that new is getting underdrafted somewhere.
Our deck would be
you can have a
done.
cluster of news on a certain position.
Oh my god, we'd shit on everyone.
That Arousing Wave as well.
Yep. There's been several signs of quite strong assassin cards making it through.
First 10 of Chi Moon there, the pick for Chris Yali. So yet another blue block 3, and what you said earlier, the blue count currently very high. It just keeps getting higher, Brian. Also, yet again, another red hiss.
It hurts.
Wow. Yep.
No.
2 solid red auras in this pack. They're no spectral manifestations, they're no waxing specters, but they're solid. Sultry Companion, Haunting Spectre, both, they're good. They're just solid red auras.
No.
Yeah, I could see leaning towards Solitary Companion here just to get some virtual go again type setups in your deck. Get some counters on your Spectral Shields.
No,
you don't
and
always have to do that quite yet with Chris Iali's deck.
Oh my
You're
god,
just going
and
to
he
go
took
ahead
the wrong
and make
card
that pick.
still?
Yeah, he's lacking go again on his aura so far, which is a problem Enigmas can run into this draft, which is why when the Acolypse was coming around, I think he was considering it as well. Sometimes you just have to go wide.
Hello,
Sometimes
darkness,
you
my
have
old
the tempo,
friend.
but if you don't have to go again to capitalize on it, it can get pretty rough. And yeah, like you said, not enough ways to get counters.
Whatever,
on Spectral
man.
Shields so far.
Blinders
Not enough ways
are
to make
OP.
Spectral Shields, to be honest. Yep. He has 2 G cards, and just Sultry Companion so far to make Spectral
He
Shields.
must get fucking hooked up in pack 3 or something. Like, this deck is terrible.
Speaking of making Spectral Shields, that was a blue Spectral Manifestations, a pick for Chris Yali. Almost have to wonder whether he's feeling a bit of that desperation.
That
not
feels like
having
a desperation pick.
Yeah.
You just need some way to go ahead
No,
and
that
produce
pick's
these type
fine.
of game states. And
I'm
I
happy
think
having that in
Spectral
my deck.
Manifestations has to
Ooh,
enter the
wash
deck at
away.
that stage. As much as I actually dislike
But we
Spectral
have
Manifestations, I think it is quite often a liability.
2
but
Chi
if you
right
have
now?
None of this mode of playing the game. You become a
And
very
1 good
linear,
aura.
predictable deck.
Yep. If you don't have enough ways to go wide,
Get crushed in the mirror.
Yeah.
You just, like, don't actually have a way to win the game right now.
Wash Away enters the deck now.
Unless our opponent's
And
deck
again,
is worse.
We're always seeing illusionist cards in these packs. I'm just not seeing great ones right now.
Yeah, the power has been lacking a little. I mean, there was the red Sultry Companion and red Haunting Spectre in that pack, which is probably the strongest red auras we have seen so far, aside from the pack 1 pick 1 Waxing Spectre.
Yeah, again, 2 new cards still left in the pack, including blue pick to pieces.
Only 2 options for Chris Yale here. Rising Tide is
Rising Tide.
This is looking close to being somewhere around 20 blues in this deck. It's a little high on the blue count, but there's still one more pack.
How
I don't
about
care
a choice
about
of
that.
a couple more blues, Pontage? It is going to be either a blue Waning Vengeance or a blue Rising Tide.
But that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, he put blinders on to force Enigma and only took one illusionist card the whole time. Like,
Not amazing picks either way.
you can't be surprised when that happens. It's fine if you want to do that, but like, you can't be surprised when you're cut off to the left.
You almost wonder whether he's doing that so he just make more shields as well.
And nothing that he got in pack 1 was good enough to say force
I
Enigma.
will say, given the base that has been established,
And
I like
he
that pick.
and he passed to 3 visits both ways. So like, if someone's gonna like move in on an Enigma off of a 3 visits, like, you're just creating another Enigma.
Pretty good value pick to get this late. Essence of Ancestry Body coming through to Chris's deck.
Yep, red block 3.
Also has some extra utility against things like Zen.
I don't think that card's amazing, but it's playable. But someone else might think it's good.
Yeah, you
take
called
that
it.
to pieces.
You called it about new.
I would have
On this
been
side of the table for Chris
so
Yale, it's
fucking
very
rewarded
open,
for that
Rousey
swerve.
Wave, 2 red hisses.
Now, I'm
It's
interested to
so nice
see
at the game.
What the pass back is like now, because it feels this right now.
Speak about who was just format. The mirror got retolds.
Time we, as we've progressed through this draft, I just don't see a cohesive. And that's fine. That's fine. Fine pick. And now I look at the deck and I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
I just don't see a cohesive deck yet.
It's all just okay. Ooh, red Waxing Spectre in this pack 3 pick 1.
No, we're just gonna get hooked up in the next pack.
For sure.
Yeah,
We're just gonna have a 1-pack deck.
And the headpiece as well. This is
Thinking about what's tabling, because he needs to table good stuff in this pack. That's critical for Chris Allen.
I don't
to find
think
good tables.
I'm not happy with my seat. I think
these
our
are
deck
all
is.
strong options. You have to want yellow Astral Etchings.
I think our deck right now is like
red Waxing Spectre
terrible.
unlikely to be tabled, but he might just be feeling too desperate to get one of these.
Like, we're drafting the Mystic Enigma deck, but we have 1 piece of armor. We have 2 chi. How are we winning games? 3? He's got drop and Passover, right? When did he get another?
More of these equipment pieces, because that is one of the sticking points of ending 2 dash.
Equipment. We acknowledge another very serious flaw.
It's a win condition.
It's time we acknowledge another very serious flaw in Chris Alley's deck. Equipment. Just completely lacking equipment.
Just that one chess piece.
And it's so funny, like, as we've progressed through this draft, I've just been like, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, fine.
Or did
pick.
we
And now I
talk
look
about
at
the
deck and I'm like,
Passover and he
what are we doing?
take it?
Yeah,
I just don't see a cohesive deck
I think
yet.
he only has 2.
It's all just okay. Ooh, red Waxing Spectre in this pack.
Tables.
Definitely.
I'm pretty
And
sure he
these
only
are
has
all
2.
strong options. You have to want yellow Astral Etchings could potentially be tabled, I think. Red Waxing Spectre unlikely to be tabled, but he might just.
Yeah, it was. We talked about that pack, right? And we were like, that was a defensible pick. And then he just took something completely. We were like between 2 cards, and then he took a third, I think.
Get one of these more of these equipment pieces, because that is one of the sticking
But
points of
like,
ending
he
as
needs
well.
so much for his
He's gotta
deck
take
to
the specter,
function
though,
right
'cause What
now.
are those equipment pieces even protecting at this point if he doesn't end up with more valuable wards to defend?
True. 3 visits, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably your best bet.
Yeah.
But I like the pick here. I think Waxing Spectre was the clear pick, and I think we need a couple more packs like that for Chris Alley for this deck to come together. And
We also have a
look, I
Moon
believe
Chakra
we
that
get
only has
fast.
2
We get
chi.
5 or 6 good picks in a row. I think we're looking at a very
We've got
solid deck.
washaways
absolutely
that
on
don't
Chris Alley
have
at this
chi
stage.
to go with them,
If you get,
really.
like, an uphold tradition or something in the next
Like, our
couple of
deck
picks, and you
just
get another one
has
of
so many
those
pieces that
in one
don't
of
have
other
the
slots,
parts to go with
you
them.
are sitting pretty pretty. Not the chess piece, though. That's
Chest
not what you want.
again, one more time, dropping the ocean
Don't
again.
you
I feel like
fucking
that's coming
take that
around again.
haze.
Vengeful Apparition is the red here. Haze Shelter as another potential red.
Yellow Bastion. I mean,
We
Battle for
have to
Bastion,
take this
the
drop.
color of it almost doesn't matter.
I agree. It is incredibly powerful, but
Drop is
not
the
only are we
only
short
pick in
equipment,
this
I also
pack.
think we're actually a little short on Transcend cards as well, so I could see this drop in the ocean being very high priority.
Yep.
There's just a lot of pieces we need right now.
I mean, we spoke about how his deck currently isn't really making shields or not making +1 counters to capitalize on tempo if he gets it, so I'm with you on the Transcend card potentially being the pick over here.
Looks like debating between these two
His drop
cards.
not close.
It's a tough pick.
Even the Haze Shelter
It's just
making
not
its
a
way
tough
forward,
pick at all.
But it is ultimately going to be the yellow Battlefield Bastion. Okay.
Okay. A bit unfortunate for Chris there that that equipment piece in that pack was just a chest one, which he already has. Just one equipment piece, not where you want to be as Enigma. You really need that equipment to help you against those breakpoints that something like Zen was sending to, even Moon with the little daggers.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm gonna message him after this.
Yellow Waxing Spectre here.
Evasive
Oh!
Stir the pot.
Okay.
No! We have to
Do
take the
three key
chi.
cards now. I don't think we do. I think we only have 2.
I think you're thinking of course.
We have to take the
okay.
chi.
Yeah.
Our deck doesn't
Moment
function.
with the art there.
Yeah. But Stir the Pot could be an essential chi card that he needs. Spectral Manifestation.
It's not even that though. Like, we made. You can argue that we prioritize them higher. The texture of our deck now, based on everything else we've drafted, needs chi. We've got Wash Away. We've got Moon Chakra. We've got Drop, which probably wants another blue to go with it on their turn. We've got these Tide attacks that want something to go with them. How are we playing these cards? We need chi to win the game. 2 is not enough.
I mean, if you have an extra Transcend and you can actually activate it, it's kind of the same as the Spectral Manifestations, to be honest.
You just take this chi and move on. I probably want like 4 to 5 chi given our current deck.
For Chris, at least.
Yeah, given his needs. You know, we were very hyped about Evasive Leap before, but it just feels like the needs are too pressing, and it's just going to be a Stir the Pot added for a little bit more Transcend. And now I wonder, if you recall back to the
So frustrating.
finals of the Calling Tokyo, Michael Fung versus OO. Ultimately, OO takes that down. But we saw Michael Fung navigate through those games with a strategy of essentially just playing to an empty deck and going ahead and making multiple Spectral Shields across multiple turns and just trying to wear an opponent out that way. I think it was really good for week 1. I think players figured out how to adapt to it in future weeks. But I almost feel like Chris is going retro here and
Oh, we would have gotten a red body.
He's going to get a deck full of 3 chis at some point, look to create a Spectral Shield on multiple turns, and use those to beat his opponent to death as after he's run them out of threats.
We didn't take the boots earlier, right? Could have had the 2 costs to go with that.
Feels very defensive-minded at this stage. Problem with that, again, not to be a
And he's
broken
like
record,
taking all
he's
these
one of our-
bastions and shit, but he doesn't have shit to protect. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, what are we
really, really hard
blocking to
execution plan
protect?
without a better equipment suite.
And these past 2 packs have just been, that equipment slot has just been empty. These other players are just, picking his equipment pieces as well. Not great for Chris Ciali over here as he faces down a potential, yet another Battlefront Bastion pick.
Like, if I drafted this deck,
list, which is really, really good. Honestly, he's quite set up.
I would be
potentially
worried
just
that
for
I
a
could
protect
1-3.
queen type scenario. You spoke about how defensive
or
he is.
1-2.
He
Like,
might
I'm
have
pretty
equipment
sure I'm
to cover
train
break
wrecked.
points, but Battlefront Bastions can sometimes be that piece that you need to cover up
I
his
think
break
that's
points.
100% true. I think.
Uphold tradition.
There we go. That was a huge get for Chris.
That is the fact that it's
Okay.
still here after all this time is quite wild.
But this is kind of the scenario I talked about, Pankaj, where somebody already has their arm slot filled, they have other needs, and maybe you can get away with it late. And I think Chris really got rewarded here for gambling a little bit on that arm slot with this late uphold tradition.
Still considering everything else in the pack, but I have to imagine he's just snap picking an uphold at this point. He's just keeping track of what else is in the pack, maybe thinking of what he could potentially table. But I don't really see a world where he doesn't take this card.
So we would have Uphold, Chest, and Boots drafting it the other way. And we've seen 2 hats, but it was not the hats that we want. I might have taken the draw a card hat, though, when we saw it. That pack wasn't very strong, right? Pack 1 when we saw the draw a card hat.
It feels like exactly what was needed in this scenario. This card does so much for Enigmas. It creates pivot turns out of nowhere, more defense available to you.
It makes your 3 visits.
We saw the other hat?
It's a really, really important thing to have access to.
He took a chi last pick, right?
That was
or 2 picks ago. So he's on 3
The
chi.
quality of the deck just shot up so much.
I
for
think-
one single card.
I agree. When you're
I
dealing-
think we need. I think if we didn't have the 3rd chi, I would take 3rd chi there. But once we have 3rd chi, I think I take the uphold.
with these sip-sips, these start and play, stay in plays, having the right one can totally change your game plan.
It's
change
close
how
though. I think you
you're
could
able
convince me to
approach
take
matchups.
the chi there though.
It's
But the
double
fact that we
usually
only have
talk
1
about how
armor,
he needs to
like
find more just +1 counters, and needs to find more equipment pieces. Uphold tradition is both of those in one.
yeah, I didn't
As
want
you
that
said,
red
stays-
waxing.
starts in place, stays
But
in place.
now we're really rewarded for taking the red waxing because we took the uphold. Yeah.
Still quite a number of illusionist cards in this pack. Red Evasive Leap again.
Yeah, they all suck.
Gonna be the pick here for Cruciali.
It feels like another good late pickup. Pretty happy to see that card at this stage of the draft.
I think with Uphold Tradition and the couple of Waxing Specters and 3 visits, even the red Waning Vengeance, I think he's very, very set up to do the Protect the Queen type scenario, especially a couple of Evasive Leaps and the 4 or 5 Battlefield Bastions. At
Oh
this
my
point,
god,
he's
our
comfortable
new
enough
deck
to
would have
deal
been
with combat tricks and break
insane.
points that you could probably go for the just have one big aura, pump it up Uphold Tradition. and
Is this a
deal with break
one
points
new
after that, and
pod?
Just overwhelm the opponent with that same red aura coming in again and again.
Undertow Stilettos still present in this pack. Unquestionably new, the place to be.
Yellow Hiss as well. I mean, also pretty solid.
There's a blue block 3 in the form of Single-Minded Determination available. That is going to be the pick from Chris Ayale.
So at this point, Chris probably looking for, I mean, ideally either headpiece or leg piece. Going to be very, very low probability that he finds one of those. And as I say that, is the truth be told right in his back.
Well,
Okay.
what do you know, Punkage? How about Truths Retold? And as I said, there was a
Easy,
world
just
where
draft
Chris's
the
deck
first
could
two
get
packs wrong
dramatically
and then
better
get
very
everything you
quickly.
need in
I think we just saw
pack
that happen
3.
across these last few picks.
So we saw that happen.
This is
literally
ridiculous.
Live right here. Truth Retold could be exactly what he needs. I mean, now you can recur 3 visits.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like a very real 3 visits deck available at this point. I think Chris Ayale has absolutely found a way to get into the deck built around that mythic.
Man, he started this pack not having +1 counters, only having 1 chess piece and a Kekoi, and now he has picked up a red Waxing Spectre.
Yeah, but it went
That's
from, like,
another Transcend.
Actual train wreck draft, like, I don't know if I can even win one game, to I can probably win a game, maybe 2-1 the pod. Like, this is now a reasonable deck.
Card and 2 amazing
I don't
equipment
think
pieces
we...
for his deck.
I think if we continued the draft with the same card quality, it was actually an unplayable deck.
Drop in the ocean tables. We were thinking about picking that one back in the day.
And then we get a drop
Very, very
this
nice to see
late?
that come back around.
Yep.
This is so ridiculous.
And multiple drop in the oceans as well. They just work very well together. You know, you just double transcend the opponents and get value on both those transcends instead of doing weird things like giving the opponent's deck go again or grazing a previous chain link. Double drop in the ocean, great for double transcending.
So fucking
I was
lucky.
a hater just a few picks ago, Punkage. I was not believing in the deck Chris Ayale has drafted. Things have changed very, very quickly.
Yep. Starting with the Uphold Tradition out of nowhere and then the Evasive Leap.
And what did we say? We said there were going to have to be some very good tables.
And now we have a haze to go with the Uphold.
Very good cards came in
Oh
the
my
absolute
god.
last moment as well.
I don't even know if I take that here.
the opposite, we
I might actually want one of these blues more. I think I might want the... Is that the Go Again tenant? Or is it +2? I don't remember the arts. If it's the +2 tenant, I might take that instead.
How new seem pretty open. This pack, though.
We have
very
we have other reds to
Yeah,
play.
I'm happy to see that red
It's the
haze
Go Again?
in this
Okay, I
deck.
don't care about
That's a
that.
fine add to our deck.
He has the blue count he needs to support all these auras, the stuff like the Haze Shelter, the Waxing Spectres, the 3 visits.
Just gets to take the first tentative chi here. Again, blue 3 block. Gonna have some options when it comes time for deck construction.
And critically sideboarding as well.
That matters a lot, especially against new. You sideboard so much in this format. It's so critical.
Given that he started Enigma and didn't need to pivot at all, he didn't pivot to something else. He has the full, 42 cards to build his deck. And we spoke about how many blues he has. It looks like he might be able to cut some of those big blues that can be very, very liabilities. There can be liabilities against new.
Red single-minded determination rounds things out. I think you're exactly right, Punkage. I don't think he missed an in-class pick. I think it literally just all 42 cards are live in this scenario.
Yep. I think that was just the one, the pick to pieces. I think that's the
you're
only-
right.
yeah.
One pick to pieces and nice hate trap.
That was a tilting draft.
Of what dash I
Beautiful. Here is Etienne's draft. Mercifully out of the sun.
Now we have the camera a million miles away.
And after yesterday, Punkage.
Oh, yeah?
Glad to be out of the sun.
A couple of strong reds already. Red Tiger Farm Incantation, Red Hiss, also Red Sigil of Solitude.
Yeah, don't mind that red aspect of Tiger Body either. So
I like
quite a few
the
strong picks
boots.
in this pack.
So one thing Etienne probably realizes at this point already is that
I like the hiss.
he will
I like the
He's able
chi.
to send a strong signal if he picks one of these solid red commons, which is something that can be very, very...
I don't know what I take here. This is a very good pack. I'm kind of into not taking a ninja card and just staying open. This pack is good enough that I almost just want to take the chi and just stay open. What are you talking about for the red emphasis, Dan? Yeah, I think I'm between the boots and the chi. I think the boots is probably the stronger card. Yeah, I'm supposed to take the boots. Yeah. I don't think the hiss is enough to take that over any of these cards. And I really don't like taking a ninja card here. I don't think the ninja cards are good. Yeah, it's boots. It's boots. Yeah.
Important in this draft format. If you see
You
a
guys
strong
also
pick
do
early, you
boots?
can take it and
Okay.
let the people downstream from you know that you are in this lane, and so they shouldn't get into it.
Is going to take the Tiger Form Incantation here. I thought it was interesting. The red hiss to me felt like a slightly stronger signal.
My like only
there is-
thing with the taking the chi is it seems like I notice a lot of people overvaluing the chi, so sometimes just like getting a chi is nice just so that way you don't have to worry about it later because everyone else is overvaluing them.
That Art of Body further left in the pack, but I think this is absolutely fine as a pick here.
Yeah, a red ninja common missing should let people know that Etienne is heavily considering ninja.
Red Venomous Bite coming around.
And a red Harmony of the Hunt as well. Still 2 ninja commons available in this pack, the Harmony of the Hunt and
Why
the
did we
Tiger
zoom
Form
out?
Incantation.
Good sign. Checking out the equipment available. There's another 3 visits. Our second draft in a row to be rewarded with the 3 visits.
3 visits.
We get a
coming
3rd visit from the 3 visits.
So it looks like the chi card is still in here, so is the equipment piece as well.
Drop is good.
So Etienne probably trying to figure out what the person to his right took. Might have been a rare or the foil. I didn't quite get a glimpse of
I
that.
think the foil's 3 visits.
Oh, the foil's 3 visits.
Pretty
So,
sure.
okay, so probably a rare is what it looks like.
So if we pass the bite, I feel like we just can't go assassin anymore. We definitely create one next to us by going his bite. I don't want this 3 visits. These ninja cards aren't good enough. Chi is okay, but it's kind of committal to Enigma. I'm kind of into the bite. It's like bite or droplet.
Does ultimately take the red ninja card here.
Red Harmony of the Hunt. So 2 solid.
That's kind of wild taking the Harmony of the Hunt. That feels like you're biasing ninja from the jump. Yeah.
Ninja generators for Etienne already.
Nice start. The lane appears to be clear thus far. A lot of ways you can approach these drafts. You can go ahead and stay open, pick a bunch of strong Mystic cards, take some equipment, or you can just go ahead and try and send strong signals to your people on the left.
Just take a medium card and
we're going to be rewarded
force.
here with another strong ninja red. It is Breed Anger. I would put this on a slightly lower class than the cards picked thus far, but still a fine addition to your deck at this stage.
The combo keyword, very key. Oftentimes, a lot of these Zen decks, you might have the Tiger generators, but you do need at least 1 to 2 of this combo cards.
Yeah, I was between Droplet and Bite.
With the Zen ability, and perhaps even Rika with cards like Preserved Tradition or the Mask.
I was certainly not thinking about the Harmony.
Looks to be the foil in this pack as
that
well.
feels like you
Untamed,
biased
floating
Ninja.
around Blue watered the seeds, so maybe a good table still left for
I'm going to be
Etienne
surprised if he takes a non-ninja card
I
here.
believe he took the arms piece, the
Interesting.
Kikoi?
Okay. Look, I do think Breed Anger is certainly lower on the priority scale. I could see just wanting to take a safe pick here. Make sure you have your equipment suite filled out. We know how critical that is here in this MST format.
Those arm piece prevention effects, especially
I'm a little
very, very
confused
good
by
against
his
New
draft
to prevent
strategy.
The dagger on hits. It's very annoying to block the 1 power daggers, but if you have a couple of the Kikois, totally reasonable to cash them in to stop those misplaced on hits.
Red Companion of the Claw left. Koi-based Kimono, a card I really do like quite a bit.
In Zen, it could be... It's a little bit of a tough ask sometimes in Zen. I feel Zen is definitely one of the heroes that can get away with sometimes just having one
Chakra's
chi
really
list
good,
and maybe going
Chi's
against Zen
good.
Very much. Also, not a lot
Chest
of
is
control over being able to go down to exactly 1 life.
It is going to take the Kimono, though. I think you're exactly right, Ponkage, but the ceiling is massively high. It's so high. If you were able to go ahead and find that chi on a key turn, it's an extra card in hand. It's almost doing the constructed Zen thing where you're turning your equipment into offense.
Taking it this early, though, that puts a lot of ask on
That
Etienne
was
for the rest of this draft. He does not have a
2
combo
Moon
card. He
Chakras
doesn't
in a
have
row.
any chi yet. So what he needs now to really make use of the kimono is move towards a bit more of the blue Zen list type of things. He wants good blue Transcend cards. He wants good blues.
I
to
feel
play
like we're
off
just
of those
taking this
as well.
Untamed and just
I don't know if we're going to make
blinders
that move yet.
on.
We're seeing a red Untamed still in the pack here.
And notably,
Based
the chi
based
card
on how
is
he's
interesting,
drafting,
actually.
at least. I don't think that's where I would have
It is
ended
going
up
to
in
be
this
Untamed
draft,
as the
but
pick.
I
yeah,
love Untamed. It's such a strong card. I mean, 1 for 5 go again is.
I think I would have
sort
been
of
an Enigma
in
in this
constructed
draft.
sometimes, but red Untamed in this list when he already has
I'd
some solid
have
target generators. I'm really looking forward
2
to that.
Chakras.
Breakpoints and ones so critical against Enigma, breaking down those wards that they'll present. Okay, blue Companion of the Claw in the pack here.
Also, blue first tenant of Chi Wind, not amazing in Zen. Looks like he might be leaning towards a Rising Tide a little bit. Yeah, we did just talk about how he needs some good blues to transcend off of it. Since he committed to the kimono this early in the draft. Rising Tide, the pick there for Etienne.
It's annoying how he's
So
putting
for
the card
blue
down. It's
Zen
hard to
list,
see.
The transcend card you're particularly looking out for is Path Well Traveled. All
Absolutely.
the others are all right, but what you really want is Path Well Traveled to go with your Rising Tide to spill over as your droplets.
We'll see how heavily Etienne moves into those blue-leaning archetypes. Of course, could just be a more aggressive red-leaning Zen list. Another option. Blue pouncing Chi here.
Pouncing Chi. It's an all right enough combo piece. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's certainly not one you want to be tutoring for.
I mean, if your
but I
blinder's
think it's a
on, you're going to
foundational
take
card
it.
For your deck. It's very, very acceptable. Blue block 3.
You hear that so many times. Blue block 3, cost 0. Can't really complain about it, and that looks to be the pick for Etienne.
I quite like Blessing of Chi, particularly in mirrors when you're forced to go first and just get a little bit of equity that way. But I agree with the pick here. Would not want to go ahead and reach into those blessings quite yet.
Coming into the 8th pick for our Pro Tour drafter here. Just the last pick before the wheel. Ooh,
Droplet.
There is a droplet in here. Very, in a sense, unassuming card, but for the sort of
Droplet
strategy
slam.
Etienne might want to crowd for himself. Could totally see him picking that yellow biting breeze.
Nope.
Is an
Droplet
option.
slam.
It's okay.
First tenant of Chi Tide being looked at pretty carefully here.
Droplet slam.
Was the pick. Etienne is setting himself up to have kind of both halves.
Did he
of
take
Zen
droplet?
in this MSC format.
What did he
Generation
take?
side,
I
and
can't
Etienne
fucking
is
tell
setting-
the way he's taking
First
cards.
tenant of Chi Tide being looked at pretty carefully
he did
here.
take droplet.
So
Okay.
Droplet was the pick. Etienne is setting himself up to have kind of both halves of Zen in this MSC format, the Tiger Generation side and also the Blue Mystic side.
Yeah, things looking solid thus far for Etienne. Yellow biting breeze comes back around. On the wheel, I believe we're up to now.
Yep. This
Do
is the
not
first
want
pick of the
that.
wheel. Title Surge also here as
I'm
well.
taking
So
either of those
not bad.
blues.
I think there's actually quite a few options here in this pack, and it's going to be the first tenant taken by Etienne.
So one downside of going heavy into these Mystic cards, these strong blue Mystic cards, is that it does make your new matchup a little bit worse. You have a lot of aggression, but if a lot of this aggression is in the form of this blue card, well, is very, very happy to steal those.
Truth's retold on a full table here. That's an interesting one, as well as the drop in
Ninja
the ocean.
cards.
That's telling me maybe a little short on Enigma.
Is it drop?
Does definitely seem like it.
Are you supposed to take drop here just so you can make sure you hit your chi quota?
The Enigma side.
Interesting.
Like, that's such a late chi that it's, like, kind of free. Now you don't have to actually spend a real pick on it later in the draft.
And we did see
Like, it's not an ideal
cards
chi,
revealed
but...
here. Untamed and Water the Seeds, both in blue versions. Going to take the blue Untamed.
What is that, pick 9 or
Waiting for
something like
Etienne
that?
Still able to pick, decent cards.
Yeah, very playable.
I'll take a chi pick 9.
As you mentioned, Pankaj, I do think there is some vulnerability building against New right now. It seems quite exploitable how good
Wash
these
away,
blues
whatever.
are for New to just go ahead and play.
Wash away the pick here. That one he's probably a lot less happy about. Defending with 2 cards in your turn. Not exactly where Zen wants to be.
That seems unlikely. Just an aspect of Tiger being picked up here.
Is that
The
a yellow
one,
aspect?
we saw Francesco yesterday a bit.
Actually used
unfortunate draft. But so far, Etienne looking like having
Yellow
a little bit
dr-
of doesn't need to depend so much on those yellows.
Yellow
So
water
because
moving
he
up in
actually
play.
manages to make use of the aspect of Tiger body, aspect of Tiger's soul.
Now he's
And
now
the
he's
last
got the
pick of
soul
blue, his
combo.
shelter.
He
Definitely
knew
not
that was
the
going to
same play
wheel.
for that.
How do you rate this first pack, Pankaj?
Pretty decent, I think. Oh, Yellow Water Seeds.
There's actually a chance that he
missed
planned
one.
that.
Yellow Water Seeds.
I don't know if I like that plan, but
I'm pretty happy with my position in this pack if I was Etienne. You got
that's
solid
okay.
red cards. I mean,
We
red and
need
pink red Tiger form
so we
incarnation.
need combo cards. We only have one piece of equipment. Some more of everything generally. More chi. Just like a few more. Really need combo cards. Really need combo cards.
in my opinion, a very,
I might take a good combo card over any other card in the pack at this point.
solid role-player pop and cards. Then don't mind facing a stronger Enigma list because you might be a bit open. You're actually a little okay with that because you don't mind facing a stronger Enigma list because you are kind of favored in the matchup.
Chi.
Going through our second pack now.
Just take the chi.
Looking a bit weak on the Zen side. I do like red gravekeeping in basically every deck. I think that
Yeah,
card is just
our mystics are pretty decent.
great. Water the Seeds also a fine option.
I don't
for
think
Zen,
that
but as far as in-class options,
I'm necessarily drafting around that at this stage. Like, if I get them, I'll take them. Like, we need combo cards for our deck to function, ultimately. I would like more equipment. And then it's just, like, deck filler from that point.
I think a little
Chi
weak
combo
here. Rising
equipment.
Sunsetting Moon is the Transcend card. Playable. I don't know if I want to go out of my way to first pick it. I think overall a bit of a disappointing pack to kick things off here, but it's just going to be
That's fair.
gravekeeping acquired here.
I do not take that gravekeeping.
See, for sure, the equipment as well was an uphold tradition, not a Zen piece.
That was definitely a chi angle.
It is very, very acceptable within Zen.
It works very well with the cost curve of the weapon, definitely. Going 2 with the Kakara into a 145 is extremely strong. I do also want to point out that aside from just the Transcend cards, he doesn't have a solid combo card yet either, so really looking to pick up something like a red Chi Unleashed potentially. Perhaps regretting the red Reed Hanger he passed. As I say, that comes right back.
Here's another one. You're going to have that choice one more time. Preserve Tradition also in the pack. I think that's a very good Transcend card for Zen. Should you have that combo piece, which we do not have yet.
And a red Biting Breeze.
Okay.
Don't
There's
you
good
dare.
options here. Again, I don't think we're filling any of those needs that we've listed thus far.
It's just
You could
it's
stretch
breed
again
or
and take
chi,
this Breed
but
Anger.
it's probably
How do you
breed.
feel about this pick? You see the debate from ATN right now between these two cards.
I'll lean a little more towards the red Biting Breeze. I think I know I just said he doesn't have a combo card yet, but Breed Anger being the combo card, it's so awkward for the cost.
I don't give a shit about this head jab.
Especially given that on the turn you transcend. You know, if you played a one cost blue card and Pathwell traveled it.
ATN disagrees. He's going to go ahead and take the Breed Anger here. Add that
Really?
to the deck.
You take Gravekeeping
combo
over a
card
Chi?
acquired, not our favorite combo card. Certainly still looking for an upgrade here.
This does open him up to the
Look at the new binder label thing.
that you were talking.
Where is it? Twitter? Can you send me a link and I'll... Yeah, please. You sent it to me? Okay. They posted this the other day. This is old news. No one knows what it is. It's not the binder. But binder not included. So what is it? Is it just a binder label thing?
Talking about you really in Zen, you kind of just need 1 or 2 combo cards to keep recurring that Preserve Traditions or Mask of Wiz and Whiskers. So now he can open himself up to take a Preserve Tradition or the Mask as well.
Let me go back to the
Flex
cheat.
Claws coming around. One of my
very
but just gonna, I do like red Gravekeeping in basically every deck. I think that card is just looking a bit weak.
Okay with that because you don't mind facing a stronger Enigma list because you are kind of favored in that matchup.
It's a Rising.
Going through our.
I think I take Rising over Gravekeeping.
You really in Zen, you kind of just need 1 or 2 up to take a Preserve Tradition or the Mask as well.
Flex Claws coming around. One of my favorite commons in Zen.
And here we see him being rewarded for the signals that he sent very early on the previous
like
pack.
the flex.
This is coming back around in the other direction. And you see, still,
All right.
this is pick 3, and there's still 2 really good red Zen cards, as well as an Heirloom of Tiger Hide as well, really showing us that probably not many Zens, at least 2 seats down to the left of him.
Yeah, if you're an ATN seat, that's the first signal that you found your seat correctly, and you're in a good position.
We only had 1 Chi. If I'd taken
what can happen when you're in a format where sending signals is...
I think if I'd taken that drop earlier, I'm into taking the Gravekeeping because we got a free Chi, but...
A lot easier than it had sometimes been before. You just take the red Ninja common...
Last night is a million years ago.
People to your left are not going to go in Ninja because that's a very, very clear signal.
Ancient history.
And then when it comes back this way, he's getting the red Breed Anger, the red Flex Claws.
Still lacking a Transcend card. 2 pieces of equipment right now. 1 combo card. Another potential piece of equipment here.
So many Zen cards in this.
Yeah, I think you're just jamming quality reds over and over. And until you're really forced to make some concessions, it seems like you can just get by on the raw power of these cards that you're picking at this stage.
Even blue Tiger Form Incantation, not a terrible card in Zen as well, especially if you want those powerful blues to start your turn to be able to transcend off of. Because if you don't find Path Well Traveled, you need blues with Go again. So stuff like a Spillovers and Droplets won't work, but blue Tiger Form Incantation or blue Biting Breeze will definitely work for you to be able to transcend.
And it is going to be that red Harmony of the Hunt. Another powerful red card enters the deck for ATN.
On the side of equipment, I believe he has the Kimono and the Keikoi on the arms. So probably still looking for a headpiece if you can find it, and even a leg piece as well.
Fact-finding mission, just a solid.
It's a late Chi also.
But there is a red Flex in the pack, and again,
I have no idea what the pick is here.
Power card, very much being rewarded for being in the right seat.
Notably, though, Chi card's missing in this pack. Oh wait, no,
probably
right.
Flex.
Did you catch what Chi card that was?
I believe it was a Passover.
Okay, yeah, not an ideal Chi card for Zen. Etienne definitely hasn't found a good enough Chi card in these past few packs for what he's trying to do. But of course, I mean, he doesn't even have... He's not leaning too hard into the combo side of it, just a red Breed Anger, which he's probably fine to not, teeter out anyway.
Yeah, the reality is, you always have a shot at a Chi card.
Slam.
You can always
wait.
get that one. And I do think it's critical that this deck ends up with a Chi card to stir the pot. But there's also a red bouncing Chi in the pack. And I think, again, you just have to take the power card. I love this card. Now we have
our deck's done.
Worth searching for Zen. We don't have any way to search for it. But I think we'll get there eventually. Stir the pot still remaining in this pack. That just tells me that players mostly have the Chi they're looking for at this stage. There's a good chance in pack 3 we can get a Chi card passed to us.
Red Pouncing Chi, definitely a card worth searching for and also worth recurring again and again. Breed Anger, a little bit suspect on that end, but he must be very, very happy with that Red Pouncing Chi pick.
So late in this pack.
Coming back to the discussion about Chi, though, one
I would have taken the Rising Sun.
Sometimes is you sort of leave the Chi for pack 3 and then suddenly you're
Oh, Striders! We're so good at the game.
Very late. with Stride of Reprisal, currently terrorizing the CC scene.
So much for us
Again,
being
could go ahead and use
contested.
it in this
Maybe
draft
the
deck.
packs just broke weird.
Thankfully, no Art of War to go and banish a Tiger that makes, but still extra Tiger.
Yeah, what
in the Zenless,
happened?
Especially when he's picked up something like the Pouncing Chi and his other combo.
What pick was that?
Sometimes it doesn't look like his deck is
How
leaning
many
towards
cards
that,
are
but
left in this
sometimes
pack?
you might be Chi. And Art of War
Piece of equipment.
is you.
7. So this is the last pick before the wheel, and both ninja cards are gone. So the other ninjas just there's 2 other ninjas in the pod, and they chose not to take the strides. Different direction? What do you mean? Three assassin cards.
With Stride of
Thankfully, no Art of War to go and banish a Tiger that makes, but still extra Tiger in the Zenless, especially when he's picked up something like the Pouncing Chi and his other combo cards breed Anger. Sometimes it doesn't look like his deck is leaning towards that, but sometimes you might be Starter starved or Tiger starved in Zen, just in general. And so if you're able to block with Stride Reprisal, get a Tiger, turn on your Pouncing Chi, you can just suddenly turn your brick hand into a very, very strong hand.
Blue Untamed available here. Droplet. Some solid blue choices. Blue Gravekeeping also out there.
Serviceable card.
Regardless of exactly what you need on your cost profile, I think you're going to find it here. And it's going to be the Blue Untamed coming through.
It's a way to transcend.
I think there was a option between that and the Droplet, very realistically, but at this point he's realized the Pathwall Travels are not coming, and if you're in that spot, you'd rather just have the blue Go-Again card rather than the blue Droplet.
Agree. I also think you have quite a high number of Crouching Tiger creators at this point, and this Untamed is going to allow you to present those very awkward combat chains that have a lot of one-power Tigers on them. Combine it with something like Breed Anger in the right spot, could be very, very...
I'm very confused about that
I'm so
stride.
curious to see whether he's going to pick Flex Claws or the Companion over here. Okay, picking up a yellow Flex Claws over blue Companion of the Claw.
That pick is close, I think. I think that's a very close pick. Yellow Flex Claws, of course, falls at 3 power, so it does not have that critical break point of the other Flex Claws. It does still demand an answer from your opponent. You really usually don't want to give up that Crouching Tiger.
Particularly since so far he has picked up so many of those powerful red cards that you were talking about.
Okay.
I'm not sure his
For
blue
free?
is quite where he wants it to
Sure.
be. So that was why I was wondering whether he would take the blue Companion of the Claw instead. Over here, blue Flex
Okay.
Claw is the pick.
Yeah, and I think we're now fully off that idea of the big blue Zen deck having passed over yet another one of those blue cards that can get buffed by having played a blue. And look at this blue Companion of the Claw coming back around in foil. Happy to pick that up is ATN.
Definitely still looking for at least 1 or 2 Chi cards for the Pouncing Chi and the Mask of Wiz and Whiskers if you can get that.
Yeah, that is our last equipment slot that we are missing.
Water the Seeds, red Water the Seeds
Great
coming
pick this late.
all the way around the wheel. That is
Especially for a
extremely
generic,
surprising.
you don't expect that to go that late. I love having these in even my Enigma decks, quite frankly. Played into the mirror, it's extremely, extremely strong there.
And I particularly like that you kind of need those Water the Seas to get over Enigma sometimes. You know, you get the Water Seas and Dagger comes in for 2 instead. Coming all the way red, Water Seas all the way last, what was it, third last pick?
Third to last, yeah, very surprising.
Last 2 picks outside of the Ninja class. Etienne didn't get anything there.
Solid pack 2 thus far.
Definitely.
Etienne. Only a couple holes left. We have 0 cheese. We need to go ahead and find a Transcend card at some point. I don't think we need many. I think you want one.
That's
You
just
pick
not
up that
true,
blue,
right?
Go ahead and complete that.
Yep.
That
And
is
Don't
the
we have
last real missing piece here.
1?
And now you have a really, really good combo piece as well in the form of the Pouncing Chi. So 2 is also fine, but that's a lot of reds. I think when we talk about holes left to fill, I think the blue base needs just a little bit more work as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a count. It looked like about
No,
8
we
blues
have
at this
0.
stage.
Okay.
Just a bit on the low end.
Yeah, wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I definitely would have taken the Rising.
But that collection of red cards, just absolute powerhouses.
Yep. But
Double
one thing,
Flex Claws, Pouncing Chi. Good stuff here from ATN.
one thing about these reds, though, like Harmony of the Hunt and Tiger Form Incantation, is that you need to pitch a blue when you play those cards. We've seen that
Very true.
fight some Zens before, where they just didn't have the blues. They had all these amazing reds.
Well, the thing was that pack with the strides was missing both ninja cards. So the other ninjas chose to not take that. That's the
You
weird
draw
thing.
those without a blue in your hand, and it feels so incredibly bad. So 8 blues, a little bit on the lower end.
What are you targeting, Punkage? Where are you looking to get to for your blue count here?
I'm looking at 10 to 12. I think because this isn't the big blue Zen list, the big blue Zen list wants almost 15 to 18, but this more Tiger generating Zen list, I think 10 to 12 is a very, very fine place to be.
Brain that tips the scale, Wounding Blow, red.
Chi Slam.
Brain looks reasonable here for sure.
Definitely. Especially since the blues that he has so far are the go-again ones, like the blue Untamed.
Let's
the blue
not
Flex Claws,
be greedy.
that,
Chi Slam.
You don't mind your Transcend card being like a buff and not something like a Pathwell Traveled.
Feels like we're debating between the Grain and the Wounding Blow here, which I think is a very interesting pick. Look, Wounding Blow, solid card in this format. I love the stat line of this 0 for 4. But it's kind of just a card, if that makes sense. It doesn't really add to your game plan in any way.
In terms of, reds with breakpoints, it does feel like he has plenty of them.
And it is ultimately going to take the Grain, and I like that pick. I think that was a disciplined pick from ATN. Making sure you have a quality Chi card in your deck. You don't get stuck with whatever chafe is left from your fellow drafters.
It is so tempting because there's a Chi in every pack. It's so tempting to just say, I'll get one later, but so many times you actually just don't get one later because so many other players at the table might have also made the same call saying, I'll get Chi later.
Mask of Wizened Whiskers coming around alongside another Wounding Blow. You can tell that Etienne has a real affection for that card. Always pulls it to the front of the pack.
Yep. Also Homage. Also,
there's just nothing to think about here.
Card. Very good Chi card. And I wonder how high Etienne wants his Chi count to be. Do you have to keep taking these, or are you satisfied with just having that first Chi to add to your deck?
Deck's
strange because
now
these cards really
done.
Scale very well the more combo cards you have in your deck. Your second Chi, of course, if you have already found your pouncing Chi, then your second Chi doesn't do that much.
And I think that's what ultimately is going to push towards
get
the
like
mask here. And now
one more Chi and then we're done.
Ready to go for this Zen.
I would like another combo card.
Chi. I think you're basically
don't need it, but I'd like it.
You've done it. I think you have a solid deck. Now you try and push into a great Zen deck.
Yep, just maybe a couple more blues, maybe a strong red like the Tiger Form Incantation.
Preserve Tradition is the Transcend card here.
That's a very strong one.
Yeah,
and
now Chi Slam. Deck's now the deck is done.
The fact that there's still so many really good Zen cards right here, pack 3 of this pick 1. Oh, sorry, pick 3 of this pack 3 shows.
I could take a good red for my deck, or I could take a card that is the best red in my deck, and also a Chi.
Between just another solid red in the form of Tiger Form Incantation and the Preserve, and he's
don't
reaching for the
don't
Tiger
you
Form?
don't you do it. Don't you,
yeah, it's going to take the Tiger Form Incantation.
Tiger Form Incant red. Once again, though, I do want to point out that's
that was
another
a
red
massive
card that
punt.
really needs you to pitch a blue for it.
Yep, our count is about 9 right now, we believe.
Probably needs just a tad more.
A couple more blues.
Literally, I could either have a good red for my deck, or any red in my deck.
For sure.
Also, we did miss the foil Siren's Call in that previous pack as well. Some new at the table is going to be extremely happy with that card.
Foil stamped Siren's Call.
Rising, whatever.
CC deck. Here's a blue available, Rising Sun Setting Moon. I quite like this one in Zen.
I forget. Did we take 2 Chi this pack or 1?
Competition in the pack. It feels like just this fact-finding mission really pushing. I like adding a second Transcend card here.
Definitely agree, especially now that you have the recursion piece as well in the form of the Mask of the Wizened Whiskers. You want to make sure that once you recur the pouncing Chi back, you have another Chi to find it again.
ATN's reaching again, though. He's reaching.
Okay, so Chi. Okay, whatever.
Mission. Going with the numbers here. 2 for 6 instead, prioritized over that Rising Sun Setting Moon. So sitting at 9 blues now. Let's keep close track of this because we're getting later and later into these packs. We have to fill out this blue suite a little bit, I believe. And there's another Rising Sun Setting Moon. So if you want to pick, you have it available to you one more time. And this one feels way easier.
So the only thing there could have been he didn't take it because he saw his opponent didn't take Chi out of their pack, and he waited to take his card to see what they took and then made his decision at the last second. Like, I'm going to hedge between these 2 cards and then see what they take.
Windmill slammed into the deck. Beautiful choice from ATN that last go around.
He's just getting incredibly rewarded over here.
One of those, like, technically not against the rules, but we're talking about reality. Like, it's hard to not notice these things.
Yeah, Rising Sun coming right back.
I do appreciate the changes they made to mitigate those things.
That he needs to, and he's just
that was really good. I like that.
Yeah, good stuff here.
Given the circumstances, they did the best they could to mitigate that.
Card, which will go
yeah, I'll do that more, Bartosz. People seem to like it, so I'm going to do it more often.
Find your red pouncing Chi, get in the graveyard, put it right back in with the mask.
It's also easy. I like it. It's kind of lazy content. Big fan.
Or if the cost curve allows it, you can go ahead and find a Breed Anger instead as well.
I'm like really tempted to clip me maulding over Chris's draft and just send that to him.
In the form of Stir the Pot. Again, I think that one is actually quite good in Zen. Very, very happy with it. Red Companion of the Claw also available here.
Doesn't fit the curve quite as well. I also want to point out that Arousing Wave as well, Brian. This is pick
Do we
6.
want a third Chi?
Arousing Wave still here in the Siren's Call.
Or do we want that key?
Yeah, early in this draft, it looked like it was the Enigma that was destined to be the 2 of. Now I wonder if it's actually new that has ended up as the 2 of in this draft.
And the third Transcend card, the pick
fair.
by Etienne over here,
I'm-
stir the pot in his
I don't know
stir
how many
pot.
blues we
Very
have.
good
I
for
wasn't
maybe
tracking
shuffling
that.
a Billiard Chi up, closer to the top of your deck sometimes. But without enough combo cards to make use of it, I wonder how useful that shuffle effect is actually going to be.
Blue harmony of the hunt here, and I think we're good now. Like, if we stop the draft now, I'd be very happy in ATNC. I think we now have everything we need with the arrival of this blue harmony of the hunt. The blue count looks good, the Transcend cards look good, equipment suite is perfect. Let's go. Let's shuffle up.
Definitely. At this point, you kind of want the draft to stop so other people don't get the picks that they need.
All gravy at this point.
He's already at such a high quality deck that almost I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even get much in the way of upgrades following this.
Yeah, one of those situations where you can live with that. Usually you're hoping for a little bit more help through these last few picks, but everything all good.
Oh!
Well traveled.
Wow.
Okay. You're almost
Untamed.
Where you don't need it anymore. You have filled out your Transcend suite. And it's going to be the yellow Untamed token. So that seems fine, actually. I have no regrets with that pick. We're not leaning into this big blue strategy. You've got your Transcend cards. Just take some more gas for your deck.
I mean, you said it, Brian. He has been so disciplined so far in this draft, and that pick in particular showcases how disciplined.
How is taking a yellow being disciplined?
Format, just not tunneling on the path of travel, not saying, I picked a couple of those Rising Tides and droplets. It's fine. I'm just going to pick the yellow Untamed.
Look like another blue Harmony of the Hunt coming around there. Nice and clean.
You mean it still being in the pack, or taking it is crazy? Don't we have cards to go with the path?
So that was pick 8, I believe. So at this point, we're coming back onto the wheel for Etienne. We did see some really, really solid ninja cards early on. A couple of 2 to 3 really good red ninja cards. Let's see if he gets rewarded in some way. Yellow breed angle.
I know they have to say that. But I'm under no contractual obligation to say these things, so I'm going to point out that it's not disciplined.
Basically everything else you could ever ask for.
I'm well aware that they have to. That was a decision. That was a strategical decision that they could make. Very interesting. I did not think of that play. I know they have to say those things.
Very, very vulnerable blues to new. I think if new goes ahead and does its thing, gets established.
It's funny. The battle hardened that. In Montreal, when me and Noah were streaming, there's a moment during the stream where we had a moment of that, of like, we both saw like the line was this, and then a guy did something else, and we both just kind of went, that was also a line that I did not see.
Gets the chi and is able to go ahead and use your cards against you, I think you're in quite a bit of trouble. For ATN's side, have to close games quickly against new. You really do not want to give them the time to do what they are looking to do.
And that's very much on the back of...
It's still a very good deck.
Really,
it just could have been like...
target generators, but new has no way
like, if this is like a 7 out of 10, he could have had an 8 out of 10,
my
essentially.
Turn in this format was as a new, and it was mostly playing my opponent's cards. My Zen opponent's cards. I think I attacked for something like 26 or something laughable and won the game. Is in this draft.
He's this guy, right? Yeah, for sure. They did a great job of casting. Gabe, that's the new from top 4, right? Well, that was interesting. Oh. Well. I guess that's it for coverage. I don't really care to watch the games. Unless you guys specifically like to watch the games, and then I can stream some of them if you want me to right now. Does anyone actually want to watch the games? You want to watch the first one? This one? Why this one?
On this turn.
So, some parts of Etienne's turn right now are face up for Gabe share. So there's the
worst spot to be in. See who's going first here in this matchup. I think it's pretty critical who actually leads things off.
Did we want to see any of
I think both
the games from the last draft pod?
Enigma, you know,
The one with Chris?
you
I
see a
believe
hero with a whole bunch of instants
all
on board, so
3
you think,
rounds
oh,
were
they
Chris's
definitely want
games.
to go first. Not necessarily, and especially in a matchup like this, it is a lot more about tempo than it may seem like at first, and so you kind of want to go second. Looks like Gabe Scher did manage to go second. Very strong start. Red Waxing Spectre to begin.
Yeah, maybe about the best start you could have over on the Enigma side, short of deploying some
No gloves.
auras on your opponent's turn 1, but we did see ATN just go ahead and pass on turn 1, keeping that action point available to
Those
deal with
Batman
anything that Gabe might want to
sleeves?
do on his turn, proving to be wisely so. Did not leave himself open to getting punished by that Waxing Spectre.
Only 3 Transcend cards in Etienne's list that we saw, and already finding 2 of them really, really early on. Probably isn't too happy about this.
Yeah, we know how critical it is to get off to a good start here in Part the Misfail Limited. You do not want to lose tempo. It's always better to stay
Green
on
might
the front
cheekily
foot, and this does not look to be a hand
get a
that
free
is
piece of
particularly
armor.
adept at doing so. However, I do think there are some combinations of these Transcend cards where if you put together these in a special way, I think a second Water the Seeds in Arsenal, so potentially buffing a Tiger twice sounds pretty good, getting your combo piece. I don't quite have the line figured out yet, and I think that's what Etienne is trying to piece together, but I think there might be an explosive line here for Etienne on his offensive turn.
Very possibly involving a double Transcend. You can start with the Water the Seeds and then play the Grains and Rising Sun both. Of course, Rising Sun first, and you might even be able to filter a little bit past that as well. 2 red auras, though, coming down on Gabe Scher's side. Etienne does need to clear this, but also taking 7. This is what you're forced to do when you're against Enigma. They develop a board state. You have to use a life as a resource. You have to go ahead and pressure that board state. Don't let them keep it around, because if they get to swing something like Waxing Spectre a second time, it's very difficult to come back from.
Yeah, there's good ward over on the part of Gabe Scher, but I think we have found quite a good line here. Water of the Seeds is going to allow a double Transcend turn. That means we're resource rich, we're option rich, we're combo card rich, we're going to have our Tigers. Everything is going to come together from this double Transcend spot.
Also note that would make his Water the Seeds go up to 4, which can be quite annoying when Gabe is trying to protect his board pieces.
I agree. You're going to see the benefit of the grain that tips the scale absolutely here.
Yep, just making sure you orders it correctly. Rising Sun first, which allows you to potentially sink the chi. That is the grain that tips the scale when it comes back to your hand. You might be able to sink it down to the bottom when the Rising Sun resolves, should you choose to.
Such a satisfying play to make. Here is the draw. It looks like it is going to be another blue card. Just going to go ahead and put that one on the bottom. Keep the chi in this case.
What's that?
Here is...
Sink it down to the bottom when the Rising Sun resolves, should you choose to.
Such a satisfying play to make.
Don't you keep that? Just... It's literally better than a chi? I think so. Like, it can't be worse than a chi.
Here is the draw. It looks like it is going to be another blue card.
Okay.
Just going to go ahead and put that one on the
Like,
bottom.
what are we
Keep the
doing with
chi
double
in this
chi?
case. Second chi will now transcend 2 chis back in hand.
Maybe it just doesn't matter because we're playing a set card that costs
Gabe Scher does not want to
3.
lose a ward 3 piece to just 1 damage coming over the top from the Water the Seeds.
That's a win, though. You love getting those Kekors out of the way early on, and now this turn will continue with a Zen activation. Crouching Tiger going to be created, and we're going to go get our combo piece as well.
supposed to staff here first, right? If you're
So we know he has red breed.
if you're
Anger
gonna
and also
staff
red
this turn, you
Constitution
staff.
as options. Let's see which one he chooses to pick here. He does have the other red Water the Seeds that you spoke about in the arsenal, so you might wonder if he just takes a breed anger.
Breed Anger looks very, very good here, actually. You have a lot of ways to go ahead and distribute buffs across these Tigers, and I think this is exactly what we were envisioning when we were talking about presenting one over and over, and the potential areas where Breed Anger can shine. Like I said, this card is a more narrow combo card, but when it does its thing, it's quite impressive.
It is usually very difficult to have 2 Tigers come in for 1 in the same combat chain, but that's where cards like Water the Seeds come in and really make that possible.
Yeah, and there you see, it is the Crouching Tiger coming in for 1 on the back of that Water the Seeds. Second Water the Seeds still available out of Arsenal, Breed, Anger, everything looking to be working for Etienne on this turn.
So some parts of Etienne's turn right now are face up for Gabe Scher. So there's the Breed Anger, and you know the hand is also 1 Tiger. It's just the unknown Arsenal card. But if you're a player like Gabe, you're here 7-0 Proto Amsterdam, you can perhaps sniff out there's probably a 1 cost in his Arsenal, which is why the Breed Anger was such up.
Seems pretty reasonable. I suppose you could talk yourself into that being the only combo option as a possibility. There's not certainty here, I would say, but I think your read is astute and reasonable to make.
So we see a Moon Chakra with a Stir the Pot. Still pitching a whole card to deal with the Tiger. So, you know, while it was somewhat efficient that you didn't need to overblock the Tiger somewhat, it was still, you still lost a whole card to stop the Tiger and protect your board state.
Yeah, and here comes that Breed Anger, and now
Give
that
up
represents a great point.
the
Once
one-cost
more,
aura.
critical to come over that Moon Chakra and demand either another card or one of these ward pieces.
When Gabe
another piece of equipment.
cashing equipment pretty early. This could be very, very risky. He's, making the call that he wants to, use the equipment aggressively over here to save his board. But if he loses the board here, the rest of the game he's not going to have the equipment anymore.
Yeah, and I think going to get slightly punished for it potentially. Crouching Tiger coming in 4-1 here. Takes that Spectral Shield. And then it's Gravekeeping. Okay, so I misread the card in Arsenal, but
This
I think
feels like
even
the
better,
game just
frankly.
ended.
5 coming in here from ATN, and that's going to go ahead and eat this entire board, get a little damage leaked, have dealt with 2 pieces of equipment, and very little hand left for Gabe Share here to go ahead on the clapback. So you can say, oh, you only did 2 damage there. You didn't accomplish anything. You are absolutely wrong. You accomplished a load on that turn if you're ATN. You have to feel very, very happy with that. However, a nice answer here
I think
from
that's
Gabe.
game over.
Now, this is only vanilla damage, 4 vanilla damage at this point, but as ATN's life total gets into those vulnerable ranges, you start to present perhaps lethal amounts of damage. When that happens, you take away options from ATN. So I actually think this wounding blow is probably about the best case scenario you can have here.
It's more threatening than it looks for sure, but I do want to point out Gabe, I think, got quite punished on the previous turn, was not expecting ATN to be able to go as wide as he did with all
He lost
those
his
weird
hand,
points. Had he known
his
something like that,
armor,
he probably
and
might
his
not have
board.
cashed all the equipment in, just be happy that the ward got 3 life. As
He can't do it again
but
now.
Now, though, Gabe with just a headpiece remaining, can't be feeling very, very good about that.
Yeah, ATN with a deceptively strong turn there, able to go ahead and produce a lot of damage out of nowhere. We're going to crack that stride, and that means we have use for this Tiger on this turn. 5-card hand available for ATN once more.
And I believe he did draw that red pouncing chi. Now, one advantage you have of getting that in a graveyard as early as possible.
That only matters if
has a very, very
he can
strong
push
target.
the advantage from that life lead.
Kicks things off, coming in for 2.
He's not going to push it when his turn is just 4 pass. So, like, he needs this hand to be gas.
With no board
he needs to, like, no blocks, push a lot of damage here. And
incentivized to really try and deal with
yeah,
all this.
I don't know
He can
about
just use
that
life
one.
as a resource and rebuild a board.
It is doing so here. Plenty of life to work with at this stage. Going to fall down to 16.
The
This Tiger
2-card
getting
1.
far. Dense Blue Mist, excuse me, reducing that by 1, falling down to 17.
Are
So
we
you
like
have to wonder,
flipping
does he
hat
have a
here or
plan for the
something? I'm
remaining 2
confused.
resources? Is he going to play something like a Waxing Spectre, another board state piece, or maybe flip out a Truth Retold, if that is his headpiece?
This Dense Blue Mist very critical here, and it's put ATN back into the tank because the plan was clear before. Crouching Tiger coming in for 1 would have been quite nice, but now it being reduced, this turn looks a lot less effective. And I think for a moment he was debating just getting off this Crouching Tiger plan, maybe playing something like the fact-finding mission instead, saving the Pouncing Chi. But I think ultimately the utility of the Mask of the Wiz and Whiskers, being able to cash that in on this turn, rebuy the Pouncing Chi, and just saying, look, I paid for this Tiger, I'm going to use it.
I think I would have
Pushes it
tried
in
getting a
favor of
set
making
here.
this kind of line. Ooh. And decent damage being offered here, but well defended by Gabe Share.
That was a very effective use of the remaining 2 floating resources. Wash away coming in after Dense Blue Mist had already been played.
Yeah, like, why are we
Covering
giving the
fact-finding
Dense Blue
mission
Mist
completely.
value?
A really nice defensive turn from Gabe there.
He played a 2-card
I think
1.
Gabe would have
Let's
been
not give it
an
value.
absolute hole had those cards not combined so well.
Going back over to Etienne's side. One downside, of course, of using 3 cards on defense. Gabe Share's turn was just Arsenal. And pass over to Etienne. Etienne trying to decide how to sequence his turn.
One of the few yellows in the deck rearing its head on this particular turn cycle.
That too, but
is the yellow Harmony of the Hunt. That looks like it might
I'm a
be
little
kicking
less
things off
worried
here.
about the
And this
board
can be
being
one of the
empty when my
awkward
opponent
spots
just
to find
spent all their
yourself,
cards
is
on
if you find-
defense.
You find yourself
He's
holding a whole
not
bunch of pieces of
redeveloping a
one-cost,
board that turn.
And trying to play both 1 cost while also using the weapon gets really, really awkward. So Etienne took a moment there trying to figure out his line.
Flex Claws, Breakpoint once more, coming in for 4. ATN's deck loaded with these awkward cards to defend. Dense Blue Mist did a lot of work on the last turn cycle. Equipment did a lot of work the turn before that. But now, what is the answer for this Flex Claws? Looks like it's going to be Haze Shelter coming down at instant speed.
What is the
Used
plan
defensively
here?
over here? You have to wonder, Etienne's probably happy about that. You love when Enigma plays ward on your turn to use it defensively.
I'm
that means
so
you were able to
lost.
swing it. Effectively, that was 2 cards that Gabe used to block for, and you're usually very happy with that.
Harmony of the Hunt, going to buff this next attack a little bit by creating a Tiger.
Yeah, like
No
what's-
resources to swing the Kakara over here, but he is holding
Are we
on to an
trying to
Untamed, and we spoke about
fatigue
this going
him? Like,
into
what's the
this game.
plan?
Those Untamed going to make those Tigers really, really awkward for Gabe to block.
This is a really interesting spot because with that resource floating, I wonder if you're questioning whether Gabe has some other defensive options. If maybe you want to slow down this turn a little bit, think about an arsenal. But it is just going to be the Tiger taming Kakara here. And we do have the Crouching Tiger to round things out. Coming in for 1.
A little bit of an inefficient use of resources, which we spoke about. You know, when you have all these 1 cost, your weapon costs 2, it can be a bit awkward sometimes. Etienne passing with 2 resources.
I mean, we
floating
could have
over there,
just
but still definitely very happy with
played
his
this
position in the game right
differently,
now.
but whatever.
Life totals now in favor of ATN's.
And looks like Gabe Share had a use for the last floating resource. Flipped over, Truth Retold.
Okay.
Yep.
Rebuilding a bit here with the red Waxing Spectre one more time. Nice looking deck over on Gabe's side as well. Seems to have navigated his draft quite well.
We could have used our hat
coming in, and Etienne on a
get 8 value out of the
not ideal.
the
When your
haze.
opponent sets up board state, you really want to be able to push as many breakpoints, as much damage as possible. You don't want to be committing cards to block. You don't want to be forced to do that. But his hand texture right now, just too many resource cards, not enough red, so forced to go ahead and put a card to block. Looking like GameShare might be able to protect his Waxing Spectre.
Wounding Blow as the follow-up. Making nice use of Wounding Blow thus far in this matchup. It's going to bring Etienne down to 6 here, so life total starting to get into that single-digit range. Things getting a little precarious for both players. Critically, 2 equipment still face down over on the side of Etienne.
We know one of them is the Kimono, so he will be looking to try and get to 1 life. He has Transcended. There is Chi in the deck. Starting with the Kakara here, the awkward breakpoint immediately, 2 damage. And all you have is Ward 1 on the headpiece and Ward 3.
It does have a 2 block here.
This 4 a lot less threatening because of the Ward 1 on the Truth Retold.
3 block would cover cleanly. I do believe
I wish we had a set right now.
Hand
A set would be really nice.
It is going to go ahead and eat up the ward on that Truth's Retold. Follow up here.
It's a blue Pouncing Chi in his hand. If he sends it, it's just 1 damage, but it does take another card from Gabe, so he goes ahead and sends it.
Yeah, I think you have to here. I think if you just let Gabe keep that Waxing Spectre uncontested with a couple of cards in hand, you're now facing an Arsenal turn next go around. You need to demand that this card be pitched. Go ahead and attack with the Waxing Spectre, and then at least you have the solace of facing a non-Arsenal turn.
That was definitely the right call over there, because now GabeShare has no use for the 2 floating over there. But had Etienne not taken the last card out of Gabe's hand, that would have been another board state piece to follow up his Waxing Spectre attack. So very heads-up play.
Yeah, another smart, subtle attack from Etienne. And I love everything I've seen of Etienne down in our feature match area thus far. I love the way he's drafted. I love the way he's navigated this game so far. And it could be another of these scenarios where a French player that I was not super familiar with going into the weekend starts to show some pretty impressive prowess down here in the feature match area.
4 damage coming in. This Waxing Spectre. Etienne at 6 life. Has drawn the Stir the Pot, has a way to transcend. But again, just looking a little resource heavy. We spoke during his draft going into pack 3 that he was a little light on blues.
Agree.
He found those blues in pack 3, but now they're sort of clumping.
Yeah.
I think on one of those turns it was fine. Like I think the dense blue mist turn
preferred.
It's not a big deal not getting a set that turn, but it was more of a big deal
very carefully about this
throwing
defense.
all that damage into the dense blue mist for like giving him value on that card.
Kimono that's sitting in the chest slot.
That was a good turn to get a set.
Future turns, future breakpoints. How can I manipulate life totals to go ahead and get that payoff? Because Ponkage, if you find that Chi in a key moment, it's going to blow your hand up. It's going to offer damage that could potentially strip your opponent's entire hand in a critical scenario. It could just be the death knell. And I think that is very much what Etienne may be playing towards at this game state.
I think one other thing he's considering is the combo cards that he has left. He did recur the Pouncing Chi, but the red Breed Anger is in the yards. So once he finds a Pouncing Chi and he plays it, I wonder what use he'll have for the Kimono, because he already has a Stir the Pot right now. Looking like he'll be able to transcend off it. Once the Kimono comes online, what's that Chi finding? I think there's a yellow Breed Anger he did put back in, but it not incredibly amazing. So I think he's wondering whether... I think that's the other thing you have to...
Well, I thought the game was auto-lost for Gabe.
You don't have the infinite combo cards available as you do in CC.
Look, it could just be the
opponent
resources,
found a way
Sometimes
to
just turning
make
a
it
card
winnable
into
for you.
resources and unlocking your hand that way can be worth a lot. Kicking things off here, though, with a blue Harmony of the Hunt. And again, awkward. So awkward. And now that equipment slate is cleared. GameShare not going to be able to rely on a bailout from one of those pieces. And that's where you see the early work that Etienne did to break that equipment suite, paying massive dividends.
I'm really not interested in blocking
It doesn't
this.
matter if this is 1 damage, if it's still going to take a full card from your opponent.
Absolutely. Follow up here of Stir the Pot, and that allows this Zen activation.
Dense Blue Mist would have been good this turn.
First shuffling the deck, resolve the Stir the Pot, shuffle it, and I'm gonna hedge it's gonna be another shuffle on this turn, Brian.
I really wish that.
Quite likely.
I think we could have won this game on Gabe's side. If we lose this game as Gabe, if we had saved the haze, and then used the haze to swing on the turn that we played the Spectre, then flip hat on the following round to get the value out of it on defense, and maybe combined it with something else.
Play Ponkage.
So 1 Tiger in hand made from the blue Harmony of the Hunt. Gonna be a second one.
There's still Flex Claws available.
A red one as well, so that's pretty strong.
It is time to go ahead and activate Zen. That means second Crouching Tiger joins the hand. Time to find that red Pouncing Chi that we rebought here. It looks like there was a yellow Breed Anger, as we expected, so there is 1 meaningful search left.
And probably going to see that on the Kimono turn. So 2 Tigers in hand, Pouncing Chi. Flex Claws doesn't quite fit the resource curve with the weapon over here.
Yeah, maybe an Arsenal card, potentially.
Arsenaling a Tiger is... Yeah, Arsenaling a Tiger is also perfectly
Also an
reasonable.
option, yep.
Okay, this time the Waxing Spectre coming in to stop the Kakara.
And there is another one breakpoint. Very awkward, and it will, in fact, clear here.
Not presenting lethal, though, this turn is Etienne. With the resources spent on the Kakara, that Flex Clause is going to Arsenal, like you pointed out. So, this Pouncing Chi, last point of damage coming through for this turn.
Yep, Gabe's going to fall to 7. Last Tiger is presented.
Yep, you have to send it for mental damage. It's 0, but...
Why did he block this way? Isn't he... If he's going to block with another card, isn't he supposed to block the staff and then... Oh, because then a Tiger comes in for 1? Yeah, never mind.
Could be more. Could be Grains.
Could be Maul.
Could be Maul.
Still waiting to see that conclusion of a game where you throw in that 0 Tiger, don't worry about it. Bam, Maul.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of Etienne over here. Gabe Share not presenting any damage, just essentially just gaining 2 life, pretty much.
Yeah. Full
Trying to
grip,
get back around to
but
that Chi,
a big
I guess.
turn coming next go around for Gabe. And at 7 life, cards in deck starting to get a little thin. I'm sweating a little bit if I'm Etienne. I don't think this game is anywhere near decided yet. There's still so much flesh and blood left to be played at this moment. And I think this is a critical turn to decide what's going to happen in this game. Kicking things off well with a Tiger form incantation, crouching Tiger to hand. This hand looks very well set up to present, again, lots of Tigers, lots of awkward decisions.
Particularly something that's very interesting. Etienne holding on to some yellow aggressive cards, which he doesn't have too many in his deck. But exactly what you want to see when your opponent put down an Essence of Ancestry body over there.
Sidestep here.
You don't want to send red attacks after you blow that up, but he's saying, oh, I can send these yellows totally fine.
Yeah, and this is going to go ahead and hop in front of that Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yep.
Unlocking the effect.
So the Flex Laws in Arsenal, unlikely to show up on this turn cycle, but yellow's in hand.
Yeah, there is that yellow Untamed. You see a little bit of a wry smile on the part of Gabe Share.
This is going to be a big Tiger.
Interesting that Etienne chose to swing the Kakara over there. He could have just used those 2 resources to play the yellow Untamed and the yellow Flex Claws as well. Choosing instead to keep the Flex Claws in deck. Perhaps, perhaps thinking about what you just brought up, Ryan, deck's getting a little thin, you're sweating a little bit, you want to make sure you have enough threats left.
I think I like the decision, quite frankly. And this is a juicy Tiger. This one's going to come in for 5. Perhaps the largest Tiger I've seen thus far this weekend.
Clutching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yes, I think.
That does demand a card.
That's 2 cards on defense from Gabe Share.
3 cards left to play with, 1 in arsenal, 2 in hand. 2 pieces of equipment left for Etienne. I want to point that out because I think that's critical to manipulate life totals very, very effectively. Double Chi draw.
Oh.
Okay, this is a moment of vulnerability here for Etienne.
And these cards don't play particularly well together. And you draw 2 Chi, you can go to 1 very easily from this Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, but what are you going to do? Get your 3rd Chi?
What are you going to do with 3 Chi?
Not particularly useful at this stage.
And this hand doesn't play super well. And again, the lack of combo cards. He can convert one of these Chis into the Yellow Breed Anchor. But then when he flips that Kimono, that Chi always going to be what you brought up, Brian. Just going to be a resource card because no more combo cards left in the deck.
This is a bit of a nightmare hand for Etienne at this critical juncture of this game. Does not defend well. Does not attack well. Does not utilize the kimono well. There's just not a lot of value present in this hand. And I think if Etienne's going to come back and win this game, he's got to figure out the perfect play on this particular turn cycle.
He's going to need to find a way to turn on that Rising Tide. Going to need to play a blue. We know his arsenal is the red Flex Claws, but if he wants to navigate out of this, he needs to find a blue. I don't know if that blue Pouncing Chi is still left in his deck or whether it was
either. Yeah, I don't recall Ponket. It's definitely there. I saw it earlier in the game. I can't recall if it was committed to defense or if it was pitched.
But that would be the perfect card to turn on this Rising Tide because he needs to mount a good enough offense on this turn. Not only does he need to get rid of
the Pouncing still in deck, then this hand's great.
Mount enough of an offense on the following turn.
Unfortunately,
only you get to play the
now you would do anything to swap
the Tide also
for a Kakoi at this point because I think you just go ahead and give both those pieces up and keep a full grip. But even that doesn't accomplish all that much.
Staff Pouncing.
Don't go again. So
Tide.
We're blocking 2 here, keeping the Rising Tide.
You're going to give the Droplet.
I think this is the hand that Enigma draws a non-block.
No combat trick possible here except a Grains that tips the scale, really, but Kakoi in the arms piece as well. Etienne was definitely safe with that block.
And do we anticipate no flip on this turn? Or do we need this Chi? Reaching for it. Okay, is going to flip.
Did flip a 3 Chi hand is the call. This would be a perfect time for a Cosmic Awakening. Unfortunately, not quite in Etienne's list, but has a plan for these resources.
Well, let's see what the approach is here. To kick things off with the Zen activation.
Does he have to breed
Yellow
anger?
breed- It's just
Breed
the yellow
Anger?
breed anger. That's the only combo card available here.
I guess he doesn't
Not
have
going to
it.
be able to turn on that Rising Tide in his hand. Really wonder what sequencing he's thinking of. Stuff
Kara kicks things off.
Has a Tiger in hand, Flex Claws in Arsenal. And the Breed Anger, of course, going to have a minimum of 2 Tigers on this turn. Potentially 3 if the Flex Claws hit, but not enough buffs to go around this time. No Water the Seeds are untamed.
So it looks like we're going to be leveraging this Chi for the absolute barest amount of value. It will go ahead and finance this turn.
Drop in the ocean, just use no Transcend off of it. Gabeshare just spending 1 entire card to block 1.
Very interesting. Did have a Battlefront Bastion available as well.
Possibly trying to keep that on offense is Gabeshare over there with the
Seems
opponent
like
at 1. Just send a big attack at them. And that's how you close
Here
out the
comes
game.
this Flex Clause. So this is still a decent turn. There is some follow-up here.
Gabeshare just making sure he knows, keeping track of the information that he does know. The card in Etienne's hand is unknown. The remaining Tiger is face up. Etienne very helpfully just representing he has 1 Tiger in hand.
The second
Leaving
Tiger
face up.
going to come in the form of that Flex Clause.
2 Tigers, no buff to speak of, but you send them for mental damage. You got it. Yeah, he doesn't.
And it is just going to be 3. Now this is lethal. Demands an additional card here. I think critically so.
That was masterfully sequenced by Etienne. Did just the right amount of damage he needs so that Gabeshare cannot send back the Battlefront Bastion. And he kind of
I'm
swung
really
the tide there. We were
surprised he
talking
didn't
about
block
how
with
that
the
hand was
Battlefront.
so incredibly awkward. We weren't sure whether he would actually find the 3rd Chi in his deck flipping up the kimono. He says he has to, did the math, saying, if I leave Gabe with just 1 card, it's unlikely he will take cards from me. And then when you are so low against the Zen, that's just not a good place to be in.
Look at cards in deck here, Pankaj, and we know they're not going to be super effective cards. All the good combo cards are taken at this point. There's 3 Chis coming around in just a few turn cycles that certainly if Gabe could play defensively for just a little bit longer, you know you're going to get that 1 damage. You play to the pitch deck. You just survive for 3 turns, attack for 1, the game is over, with the exception of that 1 equipment piece. So maybe you have to get to a threshold of 2 to be entirely safe, but that should be very achievable if you can just survive. I think the goals of this game have become very clear for Gabeshare.
And you know what comes in for 2, Brian? A Spectral Shield with 1 counter on it. If you're just able to just activate Enigma once, that shield for 2, you can't just use it.
I think I want to use the droplet
And you see Gabe consulting the pitch deck now, trying to mentally reconstruct exactly what is left in that deck and how these turns are going to go. Is going to commit the Battlefront Bastion to defense at this point, stays alive, keeps 1 card, and we have to see what Etienne has on the offer back.
What an interesting blocking decision by Gabeshare there. He had the option to Arsenal Battlefront Bastion and maybe just gamble that he had the space to be able to play it later on. Instead, choosing a block with Battlefront, resolve a blue Vengeful Apparition, saying just what you were pointing out, Brian, just let's be defensive for a little bit. Once he comes around to that 3 Chi, that's when I'll go in for the kind of killing blow.
Yeah, I think he's shifted to a very defensive mindset. I think correctly so, but Etienne has drawn a really, really nice looking hand here. Plenty of options on this turn and a couple of reds ready to go. Tiger taming Kakara.
So Vengeful Apparition is live now. Unfortunately, Sigil of Solitude can be played at an instant after Vengeful Apparition goes away, but since it's a blue one, Gabe's saying I'm just going to use it as a normal blocking card.
That does defend fine here. Crouching Tiger comes in for 1. Gabe is forced to take this. I believe there's a no block left in hand for Gabe, and now falling to 2. Things looking precarious. Here's the follow-up. 1 more Harmony of the Hunt coming in for 3.
It's a Tiger in hand. That'll very likely just go to Arsenal. Forced to use a Waxing Spectre defensively. You hate to be in that position if you are an Enigma.
And now I wonder, is actually Gabe in danger of being fatigued in this matchup?
That's at least 1 Chi he's drawing
It was
back
a very
up.
odd game.
4 cards drawn, only the 1 Chi left.
And a Rising Sun as well. That's just 2 cards that block in that hand.
Shields are very down right now for Gabe. Here is the Tiger Form incantation to kick things off, and you see Gabe look into our souls. Look at him looking at the camera.
We spoke about how the rest of Etienne's deck doesn't seem very strong, not enough combo cards. Still has those reds that we saw him pick up really early in the draft. This red Harmonies of Hand, red Tiger Form incantation. This Tiger is going to be coming in for 4, Brian.
Yeah, offering a break point on the Crouching Tiger.
Well, that was an interesting game.
Hand as well, potentially coming in for 3.
Yep, I agree.
Speaking of flexing, Etienne just flexing his skills in this draft format. He navigated out of that really precarious position so incredibly well just now, Brian.
Gabe falls to 1, and we know 2 no blocks in hand. It's just going to take any attack here. It is going to be the Flex Clause, and Gabe shows the hand, and Etienne gets the fist bump to move on to 8-0.
What a fantastic game to start off.
On that note, I think that's enough watching of coverage. I don't think I want to watch any more draft games I don't know about you guys. Especially since I think it's going to be kind of negative. Yeah, I think I'll do more of these streams. Seems like people like them. See you, Dan. Thanks for joining. It was nice having you. Gotta figure out what else I want to stream now. Just hard pivot into Genshin streaming instead. Keck. I might do some gameplay streams of my own at some point. I think people were asking, is that Connor in the background? And Naib? It is. I think I saw people looking for Prism gameplay to watch, so I might do some of that. I guess I could watch... there's a Battle Hardened recently, right? I don't know if I want to watch that. I could just go back and watch the other Pro Tours and stuff that I didn't watch coverage for, which was most of them. I don't know if people give a shit about watching outdated coverage, though. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta figure out some fun stream ideas. This was fun for me. Something I kind of want to do next year when they do Collectors Week again. I'm assuming most people here don't watch Pay Money Wubby, but he does some content that I really like, where he'll go on his subreddit and ask his viewers to, like, share something. And then he'll have his mods go through all the things that they're sharing and select ones that are appropriate for stream and share it for them. It'll be kind of like a show and tell type of thing. So I thought that might be fun to do for Collectors Week. Like, okay, hey, let's have a stream where we showcase a bunch of interesting collections or things like that. Just some sort of, like, community thing. I thought that'd be interesting to do next year. A little late now, because the Collectors Week, I believe, is, like, probably ending, you know, this week, given it's a week. I've also been debating on doing, like a tutoring thing on stream or something. People might be interested in that. But yeah, I don't know. I gotta figure something out. Maybe I'll throw something on Twitter asking what people want to see in the future. But yeah, that's it for stream. Thank you so much for everyone that watched. Hope you guys enjoyed this. I'll see you guys next time.